This is Radio Truth, a series of commentaries by Dr. Michael Parenti. Michael Parenti is an activist and internationally known award-winning author and scholar. His recent books include The Assassination of Julius Caesar and Superpatriotism. His latest book, The Culture Struggle, is now available. For further information, please visit his website, michaelparenti.org.
The crime craze. This society is soft on crime when it comes to corporate crime, but it's not soft when it comes to the street crimes of the poor. A Norfolk, Virginia man got 10 years for stealing 87 cents. A youth in Louisiana received 50 years for selling a few ounces of marijuana. A Houston youth was sentenced to 50 years for robbing two people of $1. A 5-time petty offender in Dallas was sentenced to 1,000 years in prison for stealing $73. A man caught trying to break into a house in Florida, thus violating his probation for shoplifting, was sentenced to life in prison. In Texas, a man was sentenced to 30 years for possession of a small amount of heroin. Lawmakers of both mainstream political parties have vied in their efforts to be tough on crime. Between 1980 and 2000, prison sentences doubled in length, while prison and jail populations tripled. Many states are now spending more on prison than on education. By 2004, more than 2 million U.S. residents were behind bars, giving the United States the highest incarceration rate in the world. About 5.5 million, 3 of every 100 U.S. adults, are either incarcerated or on parole or doing probation. Some people maintain that the tougher lock-'em-up policy has brought a lower crime rate, but there are states and municipalities with low incarceration rates that also show a drop in crime, sometimes more dramatic decreases than locales with high incarceration rates. States that have imposed a draconian 3 strikes and you're out law show no greater drop in violent crime than states without a 3 strikes you're out. The drop in crime has come because of the demographics, a lower number of young men in that 18 to 30 category. In 85% of cases in California, the 3rd strike in the 3 strike system has often been for relatively minor or nonviolent offenses committed by persons who were otherwise mending their lives. The war on drugs is most responsible for the prison population explosion. Playing upon public fears about narcotics, lawmakers throughout the country outdid themselves in passing harsh, mandatory drug sentences. The result is that 3/4 of our federal and state inmate population consists mostly of young, petty drug offenders serving astronomical prison sentences. Many first offenders in nonviolent drug cases are averaging more time in jail than felons with long records, including mobsters, murderers, child molesters, and rapists. Not all narcotics violations are treated severely. Close relatives of U.S. senators and representatives have received suspended sentences or had their charges dropped. For example, the son of Representative Dan Burton, Republican of Indiana, was arrested for transporting nearly 8 pounds of marijuana in Louisiana, then arrested again for possession of 30 marijuana plants in Indiana. Federal authorities declined to prosecute. Indiana prosecutors recommended dismissal of the charges, and a Louisiana judge sentenced young Burton to, you guessed it, community service. While treating small-time dealers and users with severity, the war on drugs hardly touches the big narcotic cartels. Legislation to stop the laundering of drug money through legitimate financial institutions remains virtually unenforced. When Richard Hell resigned as head of the FBI's San Francisco office, he remarked, "There's never been any war on drugs, just much manipulation of appearances to give the public the impression that something is being done." This is Michael Parenti for Radio Truth.
This commentary was produced by the LA Sound Posse. You can visit us on the web at lasoundposse.org.
Hello, comrades, and welcome to Juche Lessons. In this episode, we will be discussing the attribute consciousness in more depth. Humanity is a social being with independence and creativity, and also with consciousness. General Secretary Kim Jong-il once said, quote, "Consciousness is an attribute of humanity, the social being, which determines all their endeavors to understand and reshape the world and themselves." End quote. Humanity's activity to understand the world and ourselves is the cognitive activity, and our activity to reshape the world is the practical activity. And consciousness is an attribute to determine humanity's cognitive and practical activity. Because we have consciousness, mankind understands the world and the laws of its motion and development. Thus we reshape nature and society as we desire. No other living matters control their activities consciously. They only move by their instinctive demand and do not control their instinct itself. Animals do not have consciousness. Therefore, animals do not cognize and generalize to understand the laws of nature and motion, and so cannot reshape the world purposefully and consciously. But humanity's behavior is fundamentally different from animals' behavior. Animals' behavior is defined by instinct, whereas mankind's activity is defined by consciousness. As we have biological aspects, in humanity's activity there can be unconscious activity made by instinct. Desire for food or sleep is the demand of biological instinct. For humanity, however, the action of biological instinct is secondary, and our activities are defined by consciousness in general. Consciousness defines man's activity firstly, because it is the attribute that defines the purpose and direction of mankind's activities. Animals are not aware of their demand, and accordingly cannot act intentionally. They escape from unfavorable circumstances, looking for favorable conditions to survive. These behaviors are made not consciously after being made aware of their demand, but made unconsciously and spontaneously by instinct. Unlike this, humanity is aware of our demands and interests, and cognizes the laws of movement of the world, and then makes creative activities accordingly. Since we have consciousness, whenever we approach something, we think about whether it is useful or not, and how to make it useful. Nobody works at random without any calculation. So one aspect of consciousness is mankind's attribute to be aware of our demands and interests and act consciously according to it. Secondly, Consciousness is the attribute to define the will and power displayed in the activities to cognize and transform the world and ourselves. Will and power are the main factors that decide the success of cognition and transformation. Such activities accompany complicated struggle, so we display our will and power to score successes and overcome difficulties. And the degree of display of our will and power is defined by consciousness. As an example, revolutionaries possess indomitable fighting capacity based on the high ideological awareness. They adhere to the revolutionary principles even when they are arrested and tortured by enemies, surmounting all difficulties and trials without caring for indescribable hunger, all for the sake of revolution, for the sake of independence of the masses. Consciousness makes it possible to set purpose and direction of human activity, and defines the will and fighting capacity. These two aspects are inseparably linked with each other and control all the activities of mankind to understand and reshape nature and society. Consciousness is a high-class function of the developed brain in the physical organism of humans. The brain plays the pivotal role in humanity's life activity, and consciousness, function of the brain, commands life activity of humans. Since humans have consciousness, we conduct activity purposefully and consciously with a certain desire, and we can understand the essence of the world, its laws, and reshape and develop it as we desire. It is necessary to mention that consciousness has, in its contents, ideological consciousness and knowledge, and out of them, ideological consciousness takes the most important place. Ideological consciousness is the consciousness that reflects the demand and interests of mankind. Since different classes exist in the class society, class character is defined according to which classes demand and interest the ideological consciousness of the state, and thus society reflects. Ideological consciousness assumes class character, and there cannot be superclass ideology, that is, ideology standing above and transcending class in the class society. Ideological consciousness that reflects the demands and interests of the progressive classes, such as the working masses, is the progressive ideological consciousness. And the ideological consciousness that reflects the demand and interests of the reactionary exploiting class and ruling class is reactionary ideological consciousness. On the other hand, knowledge is the consciousness that reflects the essence, character, and methods to transform the objective material objects and energies according to humanity's demands. Knowledge that correctly reflects is scientific knowledge and truth, and knowledge that wrongly reflects is unscientific knowledge and false. Scientific knowledge makes humanity seek rational methods to transform the world according to the characteristics of the material world. Ideological consciousness and knowledge are independent but interlinked. Ideological consciousness defines the formation of knowledge and the direction of usage of knowledge. In other words, for what purpose? And the higher ideological consciousness mankind has, the more actively we work to acquire scientific knowledge, and the more actively we use it for the society, collective, and people. On the other hand, scientific knowledge is the basis for acquiring a correct ideological consciousness. In order to have a correct ideological consciousness, people should have correct knowledge about the material world. This way, we will be able to understand correctly whether something is suitable to our demands and interests or not, and thus have a correct ideological consciousness on that basis. It is likely that almost everyone knows that some people devote themselves for the good of the country and people, society, and the collective, and become heroes to the people. But others do harmful work for society and the collective by pursuing only their comfortable life, hoarded wealth, and material abundance, and become traitors and reactionaries. This is because they have different ideologies, not different knowledge. The purpose and method of activities depend on whether one has progressive ideas that reflect the demand and interest of the progressive classes, or reactionary ideas that reflects the demand and interests of the exploiter ruling classes. This is why it can be said that ideological consciousness is more important than knowledge in the long run. To summarize, as a high-level function of our highly developed brain, consciousness includes ideological consciousness and knowledge as the main contents. So consciousness enables man to act purposefully and consciously, and thus to be a social being with consciousness. Independence, creativity, and consciousness are expressed in a unified way, and it would be incorrect to think of humanity's activity as the expression of only one attribute or the other. Humanity's activity is the expression of independence, creativity, and consciousness. And these three characteristics of mankind, the social being, are always expressed in a unified way because they are interlinked. Independence is the factor that displays creativity, and creativity is the guarantee for the realization of independence. Since mankind lives independently and develops as the master of the world and our own destiny, we conduct creative activity to transform the world and shape our destiny. Therefore, the higher independence humanity has, the higher creativity we can display. The higher humanity's independent desire, demands, awareness, and will to live and develop as the master of the world and our own destiny, the more actively we conduct creative activity. On the other hand, only when one gives free scope to creativity will one be able to realize independence. The higher humanity's creativity is, the more creative activity we conduct, and the better we can realize independence. Without creativity, no independent demands could be realized. Consciousness is the premise of and guarantee for independence and creativity. Without consciousness that defines the activity to understand and transform the world and ourselves, it would be inconceivable to have independence and creativity. Humanity can have independent demands and conduct creative activity to realize it because we have consciousness. The higher consciousness humanity has, the better we conduct creative activity to have a deep understanding of the world and our destiny. The level of consciousness decides the level of independence and creativity, and the level of displaying them. The process of humanity's activity is the process of displaying independence, creativity, and consciousness in a unified way. And independent, creative, and conscious activity is the peculiar mode of existence of humanity that is qualitatively different from animals. That's all for this episode, comrades. Check out our Facebook and Twitter pages for more Juche and DPRK content, which I will leave links to in the description of this video. If you enjoyed what you saw, please remember to like, subscribe, and share so we can raise the revolutionary consciousness of the masses. And because I run solely on your encouragement and motivation. Red salute, Juche comrades. Did we learn anything from today's Juche lesson?
Do you tire of listening to reactionary drivel every time you turn on your television? Do you want to learn about communism in a fun and interactive way instead? Then come down to Leaping Larry's. When you come down to Leaping Larry's, you will be greeted with a salute every time you step in through the door, because we value our comrades. At Leaping Larry's, you will learn how communism and the Juche idea can create a more equitable and just society. You will learn about the importance of collectivism and cooperation. And you will learn how communism can help to create a world without poverty or hunger. Leaping Larry's, your home for communist and video game edutainment.
Good morning. Hope you all are well today. Hi everybody. It's okay if you didn't learn anything on Juche lessons today. They take several lessons sometimes. And as I mentioned before, they are going to peace, land, and bread issues, right? I'm working on it. When you go to our journal here, I'm in some of them. I will be back, I promise. See, I'm in journal number 2. Takes so long to load because our cover artist is fucking dope for this. I don't have the wear band command in here. I sent a message to the account that owns Posada Bot, but I unfortunately have not got a response from the Posada Bot owner yet, so yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, by the way, if you want Juche lessons in writing, though, I got 2 episodes in Peace, Land, and Bread Journal, and I will be back in future editions of it. I think that's the person I did send a message to, anarchist. I agree, Bob. It's totally our job as revolutionaries. Like the thing that tourism gives us is it gives revolutionaries and defenders of DPRK the ammo and the information that can help shore up our defense of DPRK. But at the end of the day, I think it's up to everybody to contribute to ending the sanctions, right? So today's read, we're gonna do Kim Jong il giving priority to ideological work is essential for accomplishing socialism. And the reason why I said while we're watching Juche lessons, this is so relevant to our read today, well, Juche lessons today was about consciousness and that aspect of humanity and why consciousness is defined by Juche separates us from animals. That's not to say that animals don't have that in the general sense consciousness or what we sometimes use to be this mean the same as basically intelligence. No. When Juche talks about consciousness, it's a very specific attribute that has to do with the entire collective of humanity. And this consciousness means specifically to display our creative power, which is that power that we possess to transform the world, to create new things out of raw materials. And for that ability to constantly enhance over the development of us as a species. That's the most important aspect. That not only do these attributes exist, but they develop and further develop over time. So that our scientific knowledge at one day is not the same as it is in the future. Now, and we're gonna solve scientific problems that we can't now, that we are likely going to be able to solve in the future, just like has happened in the past, right? That's the most important aspect of humanity's independence, creativity, and consciousness is all three of these attributes have developed to a higher field over time. Our creativity is enhanced, meaning our ability to transform the world, of course, alongside the development of our consciousness, which means through time, we have come to better understand the scientific laws of nature, such as, Marxism, Leninism itself, dialectical materialism itself. Is a reflection of us better understanding the laws of social development, right? And then I would argue Juche philosophy, human-centered philosophical social analysis based on premised by dialectical materialism, but based on human-centered analysis is then an even further development of that, right? And then you can look at, of course, all the different science fields over the years, the same thing. We went from thinking that humans were selected by God personally to, of course, understanding more the theory of evolution. As just another brief example. Right, before we get to our read, though, we always like to do some Squirrel and Hedgehog here. So we're going to start with our morning Squirrel and Hedgehog. We're almost at the end of this cartoon series, unfortunately. Which means we will soon be switching to, I think in our next morning cartoon series will be The Leader. That one with, it's like a Chinese, I think it's a Chinese anime about Karl Marx, yeah. Yeah, well, right now you can't visit DPRK, but travel is starting back up. This is a photo that was taken in China just the other day. And I will say, unlike Hawaii, don't travel to Hawaii. And I would say when DPRK has opened back up, I would say instead of going to Hawaii, go to DPRK. They actually want you there. And they actually have a much, much better fucking system. I think all socialist systems should do what DPRK does with their travel. They assign every fucking foreign visitor, essentially, unless you're with a Free and Friendship Association or some other trusted group, they assign you with a government guide, with a tour guide. I mean, they say government, but it's not really government. They fucking work for a tour agency that is owned by the state because everything in DPRK is owned by the state, except for stuff that isn't cooperative farms. But I think all socialist countries should have the same sort of thing, a tour guide. Prevent fucking it seriously has reduced the amount of ability spies have of penetrating DPRK. They still do, because foreigners do work there for various foreign companies and with various cultural exchanges, so they still do get in, but that greatly reduces it, having tour guides for your tourists. And at the same time, it makes sure that they have a more smooth trip. So yeah, I would say when DPRK is back open for travel, don't go to DPRK, stay the fuck out of Hawaii, go to DPRK instead. They want you there and they have a good plan. Alright. John has forced my hand on this, and now we have to listen to the Summer Bop.
Kichi Kichi Kichima Cyprian Konto Alliance Shoot to kill Gamaza Kill the poor the farmer Kill the poor the farmer Brr pa pa Brr pa pa Attention.
Fucking love that. Alright. Do I know how much it costs once you arrive in China? I don't. It depends on which tour group you use. From my understanding, though, Young Pioneers Tours is like one of the cheapest. This group here. I think this group is one of the cheapest here. From my understanding, it's rated the number one, starting from 445 euros, it looks like. As someone who can't afford to travel, I have no fucking idea what that means, so you'll all have to take with that what you can. Yeah, no, they don't do. Bob, it's a completely good thing for you to point out right here that they're not doing interviews with people that actually regularly go to DPRK and interact. I mean, and this is the thing, right? I've worked in Korean Friendship Associations. I've been defending DPRK for a very long time. But, I mean, the problem is that they don't talk to those people. I've had comrades who have gone to Kim Il-sung University. I network with comrades who used to live in DPRK even. Former residents of DPRK who are literally fighting for their lives to try to fucking return. I network with these people on a daily basis. And people in the West, you know, will try and tell you that these people basically don't even exist or act like they don't exist, you know? Like these people right here, like I talk with people who used to live there all the time. This great comrade, I asked if I could save this because he was talking about, now Korean translation fucking sucks, okay? Korean translation being automatically translated to English sucks. But you can kind of get the gist of what he's saying here. Saying that he left the land, DPRK, because of his greed. And now realizes how warm and happy he was in the fatherland and motherland that gave them faith. The tour link? Oh, Young Pioneers? Yeah. So you see, like, these people, the people who have gone to DPRK and stuff, they're there. But that kind of defector never will end up in the defector testimony. That kind of testimony will never weigh into the defector testimony because it's completely antithetical to the line that Atlas is trying to push, right? And if you have watched Loyal Citizens of Pyongyang, you know that the funding for these defectors that you see paraded in mainstream media comes from places like Atlas, things like that. While people like this comrade that you see are just completely shut out, right? There's no distribution of their story at all, no matter what. The closest you get is that documentary, Loyal Citizens of Pyongyang. And the people that he interviews there, he only interviewed 2 people in Korea. And they're everywhere. They're all over the fucking world. There was that one. See if I can have this come up. She was watching Kim Jong Hanoi visit. Something like this. See, there's a person returning right there. That I don't know why that was the first thing that came up. Probably won't be able to find it. See, there was, but oh yeah. Here it is. Look, I did find it. Mainstream media even reports on it. Yeah, here it is. So see, and this was back when Comrade Kim Jong-un was visiting in Vietnam. And look, right here, the mainstream media is reporting on this, and they're on the ground here in Vietnam watching him visit. And look, a tearful North Korean defector shouted, "Please let me go back home," as a black limousine carrying North Korean leader Kim Jong-un passed by her at Hanoi on Tuesday. She said, "For defectors, North Korea isn't a country of hatred, but a place that we are desperate to go back to, even in our dreams," she told the Associated Press. "I hope to see a day where we can go back to North Korea by taking a train like Kim Jong-un used to come here." She cried as he drove by, "Please let me go home. I don't understand why we should live while missing our hometown." Like, this is reported by that fucking, communist rag CTV News. Okay, so these people, like, the thing is, they are so numerous that they seep their way into mainstream media. But you see how they're completely left out of the defector narrative story altogether? Right? They're just totally left out of that equation altogether. Because that would completely fucking shake up that whole defector thing. It's like I always point out, you ever notice why the only evidence they have against DPRK is either defector testimony or these horror pictures from DPRK where they're like, Kim Jong-un doesn't want you to see these pictures, and it's like a road that is fucking broken up. You know? It's like a crumbling road or something like that. So yeah, I totally agree with Bup. I know I've gone on a long-winded ramble to fortify what Bup was saying, but yeah, that I wanted to give full context for why I think that. Damn, I'm surprised it didn't come up. Oh wait, here it comes. Yeah, because look, it'll be like this one. The North Korea I wasn't meant to see. See, this comrade linked it right here. The North Korea I wasn't meant to see. And a big part of this video is them going, look, this road washed away. Yeah, well, here's the road to my fucking community. Alright? So don't fucking tell me about DPRK roads. I've lived in First Nations communities. Oh, fucking. You want to look at some of the drinking water in First Nations communities, okay? It's like, yeah, have you been to North America, right? The North America that fucking President Biden and Justin Trudeau don't want you to see. It's why I made this image. Why I made this like little meme thing. Capitalism. These pictures are taken, other than this one, are taken from First Nations communities. In Canada, this one's from Canada. There's worse. There is worse, too. Trust me when I say there is fucking worse housing on reservations than this. All that exploiting, fucking taking the fruits of your labor, all that theft from us as working people, and this is the housing that capitalism can bring us. Morning, Valkyrie comrade. Okay? Meanwhile, in authoritarian DPRK, and I wanted to show rural as well. So here's a rural community that they always show as horror pictures. And then, of course, I did a little picture of Pyongyang as well. Because I had rural communities here, and I had one city picture here. And actually, I'm going to give you a content warning right now. We're doing a content warning for this piece because this one talks about suicide just a little bit. Thank you, Kanakami. Because I think this is actually related to what we're talking about right now. And then we'll do Squirrel and Hedgehog, okay? Suicidal tendency, intrinsic evil of the US. The number of suicides shows a record figure in the US. On August 10th, the US Center for Disease Control and Prevention announced the number of suicides in the US last year increased by 2.6% over the previous years, more than half of which were suicide by guns. The suicide rate in the US in 2022 was 14.9 per 100,000 persons, a 5% increase over 14.2 per 100,000 in 2018. Suicide is becoming increasingly prevalent, especially among the elderly. 2022 suicides amongst age 65 grew in number but by 8.1% within a year. Experts express concern about the mental health of elderly in view of such sudden increase. The suicide rate of young people between 10 and 24 years of age jumped by 62% between 2007 and 2021. According to a survey conducted by the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, about 1 in 3 high school girl students attempt suicide, 57% of whom are in a state of constant sadness or despair. The chief medical officer of the center said that immediate measures are necessary throughout their society to solve the problem of serious loss of lives caused by a sharp increase in suicides. The situation in Japan is little different from that of the US. In the country, the number of students who killed themselves exceeded 500 in 2022. That year, 21,584 persons committed suicide in Japan, of whom more than 14,540 were men. The family suicide recently occurred in a house of Kobo City, Hongo Prefecture. They included the parents in their 80s and children in their 40s. They reportedly killed themselves unable to endure growing sufferings in their life. Suicide sites have reportedly been created on the internet in Japan, and articles are posted on them to look for people who could commit suicide together, with the number of subscribers rising rapidly. Good lord. The Japanese is a fucking hellhole too, if you don't know. It's a capitalist fucking dystopian there as well. It is the reality of Japan styling itself as an advanced state, in which 134-meter high bridge has become a noted place for suicide, not a tourist attraction. And a virgin forest has become a suicidal forest on top of the ranking of horrible places in the social networking system. Suicide has become commonplace in capitalist society. The poor human rights situation in capitalist society, where people have to opt for suicide, benefit of even the elementary right to existence and a hope for the future, clearly reveals the spiritual and moral corruption and true colors of the society. And again, what's absurd about this is look at the rise, right? The amount that it's rising is the startling thing. The fact that we're talking about jumping by 62% from 2007 to 2021. And then like an 8.1% increase within a year. That shows you, like, and this is what's funny about when they try and tell you, like, prosperity is increasing, you know. They look at these weird projections, and yeah, China does play a big role in the whole poverty going down narrative. But when the World Bank and the IMF gives these poverty figures and says that poverty is growing, poverty is shrinking and wealth is expanding, or whatever they say, the reason they come to that conclusion is by fudging the fucking numbers. You realize that the recent drop in poverty was done because they actually changed the threshold for poverty. Exactly, Dorian. They lowered the threshold for poverty. So then all of a sudden, all these people that were last year considered to be in poverty are now not considered poverty, even though they're making the same amount, and inflation has decreased their buying power. Right? That's all they do. They just decrease what they consider poverty. Poverty, in reality, in much of the world, is still expanding. It's still expanding. And if you want to know the proof, the way you look and see how poverty is expanding, look at the amount of unemployed, look at the rising rate of suicides, yes, but also look at the increase of proletarianization. The more people that are cast into precarious and proletarianized work shows you this, right? Look at how there's no the small businesses, the farmers, all these people are constantly being cast further into precarious work more and more, right? And the workers who were there are then pushed even further to the marginalization towards the fucking line and more towards chronic unemployment. Yeah. Yeah, how many of them simply had a worldview changing epiphany and realized that what is actually happening and decided they want to know part of it? That, and also just seeing themselves in this hopeless situation. It's constantly getting worse, even though mainstream media, even though like IMF and World Bank is saying it's getting better, they can see with their own eyes it's not, right? So then it's like, where do you go? I've been there. When I was younger, I was there. I'm not going to lie to you, comrades. I was institutionalized because I tried it before. And I had to stay for a month and be evaluated. This was before I found out I was neurodivergent, by the way. And they evaluated me and had me talk to psychiatrists and psychologists and everything else. And at the end of the day, they just went, oh no, there's no difference. There's nothing. Nothing. ADHD, that's it. That's the only thing. And sent me on my way and said, next time you'll just go to jail, basically, right? So, and then come to find out later, I was ADHD and neurodivergent, autistic. So, communicating is, exactly. They were fucking wrong. It's like Michael Parenti says, beware the doctors. In a capitalist society, like their whole goal is to get you functioning back in the capitalist society. They don't care about, most of them, a lot of them don't care about your well-being, unfortunately. Alright, I'm done ranting now. We'll rant some more in a minute. Mr. and Sam, welcome, comrade. We got all the Juche gang in here. The whole Juche gang gathering round. Oh yeah, I forgot to give our dear comrade Valkyrie her due shout out. Make sure if you follow this channel and you don't follow Valkyrie, you do so. Should be following us both. We are part of the same tight network of community after all. Hey Jumbo Jack, am I in America? I am not. I'm in a First Nations community in Canada. I showed everybody my road a little while ago. So that's why on this stream, sometimes you will see, comrades, we have generator streams for that reason. When am I planning to move to DPRK? Are you going to pay for my ticket, Jumbo Jack? My PayPal is down below. You scroll down, you'll see the donation. Just click on the donation. Donate now. Direct donation. Just send me. What do you mean? Because I'm working to build socialism here. If you want me to go to DPRK, if you're so concerned about me going, I invite you to scroll down and send me a donation so I can go. I'll send you a postcard. I'll send you a postcard a lot like this one right here. How about that? Yeah. Send you a postcard just like this. Look. It's got actual stamps. Greetings from People's Korea. When I get there, I'll show you this. I'll send you one, okay? I can't actually buy a ticket. If I could afford a ticket to DPRK, you think I would be streaming every day and fucking fixing people's cars on the side, hoping to earn a little bit of fucking money here and there? No. Yes. Yeah, I had to... my comrade had to push the train to get this to me. Oh, well, I'm sure... You seem to be very familiar with the travel expenses of world travel there, Jumbo Jack. Why are you asking me how expensive it is? So I'm covering this up because
I would have been friends with Stalin.
you don't have money to buy a ticket, so you must not. No, I know I can't afford plane tickets to go anywhere, sir. You're the worst troll ever. Okay, we're gonna watch cartoons while this troll's going. Jumbo Jack, I'm sure you can figure out how much it costs to travel and just send me those funds.
어린 동무들 안녕하십니까? 흰 적집이 서울에서 밤새기를 구원한 우리
They really don't care how nonsensical they sound.
새로운 길을 걷게 되었답니다. 그럼 그 이야기를 잘 들어주십시오.
그 권총을 이리네. 전화문을 묶어라.
뭐? 신적제비 섬에 무서운 특수무기가?
야, 그래서 형님이
새로운 적들 속에서 혼자 그 비밀을 알아낸다는 건 정말 위험한 일인데.
부대장 동무, 지금 놈들은 우리 껏동산을 삼키려는 새로운 음모를 꾸미고 있습니다.
You know, what's funny is the reason Yeonmi Park blocked me was the same thing.
두더지 박사를 구원하기로.
He was like, if you want to defend DPRK so much, I'll pay for a one-way ticket for you to go there.
알겠어. 껏동산 놈을 빼돌린 건 물망초 놈이요.
좋다.
And my response to her saying, okay, please, I will go.
자, 우리 이석에서 무슨 소리가 나오는지.
Yeonmi Park's, what was one of Yeonmi Park's? The people in North Korea eat mud, and then after 10 days after eating mud, you die. So what you're saying is people in DPRK only live 10 days. Oh yeah, I got into big arguments with Yeonmi Park in the past. That's why she's blocked me now.
당신은 무엇 때문에 날 의심하는 거요? 만약 내가 껏동산 정찰병이라면 그때
Because I was actually like I would repost her and be like, hey, if you're making this claim, how come this and that, and like show evidence of the opposite. Then eventually she's like, if you love North Korea so much, I'll pay for your plane ticket to go there. I was like, okay, please do, and I kept reposting her, and I was like, still no plane ticket, still haven't received that plane ticket yet, and eventually she just blocked me. The state mandated favorite color in DPRK is red. The adult eat the child then eat the dog, and then the dog eat the baby. And then the baby eats the rat, and the rat eats something else. The people. The other people. Depends on where you are on the actual the songbun system. Right? That's how it works.
좋다. 승야의 부대의 연락관을 파견하여 어느 놈이 꽃동산 놈인지 밝혀내야겠다.
Then you have to push the train even though you're too malnourished to actually push anything or to work. But you still have to push the train, but there's only one train station. Yeah. But everybody's acting. They're just doing it for Westerners also.
병신 같은 게 그래도 두령이라고? 알겠습니다.
날 언제까지 잡아둘 작정이야?
바빠할 건 없어. 누가 누군지 판결이 날 때까지 여기서 휴식이나 하.
판결이 난다는 건 무슨 소릴까? 이놈의 꿍꿍이를 알아내야 한다.
참모자, 당장 떠날 준비를 갖추라. 그리고 저 특별 보좌관 놈이 눈치를 채지 못하게 감시병원 하나 붙이라.
알았습니다. 내 정보관을 붙여야 한다.
어디로 가시렵니까?
I realize Jumbo Jack can still see the chat in the window anyway. We don't need to hear from him.
낚시터, 당구장, 주패장, 뱃놀이장, 해수욕장, 모래터, 식당. 가만. 내가 이전 낚시터를 거봤던가.
됐어. 낚시터로 가자.
예. 이쪽으로.
잡았다.
야야야, 빨리 잡으라. 빨리 시간이 없어.
Damn, Valkyrie's gonna let. I should have let you cook him. I'm sorry. That's my bad. Next time I will leave the mods to do their thing. I promise.
야, 이놈아, 그건 내 놈의 입에 쳐놓을 게 뭐 돼? 가져와. 이 망청인 승냥이 부대로 가는 족제비 참모장님이 제일 좋아하는 거란 말이야.
Yeah, that is what I was waiting for. I should have done that. You're right. Oh, I find it's all good, Bob. Look, the way that zoom out just happened. I was mentioning before when we were watching previous episodes, since this animation changed, this has more of that like same style that you see them, what they used in The Lion King. Because DPRK contributed a significant amount of animation to The Lion King. You look at the way that the animals are shaded in this, right? They sort of have that same shading technique that what Lion King used.
뭐? 이 자식아, 잡혀있는 주제에 가져라면 가져올 게지 무슨 말이 많아?
난 물고기를 잡아서 흰쪽제비 두령한테 가져가려고 했는데.
흰족제비가 무슨 말라빠진 두령이야? 특별보좌관 내 목숨도 참모장한테 달렸어. 어서 가져와.
이놈아, 내 목숨이 참모장한테 달렸다는 게 무슨 소리야?
그건 당신의 정체를 밝히려고 참모장이 하려고 오늘 승냥이 부대에 가기 때문에요.
그런데 이놈은 왜 두령을 빙서?
난 그런 일이 없었다.
이놈아, 사실대로 말하지 않으면 바다 귀신이 되스라나.
야야야, 여기 장교들이 병신 같은 늙은 놈이 두령을 한다고. 요걸 좀 놓고 의견들이 많지요.
그렇다. 참모장은 어디에서?
저 모래터 식당에 갔는데.
야, 요거 왜 안 걸리니?
야, 모래터 식당도 안 알아?
거긴 장교들만 드나드는 식당이 되라서 그 누구나 함부로.
뭐야?
예. 어서.
They're using a lot of that 3D like technique. White ass weasels, right? Well, you know who the weasels are supposed to be.
내가 여기 앉아도 방해가 되지 않겠어?
무슨 소리를? 어서 앉어.
고맙소.
자, 어서 많이 드세요.
흰쪽집이 두령은 꽃동산을 타고 앉으면 큰 잔치를 베풀겠다고 하던데요.
잔치? 근득다리가? 야, 물고기를 빨리 가져와.
낚시터에 갔던 놈이 아직 도착하지 않아서.
빨리 가서 알아봐.
Ah, tricky.
바람이나 쏘이겠어.
야, 저놈이 여기 어떻게 나타났어? 어?
예, 저놈이 여길 가보자고 울음장을 넣길래.
저놈을 참모장에 올 때까지 붙잡아 두자는 게 아닐까요?
아, 그건 그렇고 흰족제비 두령은 날 보고 이번 기회에 승냥이 부대와 연합 문제를 실현하라고 하던데.
이게 무슨 소리야? 연합?
전번에 내가 연합 문제를 가지고 승려의 부대에 들어갔다가 죽도록 매만 맞고 돌아오던 생각을 하면
이놈들이 무서운 우물을 꾸미고 있구나.
하지만 난 승냥이 부대와 손을 잡을 생각은 없어. 꽃동산을 삼켜도 우리 혼자서 삼켜야 한다.
그렇지 않고요. 우리 특수무기를 가지고도 얼마든지 꽃동산을 칠 수 있죠.
옳습니다. 승냥이 부대가 꽃동산을 치기 전에 우리가 먼저 삼켜야죠.
그렇지. 이 섬의 비밀을 알아내자면 저놈들을 이용해서 흰쪽제비 신임을 얻어야 한다.
그래서 내 이번에 승냥이 부대에 들어가 연합이
Just in case you didn't realize that the weasels were the evil ones.
족제비 두령을 제끼고 참모장 각하고 우리 부대 두령이 되어야 합죠.
등신 같은 흰족제비 두령을 믿고서는 도저히.
다시 한번 말해봐. 다시 한번.
이게 무슨 짓이야? 네놈이 아직도 특별보좌관인 줄 알아 이놈아. 야, 네놈이 감히 우리 장교들한테 장교들을?
Oh, right in the face.
지금 식당에서 특별보좌관이.
다시 한번 주둥을 열려봐. 뭐? 병신 같은 흰쪽제비 두령을 제끼고 승냥이 부대와의 연합을 파탄시킨다고?
뭐라고? 어떻게 된 거야? 특별보좌관, 그게 무슨 소리야?
저놈들한테 물어보시오. 난 당신의 부하들이 이렇게 무서운 우모꾼인 줄은 정말 몰랐어.
에? 사실대로 말해. 뭐라고 찌꺼렸어? 어이?
저놈이 새빨간 거짓말을 하고 있습니다.
우린 참모장 각하가 감시야. 돼지장 계집의 사실대로 말해.
전 먹는 정신에 잘 듣지 못했어.
뭐야?
나만이다.
저놈의 입을 막아야 한다.
I added a bunch new emotes, by the way, comrades.
형님을 제끼고 참모장을 두령으로 뭐시. 그리고 승냥이 부대와 연합을 파탄시키겠다고 했지요. 병신 같은 두령님을 믿고는 꽃동산을 칠 수 없다면서.
그게 사실인가?
맞습니다.
이놈들이 정말 그런 배신자인 줄은 몰랐다.
저놈이 먼저 말했어. 연합을 파탄시키자고 한 건 저 참모장이요.
이열한 배신자 같은 놈들. 이런 놈들을 믿고 꽃동산을 칠 작전을 하다니. 특별보좌관 수고했어.
그만하시오. 난 당신과 배짱이 맞지 않아. 여기도 있지 못하겠어.
벨터 이만저만 아니로구나. 하긴 족제비 대장의 특별보좌관까지 한 놈인데 저놈은 확실히 쓸모가 있어. 자, 봤어. 당신의 권차이야. 특별보좌관, 오늘 당신이 아니었다면 정말 큰일 날 뻔했어. 그래서 난 당신을 나의 오른팔로 믿고 승려의 부대의 연락관으로 파견하려고 하오. 어떻소?
난 갈 수 없어. 당신이 날 꽃동산 정철병이라고 의심하는데.
생활이란 오해라는 것도 있을 수 있지 않소.
그런데 내가 가면 물망 저놈은 쉽게 없앨 수 있다 치고 승냥이 부대와의 연합 문제는 정말 자신 없어.
그건 무슨 소리오?
그놈들 앞에서 큰 소리 칠 만한 주패장이라도 있다면 몰라도.
저놈을 정말 믿을 수 있을까?
이럴 때일수록 맛받아 나가야 한다. 아직도 날 믿지 못하는 것 같은데? 날 믿지 못해서 이석에 또 도청장치를 했겠는데 난 돌아가겠어.
가마. 좋았어. 그 주패장을 내가 보여주겠어. 저기 바로 우리가 만들어낸 철까먹이라는 신형부.
Oh crap. The Iron Crow. EPRK CGI.
이놈들이 정말 무서운 무기를 가지고 있구나.
Damn, that's even worse than the sturgeons. I love the way that CGI is styled.
이 무기면 승냥이 부대와의 연합에서 큰 소리를 칠 수 있겠어.
당신은 정말 용맹하오. 내 오늘 저녁 당신을 위해 연회를 차리겠어.
일어섰!
난 특별보좌관을 우리 부대 참모장으로 임명한다.
그놈이 뭐 참모장?
Yeah, there's always got to be some CGI, some 3D parts.
모레 또 식당에서 내가 직접 봤는데 족술이 야.
Remember watching Reboot back in the day.
그렇지 않고
The CG on that was like
저 특별보좌관 아니 참모장이 아니었다면 그때 벌써 덜컥 했을 거야. 오늘 승려의 부대와 연합을 위해서 새로 임명된 참모장이 떠나게 되는 것만큼 마음껏 먹고 즐기라.
이젠 승냥이 부대에 들어가 두더지 박사를 구원해야 한다.
그러니까 금세기를 돌 정찰전은 아마 밤새기야 물오리가 또 찾아왔을 거요. 들어오시오.
부대장 도모 만날 수 있습니까?
또 조크에 보내달라는 곡있지?
이번 정찰조에 저희들을 꼭 보내주십시오. 어떤 일이 있어도 형님을 도와 기어이 임무를 수행하겠습니다.
이번 정찰 임무는 목숨까지 내대야 하는 매우 어려운 임무거든.
Hey, Red Drezzy.
흰적제 비석은
Welcome, comrade. Hope you're well today.
지금쯤은 흰적제 비석이
Welcome to the channel.
금세기가 없을 게다.
Yeah, this is Squirrel and Hedgehog.
없다니요?
너희 형은 제일 어렵고 위험한 곳인 승냥이 서굴에 들어가야 만났어.
Probably their most famous
그럼
cartoon.
형님이 포악한 그놈들 속에
그러니 이번 임무가 가장 위험하다는 걸 명심해야 한다.
형님을 도와 기어이 임무를 수행하겠습니다.
Welcome. Everyone welcome this Juche Gang comrade. Give this comrade a warm Juche Gang welcome, y'all. Yay, thank you, Juche Gang. That's what I like to see. Nice warm welcome for our new first-time chatter comrade here. Who's a member of the Juche Gang. So today, of course, is Tuesday. Now we always do the Squirrel and Hedgehog in the morning. You know, it's like it's our morning cartoon. We're soon done this series, unfortunately, tragically. And then next, I think what we're gonna do is that series, The Leader, the Chinese series on Karl Marx. I think we'll do that one next. Niger suspended from the African Union activities following the coup on July 26. The Bloc Peace and Security Council said on a communique released on Tuesday. The regional bloc reiterated its calls for the coup leaders to release President Mohamed Bazoum and return to their barracks. The AU Peace and Security Council said it has taken note of the decision of the Economic Community of Western African States, ECOWAS, to activate a standby force for possible military intervention, and asked the AU Commission to assess the economic, social, and security implications of deploying such a force. The reason they haven't done it now, as I've mentioned before, is because of the political pressure. Really worried that they don't have the political support to go in and actually make that happen. That's why ECOWAS keeps making these threats and not actually doing anything just yet. And we have seen like Burkina Faso and other countries say that they will support the coup leader. You lurk a lot? Well, that's okay. We love a lurker here. I love lurkers. I love the replay viewers. I love all my comrades that come hang out. To say I'm here to learn along with you all and just try and build the most informed community of communists we can that are focused on, understanding that land back is also an important issue when it comes to communism, along with all these other things. And we also like to have fun. On the weekends, we play crowd control games. Last time we played Earthbound. It was a lot of fun. My wife saved me in Earthbound. We were at the final boss and I was about to lose. And my wife was in the living room and she just did a party refill at the last second that brought my party back. I was able to defeat the boss, so it was pretty fun. We like crowd control games on here. And after long streams, I'll do games as well. Tuesdays and Thursdays, we read theory. So today we're reading Kim Jong-il, giving priority to ideological work is essential for accomplishing socialism. And then I'm gonna try and get this done today. We're gonna start this in just a few minutes, and I'm gonna try and get it done today. Because on Thursday, I kind of promised that one of the translators of this book that I would be reading this on stream. Stalin, History and Critique of a Black Legend. I do a little bit of contributing editing work and stuff over here at Iskra. Highly suggest you follow our site here. We have free PDFs of all of our works, and this Stalin work is the first authorized English translation. Now, when we say authorized, we just mean that, of course, it's got the blessing of Comrade Lusardo's family and friends. It is the first one that is a direct translation as well to English, which can make a big difference, I think. Okay, it's available now. So here's the free PDF. You can get it right here. We're going to start reading it on Thursday. I'm just setting up the new reading thing here. So we're reading though today. Our current theory we read is actually giving priority to ideological work is essential for accomplishing socialism. That's today's read. And it's by Comrade Kim Jong-il. I'm just going to link it here for you, comrades. Oh, I'll have to link it from my... By the way, if you don't know, you can always type in theory list on my channel and gain access to my little document here of recommended reads for comrades. Down here at the bottom is the one that we're working on today. There we go. This is going to be a big read, by the way. This is going to take many streams for us to do. I think it's like 327 pages thereabouts. All right, there we go. And then also, whenever we're working on a book on this channel, even in between reads, you can always get the link to what we're working on like this. There you go. Larry, the link needs a space for theory list. What? Wait, what? The link needs a space? Oh, between comrades. Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, hold on. Let me fix that then. That's the theory list one. You're saying between comrades and the HTTPS. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. There we go. See if that fixes it for you. Is that better? Did I do it? Thank you, Bop. Hey, we love you, Bop. All right, I just want to read this one last article from Pyongyang Times here. And then we will do our read by Comrade Kim Jong-il. Let me switch this up like this. If I bring this over here, then I can look up at you, comrade. I can give you a good old eye look. Hi there, everyone. It's me, Harry. Love you. Comrade Kim Jong-un expects Ansog, Thailand under restoration. Kim Jong-un, General Secretary of the Workers' Party of Korea and President of State Affairs of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, inspected the Ansog, Thailand under restoration of the Pyongyang Provincial General Thailand Reclamation Enterprise on August 21st. On the spot, he received a detailed report on the damage and recovery from Jo Young Won, Kim Jae Rong, Kang Sun Nam, Jong Kyung Thek, Kim Jong Gwon, and Pak Jong Kon. The South Pyongyang Provincial General Thailand Reclamation Enterprise failed to build drainage structure in a qualitative way at the embankment of Ansok, Thailand, and Songchi Ri, Oncheon County of Nampho City. So the seawater recently burst the embankment, flooding more than 560 hectares of Thailand, including over 770 hectares of rice paddies. Shit. After analyzing in detail the motive and cause of damage, he seriously blamed the officials for their very irresponsible neglect of duties. He said, after being told a few days ago that the Ansok, Thailand was flooded, I dispatched secretaries of the party central committee to the spot to guide the recovery work and took a step to mobilize even service personnel. The leading officials of the cabinet ministries and national agencies have never been to the recovery site. The premier looked around the site once or twice with the attitude of an onlooker and sent the vice premier to it, who played the role of a fuel supplier only. And the director of the Thailand Reclamation Bureau, who had been directly guide the recovery work, was criticized for telling the Bureau Party Committee that he would return to his office as he has nothing to do on the spot. But he almost stayed in an office of the enterprise without doing anything. He also concealed much fuel oil that the state provided for building the emptying gate. Sternly blaming those deeds, Kim Jong-un termed them deliberate idleness bereft of any remorse, and any will for carrying out the duty as responsible for the serious damage. He said that he stressed the importance of the proper nationwide measures to prevent the damage some days ago when the rice paddies at Emyon County were flooded, and a heavy blow was given to the irresponsible work style of leading officials of the government and regional administrative and economic workers through the fighting spirit of soldiers involved in the recovery campaign. But they still remain insensitive. It is the posture calling for help of the army this time too, and they are taking such brazen faced, heady attitude that the army help is natural, he pointed out. He further said, it was told that from June this year the enterprise had conducted the construction of a drainage structure as a step for preventing the flooding of farmland in an irresponsible manner, without getting the state's permission and without the construction control institution's supervision, and did not take any step, though it discovered in advance the leakage of water at the floodgate bank. The wrong work style of junior units is a problem, and moreover the cabinet was totally unaware of the fact that the Thailand Reclamation Bureau approved such construction at its own will. This serves as a typical example showing how slack the administrative and economic discipline is. Judging by this, we can know that all the administrative and economic work is not done in a unified way. He said that a proper work system has not been established within the cabinet, and incompetent officials have been appointed, so they failed to guide the affiliated units well, adding that in recent years the administrative and economic discipline of the Kim Tak-han cabinet has got out of order more seriously. Consequently, the idlers are spoiling all the state's economic work with irresponsible work manner. Noting that the cabinet has become an instruction and information organ, able to give command only, he said the blame for it is largely on the party's central committee, in charge of the party policy and party guidance over the state economic work and economic organs. I wanted to show you this to show you that their media does not always publish positive stuff, and I love how, as you can see, he's placing responsibility on the party leaders, the ideological guides that have given incorrect guide, and people who have not sought approval for this work to be carried out. Whereas here, we subcontract work out for as cheap as possible. And if it causes damage, well, it causes damage. Clearly stating that the damage is not a calamity caused by natural disasters, but a human disaster by irresponsibility and indiscipline of the loafers from A to Z. He said that pardon can never be allowed for those politically immature persons who do not keep step with the appeal of the party central committee. And those who do not accept the warning, bureaucrats who ignore the safety of people's lives and property, and those who are unfaithful to their duty for the party and the revolution. He gave orders to the Organizational Leadership Department and the Discipline Inspection Department, the party central committee, the State Inspection Commission, and Central Public Prosecutor's Office to ferret out the responsible organs and the persons concerned and strictly censure and sternly punish them by the party and law. Noting, so they're going to be out of the party and they're probably going to be working with cooperative farms for a while. You want to know what that means in concrete reality. Noting that the irresponsibility and indiscipline of officials are rampant, even at the moment when a special mention was given on taking thorough measures for protecting crops and damage throughout the country. He bitterly said that this is mainly attributable to the feeble work attitude and wrong viewpoint of the premier of the cabinet. And think about these are permanent politicians, right? These people were all permanent politicians who now, for whatever reason, allowed themselves to get bureaucratic and ignore certain duties and responsibilities to the people. So now they're going to go, and as I mentioned before, the correctional system in DPRK, you don't work in like a chain gang type situation like you do in the West. Instead, what these officials, these former permanent politicians will be doing is now going and working with other workers in factories or in cooperatives. And the whole idea is that doing this work with the ordinary people for these former politicians will train them, will integrate them better with the masses, right? That's the whole idea behind their labor correctional system. It's not like you imagine it in the West, where if you're given a correctional labor term, you're sent to the prison, you're isolated from society, and generally, if you go to work, you're working among your other prisoners, and that's it. In their correctional systems, you live among other people in their correctional system, but then you go and work wherever is needed in your locale, whether it's a factory, whether it's a cooperative farm, etc. And the work is sort of doled out. So if you have one correctional facility here, different people within it are all sent to various workplaces. So they're all working in different places among regular people. It's much better it's much more conducive to actual, rehabilitation. That's the whole point, to rehabilitate people who are acting bureaucratically and not serving the people, into have them work right alongside the people they're supposed to be serving. And suddenly their attitude is more likely to change, right? And this is, by the way, why stuff like general amnesty is pretty much a yearly occurrence in DPRK. Like, unheard of in other countries. He said that the premier stressed it in his relevant report that the area of paddy fields in Ansok, Thailand belonged to a military unit stationed in that region, and the area is not included in the state grain production plan for this year, without presenting any proper measure. Then the premier left the recovery work almost to the army, organizing it in a poor way. Such facts make one clearly know about his slackness and inactivity in dealing with the damage, Kim Jong-un said, expressing regret over his thoughts and conducts not befitting the premier leading the economic headquarters of the country and responsible for the people's livelihood. He said it is necessary to plainly examine the irresponsible work attitude and ideological viewpoint of the premier and the party. He gave an instruction to discuss at the Party Discipline Examination Commission the issue of expelling the director of the Thailand Reclamation Bureau from the party. As I just said, they first are expelled from the party, and they can get back in later, but, for him to ever make it to cabinet again? Probably not. As a regular cadre? Yeah, that could happen again. Saying that warning... Oh, nice. Someone just redeemed a commie quote. I will give you that communist quote as soon as I'm done this article. We're almost at the end. Saying that warning is given once again against the practices of disobeying or paying no attention to the direction and instructions of the party and the government, and a relaxed and lazy work attitude of some officials who were not prepared, while disregarding other things out of their business, not caring about the disaster of the country. Kim Jong-un stressed the need to reform the ideological and moral state of officials steeped in defeatism and self-protection, and establish a habit that all the people turn out as befitting masters in state affairs, obeying one discipline, and the discipline of serving the people. Right? As we know, that famous Kim Il-sung quote, stressing the need to finish the Thailand recovery work in the shortest time, he said that all efforts should be made to finish the rehabilitation of ruined embankment as soon as possible, ensure the maximum area of rice fields capable of restoring, and take decisive steps for improving the growth of paddy rice, including measures for salt damage prevention and nutritious care so as to minimize the decrease in rice yield and attain grain yield at a high early expected level. He also called upon agricultural sectors across the country to take preventative measures against natural disasters in every way, and thus thoroughly overcome damage, noting that all sectors and units now work like locking the door after the horse is gone from the stable, in the way that they take necessary measures and draw lessons always after suffering national loss, as they have not maintained absolutely high alert. He stressed that thorough and effective measures should be taken with the recent accident as an occasion to prevent the repeat of such absurd loss by defenselessness, incompetence, and in particular human calamity by irresponsibility. He ardently called upon all the officials and working people of each unit to discharge their duties strictly, conscious of the attitude of masters, and display their high patriotism and devotion to the work of the country. On his orders, an intensive inspection will be made of the Thailand Reclamation Bureau, the Ministry of State Construction Supervision, the South Pyongyang Provincial General Thailand Reclamation Enterprise, the Nampho City Land and Environmental Production Management Bureau, the Nampho City Construction Supervisory Bureau. KCNA. Oh god. Bruh. Oh no. Falcon! Hold on, I gotta get a communist quote for the comrade here. Someone redeemed a communist quote. Let me find you a good one. Let's do we're reading Kim Jong-il and stuff today. Let's do a Kim Jong-il one. How about actually let's do a Kim Jong-un quote, even better. Nothing is more precious than the people, as they constitute the foundation of the country, and nothing is more sacred than their interests. Comrade Kim Jong-un. Alright, Falcon, what the fuck have you just linked for me here? What cursed ass shit is this? Huh? What are you doing? Coming in here. Lincoln Moppin. Lincoln the Muppet himself.
Not another night of the shit abyss, please?
So, what does it say? What the fuck is this? Moppin joining the Mooniest? These folks are committed to peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula. Part of their religion. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no. You know what the funniest thing about this is, right? The second image. Oh, I know all about the Moonies. The Family Federation for World Peace and Unification, widely known as the Unification Church, is a new religious movement derived from Christianity whose members are called Unificationists or informally Moonies. Sun Myung Moon, who started amassing followers after the Second World War. The other one. Okay, good. I knew about that. Do you comrades know about this? Oh god. Yeah. Moon, the divine principle, informs the beliefs of Unification Church. Moon considered himself the second coming of Christ, claiming to complete the mission started by Jesus Christ, of beginning a new family and a larger human lineage free from sin. Unification Church is well known for mass weddings, known as blessing ceremonies. It has been criticized for its teachings and its social influence, with some critics calling it a dangerous cult. Its involvement in politics includes anti-communism and support for Korean unification. Its members have founded, owned, and supported related organizations in business, education, politics, and more. These folks are committed to peace. It's part of the religion. It's an honor to spend Sunday mornings with them. Oh my god! I wish I could find them. Do you remember when Kayla Maupin was fucking remember when he was coming at No to Tall and he wrote the big letter at No to Tall saying that they didn't care about the Korean they didn't care about Korean unification or liberation because what was it? Because they didn't have him come and speak. Yeah. That was it. Yeah. he fucking came right at Nodutal. He was like, you people don't care about Korean liberation. You're fucking, you don't want me to speak there. You care more about Cloud than about Korean liberation, he said. He said, you have existed for decades, and what have you done for Korean liberation? I wish I knew where the fuck I could find that. If anyone knows where I could find that, that would be great. Yeah, Nodutal, he really went at them that one time. All because they didn't want him to speak at their event or whatever. Yeah, Bo lives and shit like that. Yeah, they didn't want it. I mean, why would you want Caleb to come and speak at your fucking thing? Given the fact he was, I mean, the thing is, myself and Victor have been warning people about Caleb Maupin for fucking, like, a decade now, okay? For a decade now. And, like, I remember back when we were just on Facebook, and I was, like, trying to tell people, look, Caleb Maupin, he's anti-Indigenous liberation. You people need to pay attention to this guy and realize he's not a leftist. He's just some reporter for RT. Because that's all we knew him as at the time. There was no CPI. There was nothing like this. Right? And I was just like, you guys got to pay attention to him. And it didn't seem like anybody fucking gave two shits. If I have to be open with you all, it didn't seem like anybody gave two shits about anything we had to say about Caleb Maupin. Like, just like, oh, he's anti-First Nations? Okay. Like, that seemed to be the general response, right? Oh, he's anti-liberation for First Nations in the West? All right. Sorry to hear that, basically. And they would still, like, cite him as a source on RT and other stuff. And it didn't seem like until after CPI came out, and even, like, right before the whole sexual predator incident was brought to light, that people actually started to change their tune on it when he started to get real pro-American empire. But to me, it seemed like while we were all warning him, before people knew he was so pro-US empire, it seemed like people were like just not listening to us when we were like, yo, he's anti-First Nations liberation. You people have to pay attention to this. Yeah, no one cared until some European anarchist did a video on his Satan and the Fountainhead anti-Semitic book. And then not again until the CPI sex cult thing. And that's exactly what I'm saying, right? Like, I remember, like, tell me if I'm wrong, Falcon, but I remember on Facebook, like, going to all the groups, and I used to be a mod, and I still am in some, like, big left book groups that were on Facebook, like Cheek Rivera's, Guerrilla Warfare, Communism in the 20th Century, all of those fucking groups, right? I was a mod in all of them. And I was telling people then, like, fucking, you need to pay attention to this Caleb. He's anti-First Nations liberation. I remember leaving groups as mod, being like, I'm not going to help out in this group if you don't fucking take this seriously, and ban Caleb from this group. And seemed like nobody cared then. Nobody gave two shits. And that's why after that Satan at the Fountainhead came out, it was like, oh, so now you're all going to listen, right? Now that it seems like he's against other European people. I get it. I see it. Just saying. Thank you, BB, for the 420 redemption. As I always say, if you have them, smoke them. So imagine this motherfucker saying that the Moonies have reunification as the religion. It's an honor to spend Sunday mornings with them. And then on the other side of his mouth, decrying and denouncing the work of Nodutal. You gotta be fucking kidding me. If you can't see through that grift, holy fuck, you know? All right, well, we're gonna read our work here now. And then after this, I do have a Michael Parenti talk we could listen to. And then might play a game of some kind. I haven't decided what game yet. Oh, your link. Yeah, right. Sorry, Buff. Kind of got buried by my own. Oh, God. Oh, God. Bop! You got... I'm playing it again.
Not another night of the shit abyss, please?
Okay, let's hear what the fuck this curse shit is now.
I'm a Democrat. I'm a registered gay Democrat.
Registered.
Donald Trump did a magnificent job in managing the issue when it came to legal immigration. They're literally selling. They're selling the wall. I'm a Democrat. I'm a registered gay Democrat. Donald Trump did a magnificent
Oh, too low? Sorry. Here we go.
job in managing the issue when it came to legal immigration. I'm a Democrat.
Here we go. This is a legal or a card-carrying gay Democrat who is what? Something about immigration. I can't. Sounds like he's anti-illegal immigration. I can't quite hear that part.
I'm a Democrat. I'm a registered gay Democrat.
Registered
Donald
gay.
Trump did a magnificent job in managing the issue when it came to legal immigration. They're literally selling. They're selling the wall. I'm a Democrat.
I couldn't hear what his actual position is on immigration, but I would be very interested to know. Was that gonna get bad? Was he gonna start going off some bad fucking... I didn't know in the US that you had to fucking... He said something about Trump. Of course he did. Of course he did. He was pro-Trump. But he's a registered gay Democrat. Pro-Trump. Okay. I mean, look, I'm one person who doesn't vote shame people simply because I have seen both sides of liberals making various arguments for their own candidate. Like, I did know numerous Korean people in America who were going to vote Trump as liberals because, you know, they saw Trump being somewhat softer on DPRK, for example. That's why I don't necessarily vote shame people, but at the same time, I recognize that what we need to do is put forward our own candidates if we're going to participate in bourgeois electorism at all, right? We need to put forward our own candidates as revolutionaries. And then use those candidates not to win elections, right? That's never... If you think communist parties or PSL or any of those participate in elections in order to win, then you're totally missing the point. The whole point of participating in those elections is to increase the visibility of the party, and also, on the other hand, for the party to judge its support that it has. Yeah, I mean, because at the end of the day, both parties agree more than they disagree, right? None of them are putting forward an actual alternative. That's why I say when you're talking to liberals, it's not... Vote shaming is not necessarily a good way to go. Whether you're saying that Democrats are bad or these are bad. With liberals, it's... With other communists, yeah, encourage them to start in supporting their own candidates and stuff like this, right? Get out there and even go to door, try and get on city councils if you can. Local politics are good to try and participate in. You can actually like have some sort of visibility that way and get some of your ideas out there that way. All right, we're going to do our read now. Everybody grab your popcorn. We're going to learn from our comrade Kim Jong-il. Giving priority to ideological work is essential for accomplishing socialism. Now, I wanted to read this one here because a lot of people I know they start to learn about Juche, or they maybe read one Juche work, and then they'll say, oh, well, look, Juche says about how important focusing ideology is for accomplishing socialism. Therefore, it's idealism. And it's like, no, No. What you've just done now is obfuscated the entire meaning of idealism, which means you separate consciousness into an independent entity and that all material coalesces from that consciousness. Recognizing humanity's consciousness and humanity's ideology in the role of communist construction and revolutionary struggle is actually an important scientific thing to do. So the thing is, right, people make revolution. We can analyze the material conditions and this and that and say how developed the conditions are here and how less developed the conditions are here and how many proletariat there are. But at the end of the day, what really makes revolution, as history has shown, is the ideological level of the people. How the revolutionary ideology that they have and how big of a support that revolutionary ideology has in a particular place. And even in the most unfavorable of circumstances, like in DPRK, or in China, or in Russia, that is where, in these unfavorable circumstances, revolution broke out there first because the revolutionary consciousness of the masses was rising to a high level. And meanwhile, here in the West, the revolutionary consciousness of the masses is kept very low by mass media, by bourgeois ideology, and their ability to propagate it in an extremely efficient and, well, very convincing manner for much of the general populace, right? So when people say that ideology doesn't play an important role, they're making the mistake, because it plays the most important role in whether a revolution occurs or not. This is why Karl Marx was totally wrong in his early analysis of thinking that revolution would break out in the most advanced capitalist countries. Because you see, he was just looking at the material conditions and he was forgetting to think about the people themselves have to make the revolution. And they have to be guided by a revolutionary ideology, and they have to be aware of their own interests in order to fight in that direction. And that they can be captured by reactionary ideology and even fight in the wrong direction, right? It is the masses that make historical movement. The masses themselves make all historical movement. It's just that the bourgeoisie is able to capture that mass movement and move it in a reactionary direction using our ideology against us. Thank you, Bob Commander. That means a lot to me. As an autistic person, it has taken me a lot of struggle to try and get to the point where I can communicate and actually sound like I have emotion in my voice. When I first started, if you were able to go back and look at my early communist current stuff, it's taken a long time to get here. Trust me, a long time. But yeah. Thank you, comrades. I very much appreciate that. That means an absolute ton to me. It's taken a long time. Like I say, I used to sound like a robot. So, thank you. Or we can do what's the one in South Korea? Is this one, right? All right, let us begin. If you need a link to it, I have it pinned up there, but if you ever lose it, you can just type !reading and you'll get a link to the work that we're on. The world socialist movement, despite torturous events in the wake of socialism's collapse in a number of countries, is gradually restoring its vitality by learning lessons from its recent bitter history. Seeing the wretched situation in those countries, more and more people around the world have realized that the popular masses can only shape their destiny on the socialist road, and they long for and aspire to socialism. This shows that socialism is alive in the people's minds and that people are being awakened ideologically. Oh yeah, by the way, I just wanted to mention, this is from 1995. So we had the collapse of the USSR in 1991. We read a couple works, by the way, that was from just after the overthrow of socialism in USSR, and I think we will read them again because I want to get them up on the YouTube channel as well. But this one's from 1994, so several years after the overthrow. And you can already see this revolutionary optimism he's trying to instill in people. And he tried to do that right after overthrow. A few months ago, my mom unironically asked me, "You think maybe some of our family are neurodivergent, like you and your siblings?" Yeah. Well, mine was always like, my parents were like, "Can't you?" My thing was always, my parents were always like, "Why are you using that tone? What is up with your tone?" Or something like this. And I'm like, "What tone? I don't even know what, like, I'm not talking any different than I always talk as far as I'm aware." And then, like, other things, like certain social hints I was supposed to get, and I was like, and I just wouldn't understand that she was trying to hint at me something in public or some other such thing. Don't you pay attention? Like, I even wonder if, I mean, I probably do have ADHD, but I kind of wonder if I do actually have ADHD. Or if it's just autism. It's just the autism, I wonder half the time. And it just was diagnosed as that because that's what my family was sure of it was, and was telling all the doctors they were sure this is what I had, right? But yeah, the asshole tone. I used to always get that as a kid. Why do you sound mad? Or something. Yeah, I talk a lot when I know you. If I'm new, I tend to be pretty fucking quiet. Like, when I'm even workplace, like at work, I was known for being pretty quiet, other than it was just us working in a house. But like around you comrades or online here, it's a whole different story somehow. Again, but that's been with much practice and me, but years and years ago when I started the Juche Gang YouTube channel here. That was years ago. Of me saying, like, I need to try and teach people Juche because I'm sick of seeing this misunderstanding and nobody else is doing it, so I'm just gonna go ahead and try and do it. Despite the fact that it's gonna be an uphill battle. March of the Fire Ants? I'm in that club, comrade. I am in that club, absolutely. If I know you, I can't shut up. If I don't know you, I can't talk. You get hyped when you hear those drumsticks? All right. Does everybody? All right. Let's have a very quick break to watch my 1 minute long channel trailer, and then we'll complete our read. We'll go hard on the read after that. Not saying there isn't going to be ranting about what we're reading, but let's check this out. Let's defend socialism, comrades. Thank you, C1. Thank you for subscribing, comrade. Also, this is where I've been dumping any of our previous live streams to right now. Oh, thank you, Pop. You know how to get a man fucking blushing, I'll tell you. Yeah, so this is where I have been just sticking all of my previous uploads to here as well. So if you come to the Juche Gang live streams, they're right here. And I did start an e-reading of Stalin, but I need to finish it still. Perhaps we'll do that on the channel. We were doing Foundations of Leninism and a bunch of shit came up. But yeah, I got Juche analyses here, like talking about the truth about leaders, Kim Jong-ilism and Marxism-Leninism, so telling you about Juche and Marxism-Leninism, how they relate to each other. And then we, of course, have our Juche lessons. We're watching one of these every morning, so I recommend you come check us out even before the credits, before the intro rolls, because I'm rolling these every morning. Tomorrow's Juche lesson is number 6, which will be about the position of Juche philosophy in the historical record of human development of philosophy. All right, now let us continue our read. The most serious lesson of the collapse of socialism in several countries is that the corruption of socialism begins with ideological corruption, and that a breakdown on the ideological front results in the crumbling of all socialism's fronts and ends in the total ruin of socialism. To maintain socialism and lead it to victory, we must intensify ideological work. Only when we have solidly armed the popular masses with socialist ideology and strengthened the ideological bulwark of socialism can we consolidate and develop socialism and firmly defend it from any storm. This has been clearly proved by our revolutionary experience. If it secures ideology, socialism will triumph. If it loses ideology, socialism will go to ruin. This is the truth that has been substantiated by history. And by the way, a big reason why this is important to realize is because in the USSR, if you are not having altruism and solidarity as the basis for it, exactly, you need to maintain, as we always say, the revolutionary essence of Marxism. And I always say, what is the revolutionary essence of Marxism, class? It is the liberation, the ending of all oppression of human by human. That's the kernel, right? That is the revolutionary essence of Marxism. And all the theory, all the dialectical materialism and all of the philosophy, all of that arises from it, literally arises for the sake of realizing that ending of all oppression by human, ending of all oppression and all exploitation. That's what Marx's whole purpose was, right? So all of the theory, all that builds up from that, trying to accomplish that one goal. That's what we call the essence of Marxism. And when we talk about what you need to do is create new creative theory that is owing to your conditions and is conducive to the people's tastes and suiting to the people's demands of your conditions, and you need to keep to the revolutionary essence of Marxism. That's what we mean. That's all we mean. We mean you need to keep that goal of ending all oppression of human by human as your goal. And all the other, whatever changes you need to make, whatever creative adaptations to Marxism you need to make aside from that is a good thing, as long as it realizes that, right? It's just like how anything that is damaging to the colonial system, anything that weakens that is a revolutionary thing. It's the same idea as that, only in regards to ideology. And I like to point out, right, comrades, a big mistake that USSR made, and Stalin tried to warn them that they were making this mistake in his work, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, was that USSR made the mistake of thinking that once you build a socialist society, the people will just automatically become socialists. And they started doling out Marxism, Leninism just like a catechism, instead of creatively adapting it to their new situation, where they lived under a socialist society. Something that, of course, Lenin and Marx and Engels, they couldn't have data for that. None of those people lived in a socialist society long enough to have data for that. So they desperately needed new theory that applied to their own lives. And they unfortunately neglected that, and at the same time neglected ideological education, thinking that they had a socialist system. Therefore, the people are, reflect the material conditions are reflected on the people. So therefore, if the people lived in a socialist society, eventually they just become socialists. But actually, you need to engage in a very serious ideological struggle. And DPRK says that once you achieve a socialist society, once the full accomplishment of socialism is complete, the revolution continues on three fronts. You have the ideological revolution, which informs the cultural revolution. You have the technological revolution, and of course, that is also the economic revolution. So technological, cultural, and ideological revolution. Those are the three revolutions. And that's why we say that socialist society is really just the beginning of the revolution, not the post-revolution. It is the inter-revolution period, I would say. Post-revolution is communism.
Oh, don't you see, kid? You're being bamboozled. These capitalist fat
Thank you, Frank.
Are inflating the profit margin and reducing your total number of toys.
They're reducing your total number of toys. Thank you, Frank. Very much appreciate that, comrade. Your support means an absolute ton to me. I love that. I love that Pride 100 cheer badge that you use. That is great looking. Thank you, comrade. Yes, it takes many, many talents to get to that point, and it takes a multi-generational struggle as well, and a multi-generational struggle of ideological struggle, right? So, and that's the thing. I would say that the thing that makes the communist revolution, the thing that makes the socialist revolution such a long revolution, is that ideological factor. It takes a long time to overcome these remnants of reactionary ideas that hang on society, years and years into the future. So there's my sidetrack. To develop the socialist movement, it is now imperative for us to awaken the popular masses ideologically and rouse them to struggle for socialism. When the popular masses who are fighting for independence acquire socialist ideology and believe in socialism without a shadow of a doubt, socialism will, without fail, go on to fresh victories. Another dimension of the Marxist foundation for that is how we develop consciousness. Exactly. And this is why I love Juche, right? Because it focuses. This is the thing and it's the same thing that makes a lot of dogmatic Marxists anti-Juche, right? It's that it focuses on ideology as an important factor in realizing revolution. And I would say it's actually kind of a eureka moment to realize, oh my God, ideology does play the key factor. It's literally why revolution didn't break out in the most developed capitalist countries first, as Karl Marx originally predicted. It's why it broke out in countries who were victims of colonialism, victims of imperialism and extreme violence. It broke out in these areas because these people were becoming revolutionarily conscious of their situation. Okay, to continue. Chapter 1. Thank you, Frank. Again, appreciate your support, comrade. Means a ton. Giving priority to ideological work is essential for accomplishing socialism. To successfully accomplish socialism, we must adhere to ideology by regarding it as most important. We must give priority to ideological work over everything else. For a working class party which struggles for the masses' independence, no undertaking is more important than ideological work. The working class party is by nature a leading political organization which awakens the popular masses on the strength of ideology, and which organizes them for the revolution and construction. Ideology is the only and the most powerful weapon of the working class party. Only when it holds fast to ideology as the main factor and does ideological work before all other work can the working class party fulfill its mission and duty as the leading political organization which sets the pace for the masses' independence. Oh yeah, I like the unicorn biddies too. That's the one Buff did yesterday. I got to see them for the first time in my chat, and it was great. The criticisms of colonialism, imperialism, capitalism know by experience what it means to be on the side of the exactly, and that's why even despite ideological campaigns of imperialists and capitalists, a lot of these people still break away and gain revolutionary consciousness. Whereas in the West, of course, where a lot of them are bribed in material ways as well, this propaganda becomes all the more enticing, right? All the more influential, we could say, because it more justifies their own positions. A lot of these, I would say, labor aristocrats, whiteitariat, as Senkai put it, the whiteitariat. Without ideological work, it would be impossible for socialism to emerge, exist, and develop. Capitalism, an exploiting system which replaced feudal subordination with subordination by capital, grew up within the framework of feudal society. But socialism, a new system, radically different from all the exploiting systems, cannot grow up within the framework of capitalist society. Socialist ideology emerges as a reflection of the class demand of the exploited working masses who fight against domination by capital. The socialist system is born of the struggle of the popular masses who are awakened through socialist ideology. It is consolidated and developed under the guidance of socialist ideology. That's such an important point that he makes right here, right? This point right here. That capitalism, an exploiting system, which replaced feudal subordination with subordination by capital, grew up within the framework of feudal society. Karl Marx himself makes this point in the Communist Manifesto, right? That hitherto they have just replaced one form of class exploitation with another. So this is very important that this grew up within the framework of feudal society, right? Capital did. This capitalist system. But socialism cannot. And this is something that Karl Marx actually made the mistake of in Communist Manifesto. And it's why if you buy later versions of the Communist Manifesto, you'll notice that they include, usually in the beginning or the end, one chapter from the French Revolution. The chapter on the Paris Commune, sorry. The reason they include that, the Paris Commune chapter, in at least good versions of the Communist Manifesto, is because Karl Marx came to an important realization. Before the Paris Commune, before the French Revolution, before that work that he wrote, he thought that the proletariat would be able to just capture bourgeois state organs, take hold of the bourgeois state in this way. After witnessing the events and analyzing the events in Paris and France, he realized that that wouldn't be able to be the case. He realized that instead, the proletariat would first have to smash the bourgeois state, and that the proletarian state would have to be built on top of that, or as a dual power that could then rupture with the bourgeois state. So that's an important point to make. And it's just like we understand how dialectics works, right? You understand that the building of qualitative changes the building of quantitative changes eventually leads to a qualitative change, right? This is well known. Well, so what you have with feudalism boiling up into capitalism, you have a quantitative change. However, the difference between capitalism and socialism is now a qualitative change. And now the difference between Socialism and communism is once again a quantitative change, not a qualitative change. And that's what Karl Marx called the lower stage of communism, socialism. That's why it's called the lower stage of communism. Socialist society is guided by socialist ideology. Western philosophy is obsessed with the individual and breaking the whole into smaller parts. We do not expand our awareness to include ourselves as part of larger systems or as a collective, right? And we live in an illusion of separation. Exactly, Ponder Monkey. And you know what's interesting about that is actually that's exactly how they distort the Juche philosophy, right? That's how the bourgeoisie distorts the Juche philosophy. They make it out like all of this, what it's discussing here, and when it says man is the master of his own destiny and man has the ability to transform the world, when it says all that, they feed this to you in their propaganda as it being analyzing it on an individual level. But of course it's not. It's premised by dialectical materialism, therefore it is analyzing it as a collective, the masses, humanity as a species, right? Socialist society is guided by socialist ideology and developed mainly by the impetus of this ideology. Unlike capitalist society, where money rules everything, socialist society is essentially characterized by the fact that it develops based on the strength of ideology, by the conscious activities of the people armed with socialist ideology. Shit. We're back, okay. Yeah, the fuck, like I said, that's a part of my community. Welcome. Again, you want to tell me about the infrastructure? Do I need to show you all my road again? We will also, you comrades, will be lucky to tune in, especially once the winter comes. You'll see all kinds of generator streams on this channel. Yeah, I'm on the fry bread megabytes per second. That's right. That government doled out fucking internet. Just like the government cheese. You haven't had government cheese, you ain't living yet, let me tell ya. The consolidation, development, and destiny of socialism depend on how ideological work is done and how people are prepared ideologically. This is very important. Can we build socialism by just giving people a bunch of money and having them build socialism? No. That's how you conduct a color revolution. Right? People have to be encouraged to actually unite in the struggle of socialism. Seriously. Yeah, get the trickle down data here. The leftovers after all the settlers are done using their socialism, then it comes to the community. Pop, I'm gonna have tacos tonight. Indian tacos, which if you don't know, uses fry bread for a tortilla. And I've got moose meat. Okay. I'm just excited. I'm excited for the moose meat Indian tacos. You don't understand. Pop, I'm so good. Only when ideological work is given preference and steadily intensified in socialist society is it possible to ensure the political and ideological unity of society. To strengthen and develop socialist social relationships with comradely unity and cooperation as main factors and to successfully build the socialist economy. Jesus. Only when the ideological bulwark of socialism is fortified can socialism be indestructible in politics, economics, culture, and military affairs. Slighting ideological work when building socialism amounts to overlooking the key to socialism. This mistake will inevitably result in the corruption and collapse of socialism. Never had moose? Oh my god, it's fucking delicious. It's good, like, if you like game meat in general, it's really good. And it's even good, like, people who don't like game meat even like moose because it tends to be the least gamey tasting meat. So, I think it's one of the best because it has a little hint, just enough. But I love the taste of game meat anyway. Whatever they call that game taste. I fucking love it. Itself. You've had some reindeer sausages? Mmm. You eat whitetail? Okay. If you like whitetail, then you would like moose meat. Gay meat? That too? Had moose meat a long time ago. Including, yeah, moose sausages. Oh, and moose chili. Game meat. Yeah, game meat. Like the type of meat that you go hunt. I see where... Oh, okay. I see what's happening now. You know what I'm saying?
Trying to judge the J-Rock, you know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? But I ain't shook, because motherfuckers try to take me out and stuff, but they can't, right? You know what I'm saying?
You're saying, know what I'm saying, too many times. 80 or 90 times? That's too many times. Once or twice is cool, but 80 or 90 times, man?
What, are you from the department of know what I'm sayings? You taking the know what I'm senses? You counting my know what I'm sayings?
Count my know what I'm sayings, chat? I think you're counting my know what I'm sayings. That's what I think is going on here. It's a conspiracy to count my know what I'm sayings. The ideological work of the Working Class Party, which fights for socialism, is an ideological and theoretical undertaking to develop socialist ideology in depth in order to meet modern-day requirements and those of the developing revolution. The Working Class Party's ideological work is also education for inculcating socialist ideology in the popular masses. Socialist ideology and theories evolve on the basis of generalizing modern-day demands and revolutionary experience, while the revolutionary working class struggle develops. Socialist ideology and theories serve as the popular masses' ideological and theoretical weapon in their struggle for socialism, and their guide in that struggle. The circumstances and conditions of the revolutionary struggle are not immutable. History advances, and the situation constantly changes and develops. Changes in the times and the developing situation raise a host of problems which existing socialist theories cannot solve. The Working Class Party must pay close attention to ideological and theoretical activities to develop socialist ideology in step with the changes in the times and in the progress of the revolution and construction. If socialist ideology suffers from revisionist degeneration or dogmatic stagnation, remember degeneration means corruption, this term, due to incorrect ideological or theoretical work on the part of the Working Class Party, socialism will lose its correct guideline. It will encounter twists and turns and end in failure. In some countries which were building socialism in the past, socialist ideology was distorted and made degenerate by renegade revolutionaries who became entrenched in the party and state leadership. As a consequence, socialism lost its direction. It went off the rails and invited the return of capitalism. the torturous events that happened to the socialist revolution and construction, and the collapse of socialism in some countries, and ultimately consequences of the poverty and degeneration of scientific, revolutionary ideas and theories. The working class party must not only evolve a correct guiding ideology and theories to accomplish socialism, but must also inculcate them efficiently in the popular masses. Firmly arming the popular masses with socialist ideology is a decisive guarantee for strengthening the motive force of socialist society and for enhancing its role, so as to move the revolution and construction forward at full steam. Effective education of the popular masses in socialist ideology enables us to awaken them ideologically and organize them solidly. It encourages them to fulfill their responsibility and role as the driving force of socialism and as the masters of the state and society. When they fight with a high level of ideological consciousness and in close unity, the popular masses can display immeasurable strength and wisdom and transform nature and society immensely. An incomparable advantage and the indestructible strength of socialism lie in the fact that it gives full play to the unfathomable strength and wisdom of the popular masses, the makers of history. This is precisely the advantage and strength of socialist ideology, which are ensured by ideological work. Just posed about how these nerds out here need to start studying DPRK and other colonial situations that are much more akin to ours instead of LARPing and obsessing over the USSR. And even though the USSR, we can learn about their anti-colonial struggle, right? Plants Fannin, welcome in, by the way, comrade. The funny thing is, with regards to USSR, it was also a long time in the past when that revolution happened, and a lot of historical changes have occurred since then. That, you know, one of the funniest things, like, you can tell how much of a LARPer Pat Socks are, and these fucking what do I call them? The moppets? The goddamn moppets and the mecha incels, the way you can tell that they're so just LARPing is the way that they still act like unions are going to be the driving force of revolution here in the West, like the Soviets were in the USSR. When the fucking bourgeoisie literally learned the lesson of what happened in the USSR and went, oh, we need to capture the unions. And they did, right? In Canada and the USA both. Unions, while still being a good grounds for struggle and a good grounds for training the proletariat in many situations, are no longer a revolutionary force. They are completely captured, right, by bourgeois interests. They are, in many cases, even officially subordinated to bourgeois parties. So, yeah, not gonna happen that way. Instead, it's the mass movements. It's the First Nations people, the land defenders, Black people fighting for their national liberation. It's these forces that right now already form the revolutionary vanguard of the army. It's the proto-revolutionary army. It's already right there. The Revolutionary Army's right there, comrades. Right? If you're in a party, if you're in one of the big parties, it's up to you to try and get it's trying you to get your party to kind of unite more towards and push your party more towards that struggle behind the leadership of this proto-army that I just explained. The land defenders, the water defenders, Black people fighting for their liberation as well. These are the proto-army. This is the vanguard. I always see people in certain Western parties thinking that they're in the vanguard, right? That because they're in this communist party in the West, they're therefore in the vanguard. But no, the masses choose the vanguard. The revolutionary forces choose the vanguard. And in the West, I contend and I argue, I don't have any doubt that revolutionary vanguard is the proto-revolutionary army, who I just explained 3 times. The oppressed people fighting for their liberation. get behind that leadership if you want. And and I'm not saying leave your communist parties, of course. What I'm saying is work within your communist parties to draw them towards that leadership. Yeah, national liberation and Fannin, I would say national liberation, right, has been the thing that then transforms into a socialist revolution in every instance of communist revolution. Every single example we have to look at, that is how revolution is played out. And there's even been more examples of revolutions occurring that weren't necessarily communist or socialist to begin with, but became so through that national liberation struggle. I mean, Cuba is the biggest example of that. Most of those revolutionaries were national liberation fighters at the time. And I would say there was a small minority of them, like Che Guevara was one that was an actual Marxist-Leninist in the beginning. I'm the distance athlete of commie streamers. Thank you, comrade. I don't think I fully understand that analogy, but I'm gonna take it as a compliment. Yeah, the Algeria labor parties were dissolved and folded into in the National Liberation Front. I mean, Korea too, right? I do keep going. I won't stop. Look, we're here to learn. We're here to inject a little anti-colonial theory into our Twitch. And I hope one day I can even have like a little network of other streamers who are more focused on like these anti-colonial thinkers than on the Marxist-Leninist classics. Thank you. I took it. I took it. All right, to continue. Parties in some countries which were building socialism in the past clung to economic construction alone. They took a dogmatic approach to preceding socialist theory and failed to pay due attention to educating the popular masses. Therefore, they made economic construction itself stagnate and, in the long run, pulled the socialist system down and went the length of reviving capitalism. Opportunists and renegade socialists abandoned ideological work in socialist society and encouraged people to be egotistic and selfish. They spread bourgeois ideology, which regards money as omnipotent among the people, by adopting the capitalist method of using financial incentives. Okay, Bop. Get some rest, Bop. We love you. You take care of yourself, comrade. We need you healthy. Get some sleep. We'll see you again. Salute, comrade. They echoed reactionary bourgeois propaganda, which preached about the effectiveness and advantage of the capitalist market economy. They proclaimed a mixed economy and destroyed the economic system based on socialist ownership. It is beyond dispute that the opportunist and renegade socialist maneuvers were an anti-socialist and counter-revolutionary scheme to distort socialism, paralyze its superiority, and open up the way to fall of socialism and the return of capitalism. To please the imperialists, the process of the breakdown of socialism in a number of countries teaches us a serious lesson that, if one overlooks ideology and abandons ideological work in socialist society, this will make people ideologically sick. It will corrupt and destroy everything socialist. If the ideological bulwark falls down, socialism will be unable to defend itself, no matter how great its economic and military power might be. On the other hand, this proves how great a role ideology plays and how important ideological work is to accomplish socialism. The need to stick to ideology as the main factor and to give priority to ideological work to accomplish socialism arises from the Juche outlook on the role of ideological consciousness in human activity. For the first time in history, the Juche idea made clear the truth that humanity is an independent and creative social being who transforms the world and shapes their destiny with their own strength, and that consciousness of independence plays the decisive role in shaping humanity's destiny. Many factors are at work in human activity. To which of these factors decisive significance is attached, very important in social development and in shaping human destiny. Previously, the factor with a decisive effect on human activity was mainly sought outside humanity. Religious and idealist views claim that some mysterious, supernatural being outside humanity's governed humans' activity and decided our destiny. The absurdity of these views has already been proved by science. The materialist view sought the decisive factor on human activity in objective material conditions. Human is a product of the material world's development. Humanity lives and works in the material world, so their activity cannot help being affected by objective material conditions. But objective conditions do not directly cause man's activity. They influence our activity only through our consciousness. Humanity is a social being who works independently, creatively, and consciously. As such, they are not merely affected by objective conditions, but actively transforms them and makes positive use of them. Ideological consciousness plays the decisive role in human activity. Because it reflects humanity's demands and interests, ideological consciousness governs all their activities and serves as the prime mover which propels them to struggle to transform the world. True, knowledge, which reflects the laws of the objective world, plays an important role in humanity's activity. Only when we have scientific knowledge can we make rational use of our own strength and the objective conditions, in keeping with the objective laws, and transform the world successfully. Knowledge of science and technology plays an ever greater role in the development of social productive forces. Nevertheless, the purpose and direction of humanity's activity are defined, and the process of his activity is regulated and controlled by our ideological consciousness. How a human uses their knowledge and how high their creative ability is displayed depend on what kind of ideology they have. Only when someone has the idea of serving the popular masses can they devote their knowledge, skill, wisdom, and talent to work for the popular masses. Right? Isn't that common sense? Only when someone has the idea of serving the popular masses can they devote their knowledge, skill, and wisdom and talents for the work for the popular masses. Of course. Ideological consciousness, which reflects humanity's inherent desires as the master of the world, as one who transforms the world, is consciousness of independence. Consciousness of independence is the consciousness of being the master of one's own destiny. It is the desire to shape one's own destiny. Only when humanity has consciousness of independence can they transform the world positively and shape their destiny. Socialist ideology represents the highest stage in the development of consciousness of independence. It reflects humanity's desires for independence and collectivism. As such, it is the most powerful ideological weapon for transforming nature and society, and for shaping humanity's destiny. It also serves as the ideological basis for solid social unity and cohesion. Ideological work for equipping the popular masses with socialist ideology is the key to giving rein to the advantages of socialism, increasing its strength, and accelerating the revolution and construction. Exactly. Otherwise, you have sciences separated or abstracted from social reality, which some philosophers might have said at some point. They may have. And not only that, it explains, what is the difference between like a nuclear scientist who uses their knowledge to create a weapon and a nuclear scientist who uses their knowledge to create a weapon of aggression specifically, and one who uses their knowledge to create, a means of power generation, efficient power generation. A lot of times it's a different ideological viewpoint on the world, right? One who is captured by bourgeois ideology and thinking that imperialists must bring peace through aggression and war might be convinced to build the weapon, the aggressive weapon. Someone who has the ideology of serving the people, of course, is more likely to reject wanting to build such a weapon if to be used as an aggressive weapon. No? Just to give some sort of concrete example of this applied. Socialist economic relations are the economic material basis of socialist ideology. Socialist economic relations, whose major component is socialist ownership, provide the popular masses with material conditions for them to acquire and consolidate socialist ideology. Therefore, the consolidation and development of socialist economic relations have a major effect on equipping the popular masses with socialist ideology. See, no one's denying that here. The socio-economic basis for the emergence of outmoded ideas disappears with the establishment of the socialist system. However, ideological, technological, and cultural backwardness handed down from the old society and various other related vestiges remain for a historical period. These serve as a hotbed for the growth of non-socialist ideological elements. To solidly arm all members of socialist society with socialist ideology, we must preserve socialist ownership. We must steadily consolidate and develop socialist economic relations, and gradually overcome the vestiges of old society which remain in socio-economic relations and many other areas of social life. If the remnants of old society and socialist society are encouraged to grow, or capitalist economic management methods are introduced into socialist economic management, or worse still, if capitalist ownership is revived by encroaching upon socialist ownership, this will result in the economic material basis of socialist ideology being pulled down, and conditions created for the growth of individualism, selfishness, and other bourgeois ideas. Private ownership inevitably gives birth to individualism, and bourgeois ideas inevitably grow and spread on the soil of capitalist ownership and the capitalist market economy. Socialism is incompatible with private ownership and the capitalist market economy. Even if a socialist system has been established and firm economic and material foundations for socialism laid, people do not acquire socialist ideology automatically. Imbuing people with socialist ideology means an ideological struggle between the old and the new in the ideological arena. It is an undertaking to transform ideology by eliminating outmoded ideas from people's minds and equipping them with the new socialist ideology. Bourgeois and all other outmoded reactionary ideas are based on individualism. Exploitative societies were all based on individualism. And the people in these societies were tainted with individualism for thousands of years. Individualism is an obstinate conservative idea which is deeply rooted in people's consciousness, customs, and lives. Even in socialist society, individualism and other outmoded ideas persist to a great deal, and even small chances present themselves. These ideas will sprout again, spread far and wide. Hey Jadox, welcome to the stream, comrade. Hope you are good. Not much, we're just reading Kim Jong-il here. We're reading, you might, if you see it linked there, it's just giving priority to ideological work is essential to accomplishing socialism. An important read that I thought was good to highlight here, because I think it's too big of a problem in the West that people get lost in. I mean, we're going to learn about what's the problem with individualism. Pipe down and pay attention. Jesus Christ. But I think in the West, people get stuck in this economic reductionism. Okay, we're talking about individualism, so I'm going to get what's wrong with it, okay? I don't mind non-communists coming in and stuff, but when we get to, just so you know, you did click that I'm not going to debate you, right? So we are talking about individualism here. We are discussing what you're asking about. Just let us get to it. And if you still don't understand what's wrong with individualism by then we'll redress the question again. Because frankly, Kim Jong-il can put it better than I can. And what do you think, comrades? Don't you think Kim Jong-il's writing is very easy to understand? I know it's super easy for me to read out loud because of it. So I think you'll be able to follow along here. Jadox, welcome to the stream. Hang out. Maybe you'll learn about what's wrong with individualism. Socialist ideology is a new ideology, fundamentally different from all kinds of outmoded ideas, which are based on individualism. The work of eradicating outmoded ideas from people's minds and equipping them with the new socialist ideology is an ideological revolution to radically change their ideological lives. It can only be done through the tireless and positive ideological education and ideological struggle. And actually, yeah, before I continue, I just want to mention, you know what's funny? How the bourgeoisie constantly go on about human nature, and then I think perhaps maybe somewhat some Marxists, I think, took it too far the other way and say there is no human nature, right? I think that's a mistake. Everything has a nature. Everything in the world has a nature, right? And you can say people are like clay, but to quote Michael Parenti here, even clay has a nature, right? You can only mold it so far, you can stretch it so far, it needs to be kept moist, so on and so forth. Everything has a nature. So I think it was sort of a mistake for some Marxist thinkers in the past to say that humans have no nature. It's just a pure reflection of our material conditions. Well, it is to a degree a reflection of our material conditions, yes. But I do think there are certain things that are human nature. One of those things being that it is human nature to need to live in a collectivist society. And that is why literally individualism is antagonistic to human life, right? There can be no form of individualism that is not antagonistic to humanity, because human beings are themselves a collectivist being by nature. Sorry, it's our nature. Yeah, individualism is a European liberal idea. It has only ever been used as a justification for barbarism, for class rule. Exactly. In individualism, the only reason it ever emerged was not because it had any sort of reflection to do with human nature. That was collectivism. Individualism emerged because certain humans, in certain places of the world, when they gained favorable economic conditions, decided that they needed to justify their favorable economic condition. And this is not to say, and this is why I think Juche is so important, the way it focuses on human ideology. That's not to say that that would happen everywhere without exception in humanity, right? If we were able to somehow if Europeans never came over and disrupted First Nations development, right? We cannot say that First Nations everywhere, that every First Nation would break into a class society like that. You cannot make that claim. And too many Marxists I see do make that claim, and you're getting into this you're falling into the stages mechanical interpretation of Marx then, and what you're doing is ignoring the role of human consciousness. That I think is why we need to focus on Juche philosophy. It's why I think, yeah, how do we go to that timeline? That's constantly what I'm wondering myself, Sam. It's why I need to remind you, comrades, right? We need to be able to separate the science, dialectical materialism, from the application of that science to one particular historical analysis, which is known as historical materialism. Like, for example, like, what I mean by that, of course, is historical materialism is not one and the same as dialectical materialism. It is very important we understand this. Historical materialism is one very important contribution to our analysis of social development, yes. And we should not throw it out, so to say. We shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. But we should recognize that we can improve our analysis of social development. And we can do that by using a human-centered approach, much like what Juche has done. And of course, every place needs to do this on their own, but this is why Huey Newton at Boston College in 1970 said, the Black Panther Party is a Marxist-Leninist party because we follow the dialectical method and we also integrate theory with practice. We are not mechanical Marxists, and we are not historical materialists. Some people think they are Marxists when actually they are following the thoughts of Hegel. Some people think they are Marxist-Leninists, but they refuse to be creative and are therefore tied to the past. They are tied to a rhetoric that does not apply to the present set of conditions. They are tied to a set of thoughts that approaches dogma, what we call flunkyism. Okay? So it's very important that we understand dialectical materialism is the science. It's the method of scientific socialism. Historical materialism, however, is an application or an early attempted application of dialectical materialism to analyzing social history. Juche is just another one of this. It's another analysis of social history done through the science of dialectical materialism, only done by focusing on humanity, rather than focusing purely on the economic conditions themselves, which is important as we're learning because it's humans who build socialism, right? Yeah, definitely. All species have social forms, obviously. I mean, again, we do try to make clear that we're using a separate definition when we're... it's just like in Marxist terms, right? When we're talking in Marxist philosophy, the word metaphysics has a different meaning when we're talking Marxist philosophy terms than when we're talking in just the general parlance of the word metaphysics. If you ask any regular person to describe metaphysics, they'll say it's the science of understanding, all this, that, the other thing, so on and so forth. Whereas Marx will say, no, metaphysics in the Marxist sense, but in Marxist definition, a philosophical definition, means something that is disconnected, right? It's analysis that is disconnected and divorced from connecting various things. Welcome, effusive stoic. Hope you were well, comrade. And, congratulations, Red Falcon. Our dearest Juche Gang comrade, Red Falcon, has just made affiliate. So if you don't follow Red Falcon now, do it before it's the cool thing to do. Because then in the future you can say, hey, I was following Red Falcon before it was cool. Oh? You want to be that. Don't you want to be in that position? Who doesn't? You have some reservations about what exactly, Frank? What are we... Oh, about humans being collective beings? I mean, we can get into a conversation about that at the end of the work if you would like, but yeah. I mean, but this is why I always say when we're studying Juche philosophy, it's important to understand what this analysis is, a human-centered analysis, and it's important for us to be able to create our own theory with it, right? The idea of human nature and its, well, I mean, I was putting it in a very that humanist component is part human nature thing that I just mentioned. I mean, I just think that all I was saying that is I think it's a mistake that previous Western Marxists have said in that there is no human nature. I think that is just sort of a somewhat a reductionist reaction to the previous arguments of bourgeois philosophy being that individualism and greed is human nature. That's all the point I was trying to make. Yeah, the whole humanist philosophy, again, another reason why I like Juche philosophy is that it breaks from previous bourgeois and even Marxist humanist philosophies, which I think sometimes get lost in the mud. This one, I find Juche to sort of inject some aspects of humanism in a way, but without being reactionary. In the sense that it analyzes humans' proper position in the dialectical materialist world. Yeah, that selfish gene we all got. Right, allow me to continue. Yeah. From indigenous perspective, this is what we call relations. You have relations with nature in order to inform one's own nature. Yeah, but like, and I would say, like, for example, Falcon, when you agree that it would be First Nations agreement that you can't have a person who lives without their society, right? Like the collective is important and integral. But yeah, that's exactly what that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that of course we are still moldable. That's why I use that Michael Parenti quote, right? We can take that Michael Parenti quote where he said, people like to make the comparison and say that humans are like clay, they have no nature. But again, even clay has a nature. Everything in the world has a nature, right? Just because humans are moldable, just because our material conditions are reflected on ourselves, right? Just because our material conditions, of course, do shape ourselves, does not mean that we can then become individualists ever. Individualism can never. That's why individualism is always antagonistic to humanity, right? There can be no form of individualism that is cohesive with humanity for that reason. If humanity was perfectly moldable like clay, then eventually we could live in an individualist type society. But I would argue that that will always lead to, class divisions and stuff. But yeah, but that whole thing, the whole idea is I was trying to argue against the idea that some mechanical Western thinkers have that, because class-based society emerged in Europe, therefore class society would have emerged in First Nation societies even if Europeans didn't come and colonize here, right? Which I think is a fucking misunderstanding. Yeah, survival is animal instinct. Exactly. The rejection of Enlightenment humanism is itself a rejection of individualism. Agree?
can extend this beyond the species level to be more coherent. I don't think I'm lost on what your point is. It sounds like we're agreeing, but I don't know. I'm gonna continue reading for now. I think I'm lost onto the point you're making. Without struggling against the outmoded ideas remaining in socialist society, and against reactionary ideas like bourgeois ideas, which infiltrate from outside, it would be impossible to root out the outmoded ideas lingering in people's minds. And without vigorously educating people to imbue them in socialist ideology, it would be impossible to transform their ideology. On the one hand, renegade socialists abandoned the work of arming people with socialist ideology, and on the other, they created ideological confusion among people under the slogans of glasnost, openness, and pluralism. They threw open the door to admit reactionary bourgeois ideas and culture. Claiming glasnost and pluralism in socialist society is, in the long run, a counter-revolutionary scheme for undermining socialist society by obliterating socialist ideology and introducing reactionary bourgeois ideas. I'm just confused. Is it something I said that you're taking contention with? I'm just confused as to what the actual point is. In the past, quite a few parties took a mechanical approach to the historical materialist proposition. Remember that, what I just read you regarding historical materialism? So here, this is where it's going to now be fleshed out further for you. In the past, quite a few parties took a mechanical approach to the historical materialist proposition that the material and economic conditions in society determine social consciousness, and that social consciousness changes with changes in material and economic conditions. They believed that when people's material and cultural standards became high with the establishment of socialist system and the promotion of socialist construction, their ideological consciousness would be transformed accordingly. Therefore, they did not pay great attention to ideological work, believing that people's ideological consciousness will spontaneously change along socialist lines after the socialist transformation of material and economic conditions in society. This is a wrong concept. It is contrary to the essence and characteristics of socialist ideology and the socialist transformation of ideology. By nature, humanity's consciousness reflects objective reality, but how they absorb this depends on humanity themselves, on their preparedness. They see, hear, feel, and absorb as much as they can understand. What ideology they acquire and how this ideology changes and develops depend on their preparedness, their activities, and the ideological influence they receive. Even a human from the propertied class can become a revolutionary when he is awakened ideologically and put under a constant revolutionary influence. And not even a working class human necessarily acquires a revolutionary ideology. Right? As we know in the West, think about how many reactionaries, think about how many are in the labor aristocracy in the West. It is clear that where outdated ideas linger in the people's minds in socialist society, and where reactionary ideas from the outside continually infiltrate and have an influence, the transformation of all members of society through education in the new socialist ideology cannot go ahead smoothly of its own accord. Even though the socialist system has been established and the material and economic conditions have been created, even though every condition and benefit has been provided to people in socialist society for their independent and creative lives, they may take these for granted and fail to keenly feel how valuable the socialist system is and how much they owe it.
if ideological work is not carried out efficiently. And if ideological work is not carried out, people's revolutionary enthusiasm may gradually cool down. The tendency to live in comfort may grow among them, since they are free from any worries in socialist society and continue to lead stable lives. Then they cannot devote themselves to the struggle for socialism, and, worse still, they may be duped by misleading imperialist and reactionary propaganda into harboring illusions about capitalism and going the length of betraying socialism. This is testified by how socialism collapsed in several countries, which abandoned ideological work and opened their door to the ideological cultural infiltration of imperialism. Again, glasnost, etc. Hey Kay, welcome comrade. Glad to see you here. Gotta give our comrade a shout out here. You should be following Kay as well if you don't. Of course. Hey Blatt. I think you were talking up there, but I missed saying hi to you. I was ranting. Sometimes I get ranting. You know how it is, comrades. I do the big rants. We're reading a Kim Jong-il work today on ideological education and the importance of ideological struggle even after socialist society has emerged.
He's a communist. Oh, really? Yep, big communist, big communist. Oh.
That's me. And I hope everyone in this group as well. I hope that applies to you all. Now here he's going to spell out really clearly about socialist revolution. I want you all to pay attention to these next two paragraphs. Okay? Ideological education and ideological struggle are the most powerful methods of transforming people by educating them in socialist ideology. Our experience shows that if ideological work is conducted vigorously to equip people with socialist ideology in socialist society, people from all walks of life can be transformed along socialist lines. The cause of socialism is a historic cause to be carried out over several generations. It is the cause for the masses' independence, conducted amid a fierce struggle against imperialists and reactionaries of all shades. Ideological work must be developed in depth as socialism advances. The more intensive the maneuvers of socialism's enemies become, the more should ideological work be stepped up. Taking ideology as the basic factor and giving priority to ideological work is the key to triumphantly advancing and consummating the cause of socialism. There's chapter 1. We all following so far? Any questions? Burpa? Anyone?
Kichi Kichima Sibram Konto Alliance Shoot to kill Yamaza Kill the poor the farmer Kill the poor the farmer Brr pa pa Brr pa pa Attention.
Chapter 2. The basic task of ideological work in socialist society is to color the whole society with socialist ideology. Yes. Yes, indeed. The Boer. Indeed, do that to the Boer, Shadox. Hey, Mutri. Welcome, comrade. The basic task of ideological work in socialist society.
It's all for one motherfucker and one motherfucker for all motherfuckers everywhere, you know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah. You know what I'm saying?
This shit out, boy.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
You lost your honey wagon and shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
In general, I don't think killing people is productive. Okay, well, the chant, in case you don't know, the chant is from, yeah. It requires a little bit of context because the chant is not calling for them to kill Boers now. It's a chant that emerged during the struggle against colonialism and Boers killing Africans. So you might want to take that into account there. All right? Sometimes, yes, there's going to be revolutionary chants and fucking songs that make their former colonizers uncomfortable. And those former colonizers are just going to have to go ahead and reckon with that. Yeah, it was literally a response. Exactly. It emerged out of the struggle against apartheid. Yeah, Boers. If you don't know, are fucking colonizers. Down with colonialism indeed. The development and consummation of socialist society is nothing other than the transformation of all realms of social life. Hear that? The development and consummation of socialist society is nothing other than the transformation of all realms of social life as required by socialist ideology. The most important task in this regard is arming all members of society with socialist ideology, in order to color the whole of society with a single ideology. Ideological work in socialist society must serve the purpose of coloring the whole society with socialist ideology. In any society, the ruling class tries to bring about the unchallenged predominance of its own ideology. In capitalist society, where the society is split into classes and people's interests conflict, one ideology cannot hold undivided sway, and it is inevitable that different ideas exist. The imperialists and their mouthpieces claim the existence of these ideas is a source of pride for the free world. However, in truth, progressive ideas can never develop freely in capitalist society, where the means of propaganda and education, such as mass media, are in the hands of monopoly capitalists and reactionary rulers. The reactionary bourgeois ruling class tolerates progressive ideas to some extent to make capitalist society seem democratic, but when they are considered the slightest threat to its ruling system, it mercilessly suppresses them. Outwardly different thoughts appear to Yeah. That's not a comparison you want to be making. That's not at all an equal comparison. We're talking about a song that literally emerged while Africans were being murdered by their fucking colonizers. Do you have any kind of fucking morality at all, or are you just bootleg for the bourgeoisie and the colonizers? That is a gross ass comparison and not at all a fair comparison to try and make. That is disingenuous as fuck. I saw that before Frank deleted it. Outwardly, different thoughts appear to be tolerated in capitalist society. But all kinds of thoughts throughout it are, without exception, none other than various forms and expressions of bourgeois ideology. Yeah, that makes sense to me, Frank. The freedom of ideology talked about by imperialists is a deceptive slogan to dress up under the signpost of freedom their opposition of progressive ideas in capitalist society, and they're resorting to every method to propagate reactionary bourgeois ideas. It is a deceptive slogan to justify their ideological and cultural infiltration into other countries. Actually, that part's really important, you guys. Comrades. Yeah, exactly. It was exactly a reverse racism point that was being made. Totally ahistoric. Not at all a actual comparison to what I was saying. I mean, again, it's a slogan that arose from being colonized and facing colonial violence. Shoot your colonizer in that context is not fucking anti-constructive or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, this part right here is really important. The freedom of ideology talked about by the imperialists is a deceptive slogan to dress up under the signpost of freedom their opposition of progressive ideas in capitalist society, and they're resorting to every method to propagate reactionary bourgeois ideas. It is a deceptive slogan to justify their ideological and cultural infiltration into other countries. You should... Yes, thank you, Frank. Apartheid is bad, but... Get the fuck out of here right now. Apartheid is bad, but... You fucking realize, like, again, I'm in a community where my internet doesn't work, our fucking roads have washed away, I have to use generator power.
Yeah, see ya.
Come into a stream, into First Nations people's stream and fucking say about apartheid. We're land back here, bud. Anything that gets the land back, we're all for it. Yeah, run and cover for oppression. Perfect timing on that, Frank. I said running cover for oppression, and literally that's that horn played. You know what?
Kichi, Kichi, Kichima, Cyprian Konto, Alliance, shoot to kill, Yamaza, kill the poor, the farmer, kill the poor, the farmer, brr, pa, pa, brr, pa, pa, attention.
Fuck yes. If you're not for land back, you're in the wrong goddamn channel. I'll tell you that right now. If you're gonna come in here and say apartheid is bad, but you might as well just leave now. It's like downplaying colonial violence. It's like saying colonialism is bad, but you know I don't actually care about colonialism, about colonial violence. That's what you just said. That's what you just said. You just came in and said colonialism is bad, but I don't care about colonial violence. Because when you say colonialism is bad, but, or apartheid is bad, but, you literally just pave over all of that fucking violence that goes along with it. Yeah, violence is bad when the oppressed do it. Exactly. Exactly. Fuck on out of here. Wrong neighborhood. Wrong neighborhood, comrade. Only in socialist society, where exploitation, oppression, and class antagonisms have been eliminated, can all members of society be equipped with a single ideology because of their common purpose, aspirations, and interests. Isn't that the person who came in and said, "What's wrong with individualism?" I should have known. I should have known. What did you miss? You missed the banning of a reactionary motherfucker who said, apartheid is bad, but... I didn't even see what they wrote after but. I read up until but, and then Frank banned them, and I was already saying, I was reaching for the most to ban right there. You know, the more we ban these people, the more we'll have less of these trolls. Of course, as the community grows, they might more show up, but that just allows us to fucking, you know, do the same thing. They made the same argument about Palestine. Oh god, I'm glad I didn't read all that. Yeah, GDOX. You know what's funny, comrades, actually, about this GDOX? It says he followed me 46 minutes ago. Let me just scroll down my activity thing here, because I think they've been doing that every day. I've said this before. Yeah. 2 days ago. 2 days ago, they followed me. Again. And then the day before that, they followed me again. It's like they've been following me every single day for the past week. This Geodox person. Yeah, I don't say anything about CPUSA because I mean I get some problems, of course, with leadership and certain people in it, but for the most part, yeah. I have lots of great comrades who do good work in CPUSA. Yeah, so this person kept following me day after day. It's like they were trying to work up to trolling me or something. It's like today they thought it would be a good. They waited till I hit. Like, this is a good day for me. It appears like I have about 20 viewers, so they decided to come in today and do it. We are reading this here, Violin. Great work by Comrade Kim Jong-il. They've been in here for days, which means they've kept following me for days. They saw me talking about colonialism, etc., and decided, oh, now's a good day to argue against them. All right. I'm going to continue now. Only in socialist society where exploitation, oppression, and class antagonisms have been eliminated can all members of society be equipped with single ideology because of their common purpose, aspirations, and interests. Only then can single ideology prevail. Socialist ideology is a scientific ideology which reflects humanity's intrinsically independent nature and throws light on how to realize the masses' independence. It is only natural that the popular masses accept it as their own ideology. It is only when they are fully equipped with socialist ideology that the popular masses can shape their destiny independently and creatively and accomplish socialism. Peerless and renegade socialists abuse the ideological education carried out in socialist society as regimentation and ideological indoctrination. This is absurd fabrication, which throws mud at socialism. It is a falsehood aimed at justifying the deceptive and reactionary nature of bourgeois propaganda. The name has been banned in 3+ channels, including Red Planet Live, DJ Mule, and David Torvet. Yeah, troll. I mean, just what I expected. Anyone who watches my channel knows exactly what we're for here, I think. Socialist ideology develops the masses into independent people who are conscious of their independence and creative ability. You DM me about adding that bot? Okay. Oh, yeah, I know. I sent a message to the creator. I have not heard anything back, so I don't know. think I sent a whisper a while ago here. Yeah. Sent one quite a while ago. Never get a response. It seems like they're not very active, so I don't know. That might be the problem. But that's why I reached out with comrades and did the band share request with a few people. So we do at least have some people like Seb's Dev and some other people. We should get shared band information from them. And then anyone we ban, they will get information about who we've banned as well. Which is, at least that's good. Okay, cool, Frank. Appreciate that. You gotta be subscribed to Lawsuit to get that, Captain. It's one of those things. Every channel, basically on Twitch, every channel has their own set of emotes that they can create if they're affiliate. And then, but in order to have access to them, you generally have to subscribe to that channel. Now, you can be gifted subscriptions like you were on this channel. That's how you have access to the memes from here. I also added a bunch of those TTS memes to the channel. Like Tank Jam. Socialist ideology develops the masses into independent people who are conscious of their independent and creative ability, while reactionary bourgeois idea reduces them to servants who obey the domination of capital. In capitalist society where reactionary bourgeois rule and exploitation and oppression by capital hold sway, the masses' consciousness of their independence is suppressed. Their aspirations and demands are trampled underfoot, and their creative wisdom and talents are held back and deformed. By resorting to every kind of falsehood and deception, imperialists and reactionaries benumb the masses' uncorrupted minds and spread reactionary bourgeois ideas and the corrupt bourgeois way of life among them. This is the very ideological suppression which stops the development of people's consciousness, of their independence. It is criminal ideological indoctrination which forces reactionary ideas on people. Under socialism, the popular masses should firmly equip themselves with socialist ideology. Only then can they free themselves once and for all from the influence and shackles of all kinds of outmoded ideas, to meet their demand for independence. Only then can everyone develop his individuality, aspirations, wisdom, and talent in an all-around way. Because it is the most revolutionary ideology and champions and realizes the masses' independence, socialist ideology serves as a weapon for genuine ideological and human emancipation. It ensures the unlimited development of people's ideologies and mental qualities. Socialist ideology is the sum total of the development of human ideas. It incorporates all progressive ideas that accord with the popular masses' desire for independence. It is the most extensive and advanced ideology, constituting the acme of man's ideological progress. The education of the masses in socialist ideology is about realizing the desire and aspirations for independence of the popular masses, who want to lead wholesome and rich ideological and cultural lives, free from the shackles of all sorts of outmoded ideas. The education of people in socialist ideology by a working class party is for the people themselves, and it is an example of the great love and consideration the party shows people. The ideological and cultural lives of our people lead under the mass-based socialist system, and their noble ideological and mental qualities graphically demonstrate the advantages and strength of our socialist system. Our socialist ideology and the ideological education conducted by our party Everyone in our country is single-mindedly united with the party and the leader at the center, even in difficult and complicated circumstances. The whole of society has become one big happy family, and people work and live full of confidence and optimism, helping and leading one another forward as they would do their own family. People all learn to their heart's content. They lead varied cultural and emotional lives and bring their wisdom and talents into full bloom, in accordance with their aspirations and desires. This is the true situation in our society, which is being imbued with one ideology, socialist ideology, through intensified ideological work under the party's leadership. We must thwart the reactionary ideological offensive of imperialists and traitors to socialism. We must intensify education in socialist ideology to ensure that people cherish socialism's scientific, truthful, and invincible nature as their unshakable faith. The Juche idea is the revolutionary idea, the socialist idea, which our people must acquire. The essence of our party's ideological work is education in the Juche idea. The great leader, Comrade Kim Il-sung, created the Juche idea and thus explained the human-centered socio-historical principles. He put socialist ideology onto a new scientific basis. The Juche idea overcame the historical limitations of preceding socialist theories and all kinds of distortions of socialism by opportunists. It developed and perfected socialist ideology and theory in a fresh way by truthfully reflecting the requirements of the new historical age, the age of independence, when the popular masses have emerged as masters of their own destiny. By the way, another thing that Kim Il-sung characterized this era as instead of the imperialists engaged in open conflicts to redivide the spoils of imperialism, instead now they ally together to check any advance against imperialism. That is the other side of this era, what Kim Il-sung termed the era of independence. But you see, the movements like what we see emerging in Africa, South America, and in all these other places, these movements that we see emerging are why he called it the era of independence. Because of, his revolutionary optimism. It is only when we are guided by the Juche idea and apply it in full that we can successfully accomplish the masses' cause of independence, the socialist cause. Our party and people have been able to successfully build people-centered socialism, even in such a difficult situation. They are triumphantly safeguarding and advancing our socialism, even in the turbulently changing international situation and grave circumstances. Remember, this is 1995. Because they have followed the Juche idea and implemented it to the letter. Life testifies that the Juche idea is an absolutely scientific socialist ideology, which meets the requirements of the present era. We must hold up the banner of the Juche idea in the future too, and implement it in the full throughout the revolution and construction. We must intensify the education of party members and other working people in the Juche idea, so that they acquire an unshakable faith, unshakable Juche revolutionary outlook on the world, and live and work as required by the idea. Which is what we call the Juche, having the Juche faith, or as what you would used to call it in USSR was the revolutionary spirit, the revolutionary faith. That's what we mean by that term, by the way. I know you see lots of different socialist leaders use it, and a lot of people take it out of context, but that is what it means. Collectivism is the basis of socialist society, and socialist ideology is essentially a collectivist idea. Humanity is a social being, and their desire for independence can only be successfully realized through collectivism. Socialist society is a society where collectivism is implemented. Yeah, basically optimism. The struggle between socialism and capitalism, who conquers whom, is none other than the struggle between collectivism and individualism. The advantages of socialism over capitalism are the advantages of collectivism over individualism. The victory of socialism can be said to depend on how collectivism is applied. Fully equipping all members of society with the collectivist idea and fully implementing collectivist principles in all areas of social relations, social administration, and social life are fundamental guarantee for developing and perfecting socialism. A person must place the interests of the collective above their own interests. They must work devoutly for the collective and seek worth of their life and happiness in the trust and love of the collective. Only when they have such a collectivist outlook on life can they acquire noble ideological and mental qualities which conform to social humanity's intrinsic nature and the requirements of socialist society. Only then can they become a true human who fights for socialism. Slackening education and collectivism and renouncing collectivist principles and socialist society is immediately forsaking socialism and reviving capitalism, which is based on individualism. Our party has tirelessly carried out collectivist education among party members and other working people. It has fully implemented collectivist principles in all areas of socialist construction. Today, our people are displaying the noble collectivist spirit to work with complete devotion for the party and the leader, for their motherland and nation, and for the society and the collective. We must continue to intensify collectivist education, to bring the attitude of living and working in the spirit of one for all and all for one into fuller bloom throughout society. God, why is that so far behind? Are you gonna... Okay. That didn't play on my end. I don't know if that did on anybody else's end.
It's all for one motherfucker and one motherfucker for all motherfuckers everywhere, you know what I'm saying?
What the hell are you doing? Jesus Christ. J-Rock taking his time there. Loyalty to the party is the highest expression of collectivism, and it is the essential quality for a communist revolutionary. Really, J-Rock, comedic timing here, come on. A working class party is the guardian of the people's political lives, and the political guide which leads the masses' cause of independence to victory. The popular masses can only acquire valuable political integrity and enjoy genuine life and happiness as social beings under the party's leadership. People should make it their revolutionary faith and duty to remain loyal to the party which provides them with political lives and takes care of their future. Party's love and consideration for the people inspires loyalty in them. See, this is the important part. Where does that loyalty come from? In the party's love and consideration for the people, right? The whole trust, the unity that the people have towards the party is all based on this. The party's love and consideration for the people is what inspires the loyalty. However, this does not mean that everyone keenly feels the party's love and consideration of their own accord and resolves to repay it with loyalty. If substantial education and loyalty is not given, ungrateful people may appear, even among those who grew up under the party's care. A working class party must not only implement a correct policy for people, but teach them properly to be loyal to the party. And by the way, if you don't think that's important, think about what some of Parenti's things were that he was saying. about some of his criticisms. If you think back to his talk on black shirts and reds, think about some of the criticisms that he had, right? That's exactly what happened in the USSR. This lack of ideological education, this lack of ideological struggle caused people to become very comfortable with their ever improving lives, and then they began to harbor illusions about capitalist society. And then even started to convince themselves that they could somehow bring in the capitalist society, but still keep, at least the average person thought they could keep, all these good aspects of their socialist system while also bringing in capitalism. And this was sort of the lie that they fell for. It was the ideological degeneration, the corruption that happened. A working class party must not only implement a correct policy for people, but teach them properly to be loyal to the party. Very important thing. The party is, after all, the general staff of the working class vanguard, right? The general staff of the revolution itself, in fact. Our party, founded by the great leader Comrade Kim Il-sung, is an experienced party which is brilliantly contributing to the Juche revolutionary cause. It is a genuinely motherly party, which safeguards the political lives of all members of society and takes warm care of them. We must tirelessly teach party members and other working people to place deep trust in our party, steadfastly defend it, and entrust their future to it, and loyally support the leadership. Loyalty to the party can be measured basically by how one accepts and implements the party's policies. A person who is truly loyal to the party is one who accepts the party's policies as being absolutely correct and who carries them out with infinite devotion. The party's policies form an impeccable strategy and tactics for our revolution, and a guide to people's struggles and lives. The party's policies embody the Juche idea and reflect the masses' desires and interests. Always mixing with the popular masses, our party has formed its policies by incorporating their desires and interests. It has carried its policies out by enlisting the popular masses' efforts and wisdom. Since they truthfully represent the desires of the popular masses, all our party's policies enjoy their unqualified support, and the masses work hard to carry them out. Our party members and working people arming themselves with the party's policies and carrying them out to the letter is the way to defend and develop our socialism, to provide everyone with a worthwhile and happy life. We must step up education and party policies and ensure that all party members and other working people clearly understand the essence and correctness of party policies, that they believe in them without a shadow of a doubt, and carry them out to the letter on the principle of unfailingly implementing the policies without question. To accomplish socialism, we must firmly educate all members of society in our revolutionary traditions and carry forward and develop these traditions in all their purity. What are revolutionary traditions? Revolutionary traditions are the historical roots of socialism and an ideological and mental treasure that maintains the lifeline of revolution. The process of preserving, inheriting, and developing the ideology of the leader who pioneered the road to socialism, as well as the revolutionary achievements made through bloody struggles by preceding revolutionary generations under his leadership, is at once the process of consummating socialism. One's attitude towards revolutionary traditions is a touchstone for distinguishing loyalty from disloyalty to the masses' cause for independence, the cause of socialism. So, with this in mind, let me ask you, comrades, was the attack by Khrushchev and the leaders who followed after Lenin and Stalin, were there attacks on Stalin? Was that a reflection of their loyalty towards the previous leaders, towards the previous ideology? Or was that a reflection of their disloyalty and perhaps their individualist egoism, even with their perhaps best intentions to build socialism? Their own egos led them to believe that this what they perceived to be this personality cult around Stalin to somehow be something that was forced on people despite them needing to actually implement an actual campaign to get rid of it. And it was that campaign to get rid of it, by the way, which I would say caused a huge divorce between the party and the masses in the USSR. That here they were, the masses had united behind this symbol of their own struggle against fascism, against revolution. Not because Stalin represented the personality of Stalin the man, but that Stalin represented that struggle and the party itself during those harsh struggles. And thus it represented the masses' unity. And this attack on it totally disconnected the masses. And let's not forget that Khrushchev's secret speech was not made public, right? So from the point of view of the masses, this de-Stalinization was more like an attack on this naturally emergent unity around their leader at that time, who was Stalin. And I think Khrushchev, like, part of he didn't like the fact that they still rallied around the pictures of Stalin even after the new leadership was brought in, after Stalin died. Once his replacements in the party came about, the fact that the people didn't rally around their images in the same way, I think, might have rubbed them the wrong way. I don't know. Either that or Khrushchev was well-intentioned, or perhaps he was part of the fifth column. As I think Grover Furr, if you look at this work right here, is kind of like what Grover Furr leans more towards. How many comrades have read Yezhov versus Stalin by Grover Furr, but it's a good work. And by the way, this ability to recognize revolutionary traditions and overcome backward and reactionary cultural aspects is one reason why I think Juche is a little bit more congruent with First Nations teachings, in that it sort of reminds us that the revolutionary aspects of our culture and our traditions can be used in a revolutionary way to build a new, better, just society, right? That we don't have to abandon all culture or progress all culture the way that some people interpret Marxism to mean. For example, remember thinking back, reading Red Skin, White Mass, right? As Glenn Sean Coulthard points out, like, that is a serious problem in the movement. And that's why it rubs First Nations people the wrong way when you have these settler allies come in and say, oh, you're just interpreting Marx wrong. No, you're just wrong. You're interpreting Marx wrong. You see why that rubs First Nations scholars the wrong way or First Nations revolutionary theorists the wrong way when they say, these are problems we see existing in Marxism, right? Like, well, I've literally seen this where First Nations people will say this. This is problems we see in Marxism, where it seems to suggest that we have to get rid of all of our traditions and all of that is reactionary and has to all be changed over time. And then you'll have some settler Marxists stand up and, of course, say, oh, no, you just got Marxism wrong, that's all. Like, what a fucking insult. That is a spit in the face, I will say. Anyway, I'm done with that long-winded rant now. You all can rest easy. One's attitude towards revolutionary traditions is a touchstone for distinguishing loyalty from disloyalty to the masses' cause for independence, the cause of socialism. And I literally do see that in the way some Marxists are, right? And then when First Nations people point out that, again, some other people will respond and go, oh, well, you just misunderstand Marxism, that's all. As if, like, First Nations people just, like, can't grasp Marxism. Like, they studied it, they read it, they said, this is what we see as some problems. And they go, oh, well, those people are just wrong about Marxism. I've literally seen that, especially think about Glenn Sean Coulthard even. I've seen it in response to that book we read, Red Skin, White Mass. I've literally seen it in response to that. It is a criterion for judging between revolution and counter-revolution. True revolutionaries, communists, defend, carry forward, and develop the revolutionary traditions, whereas opportunists and traitors to the revolution work viciously to obliterate them. Modern-day revisionists and renegade socialists have quibbled about their leaders' position and authority, and destroyed the achievements gained by their revolutionary predecessors. Remember what I just talked about? You know who this is directed at, right? Yeah, it's primarily a national liberation movement. The primary contradiction here is colonialism. All the settler Marxists obfuscate that. Very simple fact. But I love the way he puts this. Modern-day revisionists and renegade socialists have quibbled, and this is where the de-Stalinization campaign came from, about the leader's position and authority, and destroyed the achievements gained by their revolutionary predecessors. I remember the strength of the USSR in the period of Lenin and Stalin was the very fact that the masses themselves were voluntarily following the policies of the party. Even though Stalin never served on any state organs themselves, he never could vote towards any policies as a result of that. They were closely aligning with party policy at that time. After the de-Stalinization campaign, suddenly they weren't. And now you had the leaders as a result in response to the masses no longer responding to the party policy as militantly as they did during Lenin and Stalin's time. You see them fall more and more into these bureaucratic practices, which just further serve to disconnect the party and the masses more and more and more. They never were able to implement anything like a mass line. They thus corrupted and demolished socialism and tarnished its image. To emasculate the main roots of socialism, profane their leaders, who blazed the path of the revolution and their revolutionary predecessors, and obliterate the historical achievements of socialism. These are the most shameful and despicable disloyalty and counter-revolutionary maneuvers. Historical experience shows that if revolutionary traditions are negated and destroyed, the revolution is discontinued, and the socialist achievements won at the cost of blood are brought to nothing. The revolutionary traditions which our party and people must inherit are the Juche revolutionary traditions established by the great leader Comrade Kim Il-sung, while pioneering and leading the unprecedentedly arduous Korean Revolution to victory. Our party's revolutionary traditions, whose main content is the Juche ideological system, the communist revolutionary spirit, valuable revolutionary achievements, profound and rich fighting experience, and the revolutionary method and popular style of working are a lasting foundation of our revolution. Our party has always paid close attention to staunchly defending the glorious revolutionary traditions established by respected Comrade Kim Il-sung, preserving the purity and educating all party members and working people in them. In our country, our revolutionary traditions are now brilliantly embodied in socialist construction in all domains of social life. We must intensify education in our revolutionary traditions so that all party members of the working people are solidly educated in our party's revolutionary traditions and carry them forward to develop them so as to consummate Juche socialism without fail. Working class consciousness constitutes the core of socialist ideology. It is the consciousness of independence, which represents the masses' desire for independence and their fundamental interests. The working class has a stronger revolutionary spirit and unity and a greater sense of independence than any other social class. It is none other than the working class which represents the masses' desire for and aspirations to an independent life and development, and which takes the lead in the struggle to realize these. Socialist society embodies the demands of working class. In the struggle for socialism, we must always adhere to the standpoint of the working class. Any departure from this will result in the degeneration of socialism. The degeneration of socialism means class degeneration. Renegade socialists paralyzed people's class consciousness and corrupted the class content of socialism under deceptive slogans such as a new way of thinking and universal human values. A new way of thinking and universal human values depart from the viewpoint of the working class, are precisely a bourgeois way of thinking and a bourgeois outlook on values. Remember, there cannot be universal values, right? In a class society, you have reactionary values, which are based on reactionary interests, and you have proletarian values, which are based on progressive interests. There can be no third way. It should be well known. Maintaining the standpoint of the working class and equipping people with the working class consciousness is always an important matter throughout the accomplishment of socialism. Needless to say, the specific content of class education may change to some extent as the revolution and construction progress. However, class education must never be neglected for a moment. Excuse me, where's all those people who say that Juche abandons class struggle? Could you please raise your hands now if any of you are here? Yeah. Anyone who has said in the anyone who's of that group who says Juche abandons class struggle or something like that, please raise your hand now. I ask you. And if you think that's a straw man, go on the fucking internet and look at what people say about DPRK, and I guarantee you can literally find that charge from the most well-meaning communists in the world who will say, "Oh, DPRK though, didn't they take communism out of their constitution and abandon class struggle?" Yeah, or abandons Marxism, Leninism, one or the other. I've literally heard them say that it abandons class struggle. I almost want to look it up. Just like on the old... I'm just curious. If it comes up on the old... Yes, there we go. See, look, I knew I could do it. Juche literally abandons class struggle as the driving force of history, instead claiming it to be the conflict of man against nature. You have zero idea what you're talking about. Read Kim Il-sung. Class education must be steadily intensified. Estonian flag opinion discarded. Not a real country. Someone else said Juche is about whatever the leader feels like doing and is accepted. Yeah, that's why it teaches the masses they are the masters of history. Makes sense. Class education must be steadily intensified, not only during the struggle to establish a socialist system, but also after its establishment. Neglecting class education when the imperialists and their allies, hostile elements, are still working insidiously to wipe out socialism may result in ideological disarmament, inner confrontation with the enemy. So we must on no account slacken the work of arming people with working class consciousness, even after the establishment of a socialist system. I don't know. I think Kim Jong-il just says it right there, but that's just me. Since its early days, our party has maintained that equipping people with working class consciousness is essential in communist education. Thank you, Violin. and has conducted tireless class education. We must step up class education among our party members and working people in keeping with the present conditions to ensure that they acquire working class consciousness. We must always maintain the viewpoint of the working class, hate exploitative systems and imperialism, and staunchly fight against them. In particular, we must pay a lot of attention to instilling working class consciousness into the younger generation, who have experienced neither exploitation and oppression, nor the trials of the arduous revolution. Get ready for the fire. We're about to turn up the heat on this next part, comrades. Socialist ideology is a weapon for class emancipation as well as national liberation. It is genuine patriotism. Remembering here that it is impossible. There is no such thing as patriotism for a bourgeoisie. You cannot be patriotic for a bourgeois state because, as we'll read in the future in Kim Jong-il's on having a correct understanding of nationalism, bourgeois nationalism doesn't exist. It's merely a cloak to hide their class interests. The USA isn't a nation after all. It's merely class interests in a trench coat. A country and nation are a community of people which has been formed historically and whose members share a common destiny. Socialism is carried out with a country and nation as a unit. Imperialists trample upon the independence of other countries and nations and incite antagonism and conflict among nations. The capitalist road is the road of exploitation and oppression, of national inequality and subjugation. This is clearly proved by the history of oppressed nations, which have been deprived of their national sovereignty and were forced to suffer colonial slavery at the hands of imperialists, and by the state of affairs in those countries where, because of renegade socialists, socialism collapsed and capitalism has returned. Socialism is opposed to all sorts of aggression and intervention by imperialists. It guarantees genuine national independence and sovereignty, well-being, and prosperity. It is a national duty to the world revolution for the working class party and people of each country to bring about a successful revolution in their own country. So there you go. How do you contribute to the world revolution, comrades? Well, it's your duty to contribute to the world revolution by bringing about a successful revolution in your own country. Now, since it is a national duty, and since the preceding revolution is a national liberation struggle, that means that all you settlers need to unite behind the national liberation movements of the formerly oppressed nations, as I've said earlier. These people, these patsocks who were trying to bring patriotism and false and uniting behind the bourgeois false nationalism that again cannot even exist, are literally just reactionaries uniting people behind imperialism and colonialism. In order for comrades to contribute to the national duty here, they need to become allies, actual allies of the struggle of First Nations and other oppressed people for national liberation here. That's it. And as Comrade Kim Il-sung, has pointed out before, the democratic, anti-imperialist, anti-colonial revolution, of course, precedes the socialist revolution. Is it possible for it to be the case, or is it possible for it to take place in another way? Maybe, but so far our history has not played out that way. In the history of every revolution, right, it has been that national liberation struggle preceding the socialist struggle. And yeah, I mean, well, this is a reflection of that, Plants Fanon. You know, I think why some socialists get hyper focused about imperialism. And look, okay, I might be about to roll out a hot take here. Okay, I want you comrades to bear with me. Defending China is a good and great thing to do. Yes, we should absolutely defend China. We should push back against any sort of anti-China propaganda anytime you see it. Yes, you should defend China as the socialist country it is. Yes. I think too many Marxists in the West, however, Marxists in the West fall into sort of a big power worship. And they focus so much on China that they forget to look at what's going on in their own country and study the national liberation movements that are happening right outside of their doors. They forget to study about the people who are struggling right now, First Nations people. They forget to study works like we did earlier, Glenn Sean Couthard and other First Nations theorists, whether or not they're staunch Marxist-Leninists. They get so focused on what's going on in China, and again, never failed to push back against the anti-China propaganda. Never failed to defend China as the socialist country it is. But all I'm saying is you need to also study what's going on in your own country. And I think if you're a settler, you have a especially significant duty to study First Nation struggles in your area. I mean, China, we should absolutely defend it, but, you know, we can't materially... Any kind of expression of solidarity is not really an expression of solidarity. We can express our support for China's project, but solidarity really would mean us materially supporting them. And as Plants Fanon here points out, we can't even help China in that way without seizing state power, right? And in order to seize state power, it's really important that comrades, especially settlers, understand the truth about slavery, about colonial murder, colonial genocide, and how that continues to this day. How the residential school system is merely continued on today by the Child Protective Services system. You have to recognize all these things, and you have to study these things, and you have to be able to teach other people these things in your community. It's good to be able to push back against the anti-communist propaganda, the anti-China propaganda. It's good to be able to fight that in your locality. But then it's also good to turn around and say, hey, you realize about these First Nations people fighting for, you know, missing murdered Indigenous women. Or for this particular land cause, right? Now, and again, I'm not saying don't defend China. I'm just saying you have a duty to do both. And to ignore, I think, my critique is specifically towards the people who do not study the conditions in their own country. That's specifically where my critique is towards. So if this is speaking to you, okay? If it's not directed at you, it's not directed at you. And you know who it is directed at. Yeah, there is a real problem with some people who talk about the necessity of supporting the AES, but engaging in all kinds of record discourse that throws people off of emerging revolutionary struggles. They think those states will just endow all the other nations with their magic politics. And yeah, and this is just that. This is just it. I mean, you expect, it's like what I see right now when I, look, I want to get real with you for a second. When I first saw the situation in Niger coming out, I was saying, look, we need to sit back and we need to watch what's happening. Because I saw a lot of like Marxist analysis online who felt compelled to immediately jump into this big analysis about how the person was trained in the US and was therefore this was going to somehow be a US directed plot to disrupt France or something like this. And I was like, whoa, you gotta slow down and like actually look at what's happening here, you know? It's like, It's like you gotta support anything that weakens that imperialist colonial system. But yeah, here I think if you're a communist here, you have a duty to also study the struggles the people here in your own country. If you're in Canada, if you're in the US, that means studying the multinational struggles of First Nations people, the land defenders, right? Glenshaw and Couthard, we read that on the channel. That's a good place to start. Yeah, that's my reaction. Okay, here it says that's my reaction to anything that's new in the news. Sit back and wait to see what is actually happening, why, instead of reacting right away. And that's just it. I like to try and if I see something come up in the mainstream media, I like to then wait and see it come up in other countries' media as well, and I try and compare that all together. And with the coup in Niger, I was thinking about like what happened with Burkina Faso, and I was just trying to tell people, let's sit back and watch. Don't say this is just the U.S. This is the U.S. orchestrated coup without knowing, because the U.S. does train all kinds of people, and not the majority of those people end up being pro-U.S., right? People do go to the U.S. and use that type of training for the sole purpose of going back and using that against the U.S. That does exist. Remember that Lenin quote: "The capitalists will hang us that rope, or will sell us the rope that we hang with." In Minecraft, in our country, and just speaking of the stages that socialist revolution plays out, as I said, that national liberation struggle first, right? In our country, the socialist revolution began after the carrying out of the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution in the northern half of the republic following liberation. It is a logical process of revolutionary development that the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution led by the working class changes to the socialist revolution. Now, it's important also to not get a mechanical understanding of what the working class means. Before we continue, I just want to quickly mention that it's more important than the working class as like some mechanical, rather than thinking of the working class as some like mechanical thing that just means anybody working in a factory or in these particular conditions, which we see our Pat Sox doing all the time. The truth of the matter is, what really matters, right, is people's working class ideology. How much they have that working class ideology. That's the key factor, right? Again, the consciousness of independence, etc. Just as we're learning in Juche here. And in the West here, I would argue that the whiteitariat, much of the working class, as would be traditionally known, are captured by reactionary ideas and are either wittingly or unwittingly working in a labor aristocracy where they're essentially working against revolutionary movements, right? And this is why, by the way, the Black Panther Party tried to point out that in the West, that what you would traditionally be known as the working class and what would be traditionally known as the lumpen proletariat, many of what is traditionally seen as the lumpen proletariat actually has the most revolutionary conscious elements. Those people, because those colonized people are the ones who are left out of employment. They're the ones who were pushed out of that type of shit in disproportionate numbers, right? Always puffing the wrong end of this. But so I think that's like an important thing to remember. When we're talking about the working class, we're talking about those with the working class revolutionary ideology. That means in the West here, regardless of whether or not the First Nations people you need to support are themselves a working class, or whether they're lumpen proletariat or whatever the fuck you call them, fact of the matter is you support their national liberation struggle because they're the ones guided by the working class ideology. You want proof of that? Look at their struggles right now. Look at what those people are struggling for. Look at the struggles for land defending, water defending, and national liberation of these First Nations. And you can see in practice that this is what they're guided with. They're guided by that. Remember, as we said earlier, class, what is the essence of Marxism? The ending of all oppression of human by human. all exploitation, all oppression by human. That is exactly what that struggle is. And that's why I say that's the revolutionary vanguard. That's the revolutionary army, the core of the change here. Now, that's a very controversial opinion because it is traditionally viewed as just being the working class as a whole. I want to find this quote that I have from Kim Jong-il that is about that, actually. It would be hard for me to find it. I'll wait till we're watching something and then I'll find it. Wait. Oh no, this is from the same. Okay, I'll find it. I'll find it when we're watching the thing we're watching next. But it's a quote related to what I'm saying. It is a national duty to the world revolution for the working class party and people of each country to bring about a successful revolution in their own country. To bring about a successful revolution in their own country, they must love their country and nation and maintain their independence. This is to combat national defeatism that if you are a First Nation, you understand how prevalent and hard of a thing this is to fight against. Without realizing their country's and nation's independence, it is impossible for the masses to win their own independence. Only someone who loves their country and nation can fight devoutly for socialism, with the attitude of being master of their revolution and their own country. Someone who loves their country and nation and is loyal to the revolution in their country respects the sovereignty of other countries and nations, and fights strongly against the encroachment of it. One's national duty and international duty to the revolution are in unity. And communists, who are unfailingly loyal to the cause of popular independence, are true patriots and, at the same time, genuine internationalists. Very extremely unrelated, but in my opinion, under socialism, should there be social media? Sure, I see no problem with social media. DPRK has their own form of social media, right? And I mean, technically, again, people in DPRK can just go to a local library or one of their local public centers and connect to the internet, the larger internet. But with their intranet, they do have their own sort of social media sites. The problem is just social media right now is largely owned by individuals. But yeah, social media owned by the public? Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. To instill loyalty to socialism into people, we must intensify education and socialist patriotism among them. Presenting education and socialist patriotism is an important task in ideological education. Our party has worked hard to implement this task among party members and working people. Our people are now full of national pride and self-confidence at living and working for the revolution under the people-centered socialist system led by the party. They ardently love their Juche socialist country and reliably defend their socialist achievements, frustrating the anti-socialist, anti-DPRK schemes of imperialists and reactionaries. We must step up education and socialist patriotism and ensure that people fight devoutly for the prosperity and development of their socialist fatherland, fully aware of their mission as revolutionaries, defending the bulwark of socialism. Encouraging all members of society to acquire sound moral qualities is an important requirement for consolidating and developing socialism. Morality means the standard of social behavior which are observed voluntarily and conscientiously. In class society, morality assumes a class character. In an exploitative society, the morals of the exploiting class prevail, serving to protect their interests and to oppress and exploit the working masses. Moral corruption is an incurable sickness, is inherent in exploitative class society. It is the worst in capitalist society, where money rules everything. I love how he says it's the worst in capitalist society, honestly, because I've seen too many people see that Marx thing about Marx, framing capitalism as a progressive step in human development to mean that any sort of capitalist development anywhere is a progress. That's actually, by the way, how they arrive at incorrect conclusions, like thinking that First Nations liberation will just lead to capitalist First Nations, which is completely untrue. The struggle against colonialism will, as I continue to point out, necessitate the struggle towards a socialist society. But I mean, that is within the traditions of many First Nations, I would argue, anyway. Socialist society, where comradely unity and cooperation among people constitute the main component of social relationships, requires the thorough establishment of new morals that suit its intrinsic nature. Morality's social functions and role increase as socialist construction progresses. However, some countries, which were building socialism in the past, due attention was not paid to establishing new morals that suited the intrinsic nature of socialist society. Worse still, there appeared deviations, which regarded an emphasis on morals as a weakening of the revolutionary spirit. Morals do not contradict the revolutionary spirit. On the contrary, they consolidate it further. When socialism establishes morals that suit its intrinsic nature, and when it stands firmly on its moral foundation, then the political and ideological unity and cohesion of the popular masses grow stronger. A sound revolutionary atmosphere prevails throughout society, and socialist construction advances with force. They also believed revolution could happen in the most advanced capitalist states due to that. Exactly, which I was saying earlier, right? And why, again, another reason why I think Juche is such an important contribution, right? Why I think it's a very much it's a universal philosophy, just like Marxism, Leninism is, but it's something that's overlooked because it's seen as like just being for Korea, when really it discovered social laws of revolutionary development that apply to any sort of revolutionary movement, right? It's just that, of course, we have to disseminate it, reading the works here, and then we have to apply it into our own language to understand for our own conditions, right? Yeah, this is where indigenous cultural resurgence comes in. Exactly. And what I was saying earlier about what I think a big contribution, again, of why Juche can speak to a lot of First Nations people in a way that Marxism can't, is it sort of reminds us that our revolutionary cultural traditions, which are revolutionary and do exist, can be used to build a more progressive, a base society, and to fight against capitalism. It reinforces that. Socialist morality is a collectivist morality, based on noble comradely love and revolutionary duty. It is the best of all moralities. It is inherited excellent virtues handed down through the history among the working masses. It has developed these in a fresh way to suit the requirements of socialist society's intrinsic nature. The masses' desire for independence and their interests are the standard of progressive morality. The desires and interests are not only a political standard to distinguish the progressive from the reactionary, but also a moral standard for judging between good and evil. Behavior which accords with the masses' desire for independence and their interests is noble and moral conduct, while behavior which is contrary to these is immoral. To regard living for society in the collective, helping and leading one another forward on the basis of revolutionary comradeship and duty, is an incomparably worthwhile and happy life, rather than living for one's own comfort and disregard others. This is precisely the outlook of socialist collectivist morals. In our country, socialist morals have now taken root in the people's mind and become part of their everyday lives. And noble communist virtues are brought into full play everywhere. Our people treasure, as their own lives, their people-centered socialism, which exalts people's dignity and glorifies their lives. They regard their noble moral duty as being to defend and develop it. They consider it their revolutionary obligation to work loyally, prove themselves worthy of the trust and consideration shown to them by the party and the leader, who provide them with the precious political lives, give them parental love. The beautiful actions of sincerely loving one's comrades and unhesitatingly devoting everything for one's comrades are universal in our society today. Our monolithic unity is the most solid unity in ideology and purpose, morality and duty of the leader, party, and the masses. Our socialism is an unconquerable socialism based on a single ideology and conviction and on the relationship of love and trust. Experience shows that only when socialism strikes deep roots in the people's minds and lives, by creating an atmosphere where socialist morals are observed throughout society, is it possible to firmly defend socialism and advance it to victory through any trials. We must continue to intensify education in socialist morality, so that all members of society will regard their noble moral duty as being to safeguard and glorify socialism, and so that their rule in the attitude of life will be to do this. The work of arming people with socialist ideology is carried out amid the struggle against all sorts of non-socialist ideological elements. The process of equipping people with socialist ideology and ridding them of the outmoded ideas is a serious ideological struggle to eliminate capitalism once and for all from the people's ideological consciousness. The object of ideological struggle is not humanity themselves, but the remnants of obsolete ideas lingering in their minds, and reactionary ideas infiltrating from the outside. We must step up ideological education and ideological struggle among party members and working people to thoroughly overcome the remnants of outmoded ideas such as individualism and selfishness. In particular, we must intensify the struggle against abuse of power and bureaucracy. Remember that article we read this morning? Corruption and irregularities among cadres. These evils are products of the exploitative society. They are rooted in individualism and selfishness. In socialist society, they cannot be tolerated. In socialist society, a cadre is not a bureaucrat lording over the people, but their servant. If abuses of power and bureaucracy, corruption and irregularities are allowed to spread among cadres, this will crack the unity and cohesion of the party and popular masses, and prevent socialism from displaying its vitality. The collapse of socialism in some countries is also due to the widespread abuse of power and to bureaucracy, corruption, and irregularities among cadres. To safeguard and advance socialism, must not tolerate even the slightest expression of these evils, but must uncompromisingly combat them and thoroughly overcome them. Bourgeois ideology and the bourgeois way of life are ideological poison that cripples people mentally. Through their ideological and cultural infiltration into other countries, the imperialists are working ceaselessly to affect people with ideological diseases, integrate those countries from within, and then put them under their domination and control. The imperialist ideological and cultural infiltration is a way for them to be aggressive and to intervene under the guise of cooperation and exchange. It is a vicious means of subversion by which to paralyze people's sound ideological consciousness and to corrupt and make people degenerate by means of reactionary bourgeois ideological poison. And that means, of course, to pine for the capitalist system, right? In order to defend and maintain socialism and ensure that our country develops independently, we must fight against the ideological and cultural infiltration of imperialism. Imperialists and reactionaries now continually conspire to blow the wind of bourgeois liberalism into our country. We must guard against this infiltration of all kinds of reactionary ideas from the outside, such as bourgeois ideology and the bourgeois way of life. Revisionism is a counter-revolutionary opportunist trend, which emasculates socialism's revolutionary principles. The greatest harm of revisionism is that it denies the position and role of the party and leader in the revolution and construction. It weakens the role of socialist power, creates illusions about capitalism, and disarms people ideologically. In the long run, revisionism abandons socialism and leads to capitalism. We must have a clear understanding of the reactionary nature of revisionism and its dangers, and must strongly oppose and reject all sorts of revisionist trends. By the way, if you don't know, in the modern context, revisionism means to abandon important revolutionary principles, to abandon the revolutionary essence of Marxism, which is what again, comrades? In order to appease imperialist interests.
To say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work, and it worked for hundreds of millions of people.
So if you want to know where the revisionists are, just look at the Pat Sox. They are literally changing the core essence of Marxism, right? Saying the essence of Marxism being the liberation and ending of all oppression of human by human. They abandon that, and then they distort these various aspects of Marxism in order to justify their abandoning of this revolutionary essence of Marxism. That's revisionism. That's an expression of modern revisionism, which, as we all know, is just a form of opportunism. That's what they are. They're revisionist opportunists. If you want to put it in the language that Lenin would be using against them, revisionist opportunists and fucking fascists. An important guarantee for thwarting the anti-socialist schemes of our class enemies and accomplishing socialism is to imbue people firmly with socialist ideology. As in the past, so in the future, we must carry out vigorous ideological education to equip party members and working people with socialist ideology. Yeah, don't even get me started, Juche Gang 420. Okay, I think this might be the final chapter. Was that last chapter good? Everybody like it? We all learning? Are we learning? 3. In socialist society, ideological work must be carried out in accordance with principles and methods which meet the intrinsic requirements of socialism. When the task and content of ideological work have been correctly defined, success in this work depends on the principles and methods used. It is only when ideological work is carried out in accordance with principles and methods which meet the intrinsic requirements of socialism that all members of society can be successfully transformed by teaching them socialist ideology. Yay, we're all learning. And in socialist society, ideological work must be carried out vigorously as the concern of the whole party, state, and society, under the leadership of the working class party. Our ideological work is an undertaking to solidly arm the masses of people with socialist ideology, and to thus consolidate the socialist ideological bulwark throughout the revolution and construction, and give full play to the masses' revolutionary enthusiasm and creativity. Therefore, all party and state organs, working people's organizations, and other institutions must work in accordance with their mission and duty to equip the popular masses with socialist ideology. Officials from all sectors and echelons must step up ideological work, political work, among the masses. The most important principle of ideological work is to ensure the firm leadership of the working class party over ideological work. Remember, as I mentioned before, the working class party in a socialist society does not have direct hold of state organs, but it is constitutionally the leading party in a socialist society. So now you have to ask yourselves, well, how does it lead? Well, it leads exactly with ideology, right? That is, to put it, is to oversimplify it as much as possible, it leads with ideology. The working party is independent of all state organs, but you see its ideology is propagated among its members, its cadres, who then go out among the masses and propagate that ideology among them, as does, of course, mass media and stuff in a socialist society. And then also those members within the party get elected to various state organs, and they convince the other representatives of people's deputies to also unite behind the correctness of the Revolutionary Party. And over many, many years of the working class party putting forward a correct line that does reflect the revolutionary desire and demands of the masses and the correct material way to move towards socialism, this becomes more and more firm, and the masses more and more voluntarily follow that leadership of the working class party. So that's why we say that the working class party leads purely through ideology. It cannot lead through commands and decrees, because again, the leader of for example, Kim Jong-un doesn't have direct hold or veto powers over any state organs. And in fact, at the end of the day, the Supreme People's Assembly has the power over him, and even has the ability to appoint and recall him. The Working Class Party is the supreme political organization which leads the revolution and construction. Without the party's leadership, ideological work cannot be carried out in a unified way to meet the requirements of socialism. It is only when the party's leadership over ideological work is completely ensured that it becomes possible to prevent any heterogeneous idea from infiltrating into the ideological field, and to defend the revolutionary and socialist character of ideological work, and make a single idea socialist ideology prevail throughout society. A working class party must adhere to ideological work and must not withdraw even a single step from its leadership over this work. Any compromise or concession in the ideological field means degeneration and defeat. Weakening or denying the working class party's leadership over ideological work is an attempt to destroy the socialist ideological bulwark and to introduce and propagate reactionary bourgeois ideology. A working class party must categorically oppose and reject all machinations to deny its leadership over ideological work. It must exercise unified control and unitary guidance over all ideological work. A working class party must organize itself and carry out ideological work through all levels of party organizations. Moreover, it must supervise the ideological and cultural areas such as the media, art, and literature, as well as state organs, working people's organizations, and educational institutions, so that they educate the masses efficiently in accordance with their mission and duty. And later, I can whip out a good Stalin quote after. The media and art and literature are powerful ideological weapons for educating, organizing, and mobilizing the masses. In socialist society, the media, art, and literature must all other ideological and cultural channels fully serve the purpose of defending and advancing socialism, to meet the masses' desire for independence under the party's leadership. If ideological and cultural channels depart from the guidance and control of working class party and socialist society, they will be used as a counter-revolutionary instrument. This is proved by the fact that In those countries which were building socialism, traitors to socialism and reactionaries took ideological and cultural channels into their own hands and used them to attack socialism. The working class party must keep the media, art, literature, and other ideological and cultural channels under tight control. It must steadily enhance their role so that they all credibly fulfill their mission and duty on the socialist ideological front. The socialist state guides and administers all spheres of social life, particularly politics, economics, and culture, in a unified way. The socialist state's role as an ideological and cultural educator is one of its basic goals. All right. I'm going to do I see your redemption GMO, and I am going to do it right at the end. I have it right here. It's actually kind of a mishmash of a Stalin quote and a Lenin quote, actually. Where is it? No, that one does not talk. That one means I talk. Right here. Okay. I'll read that as soon as I'm finished. We're rounding right up to home here. While guiding and administering all spheres of social life, such as state administration and economic management, the socialist state must adhere to socialist principles. It must bring the advantages of socialism into full play, and thus fully ensure good material lives for people to meet the requirements of socialism. It must also create rich, ideological, and cultural lives to the full. State organs must carefully draw up socialist laws and regulations and establish a well-organized system of socialist administration in all areas. They must guide and control people so that they willingly observe laws and administrative orders. The socialist state's guidance and administration of all areas of social life on socialist principles, in accordance with the requirements of socialism, is highly instrumental in helping people acquire socialist ideology and practice, and helping them become accustomed to socialist life. The guidance and administration is also an important guarantee which makes it impossible for obsolete ideas to be revived in socialist society or to infiltrate from the outside. The socialist state must work to develop economic and cultural exchange and cooperation with various countries around the world, based on the principle of equality and mutual benefit. At the same time, it must guard against the infiltration of reactionary bourgeois ideology and decadent bourgeois culture and ways of life. State organs forget socialist principles in their economic and cultural exchanges with other countries and organize economic and cultural exchange and cooperation carelessly. This will open the door to infiltration of imperialist ideology and culture. The consequences would be serious, and socialism would be jeopardized. The socialist state must adopt administrative and legal measures to protect the socialist system and people from the infiltration of imperialist ideology and culture. In socialist society, working people's organizations are political organizations which comprise different classes and strata of society. Their basic duty is to give ideological education to their members. In capitalist society, where exploitation and oppression prevail, and the interests of different classes and strata conflict, the basic duty of mass organizations is to fight for the interests of their own class and stratum. In contrast, socialist society, where class antagonisms have been eliminated, the mission and duty of working people's organizations are fundamentally different. Because people are the masters of state and society in socialist society, and because different sections of the population share common interests, people from different social strata have their interests included in the state and public interests. The prosperity of the whole society makes them happy. For this reason, working people's organizations in socialist society have the basic mission of educating and leading their members to carry out their responsibility and role as masters of the state and society. If working people's organizations in socialist society only work for the interests of their own members, as in capitalist society, they will counterpose the interests of an individual class or stratum to the party, state, and public interests, and such organizations will go against the state and socialism. The parties in some countries which were building socialism failed to rally broad sections of the masses behind it. They suffered defeat in their confrontation with counter-revolution, mainly because they had guided working people's organizations inefficiently. A working class party must lead working people's organizations along the right path and make sure that they educate their members properly, in accordance with their mission and characteristics, and that they rally their members closely behind the party and mobilize them in socialist construction. The working class party must pay particular attention to encouraging youth organizations to play their role properly. The future of the revolution and socialism depends on how the new generation is prepared. Socialist society, the youth organization, as the political reserve of the working class party, has an honorable duty to fully preparing the younger people as reliable successors to socialism. If youth organizations are preoccupied with various administrative and practical affairs, instead of channeling their efforts into their proper duties, they cannot educate the younger generation in socialist ideology. If they weaken ideological work, the younger generation will only seek their own comfort instead of working devoutly for the party and the revolution, for the country and the people, and it may be affected by the wind of capitalist liberalism blowing in from the outside. The working class party must strengthen its leadership of youth organizations so that they work hard to educate their members ideologically in accordance with their own duties and young people's characteristics, so that they admirably train them to be successors to the revolution. Socialist society, educational institutions must direct a lot of effort to educating people, particularly young people ideologically. Because younger people are all enrolled in a particular part of the educational system in socialist society, educational institutions have the heavy duty educating and training them. Socialist education is not the practical work of teaching merely knowledge and technology, but an important undertaking to train revolutionaries. In socialist society, educational institutions must teach younger people advanced science and technology and give them knowledge, in accordance with the principles of socialist pedagogy. At the same time, educational institutions must intensify ideological education and bring younger people up into staunch revolutionaries who are loyal to socialism. In socialist society, officials from all sectors and echelons must carry out ideological work, political work. Political work is the first process of all work. Only when political work aimed at educating and stimulating people to act, carried out efficiently, is it possible to succeed in revolutionary task in hand by stimulating the masses' revolutionary enthusiasm and creativity. Political work is not the concern of only party workers and officials in charge of ideological work. In socialist society, all officials, no matter in what sector and on what level they are, and no matter what they do, must do political work. Political, economic, cultural, military, and all other officials must regard political work with people, as their important revolutionary duty. As the first part of the revolutionary task, they must carry out this work with vigor. In our country today, all party organizations, state organs, ideological and cultural bodies, working people's organizations, and educational institutions are transforming party members and other working people, and youth and children, by teaching them socialist ideology in accordance with their respective mission and duty. Officials from all sectors and on all levels are successfully carrying out the revolutionary task by giving precedence to political work. In the future, too, we must vigorously promote ideological work by regarding it as the concern of the whole party and state and the whole of society under the party's leadership. We must strengthen the ideological bulwark of socialism. Socialist society, the work of educating and transforming people, must be made the concern of the masses themselves. Ideological transformation is for the good of the popular masses and must be conducted by the masses themselves. Since the popular masses are the masters of their own destiny, they themselves must transform their own ideology and must undertake ideological transformation as masters. Ideological transformation can only be successful when it becomes the concern of the masses themselves and only when broad sections of the masses take active part in it. When turning ideological transformation into the work of the popular masses themselves, it is very important to vigorously promote various kinds of mass ideological transformation campaigns. Such a campaign is carried out by broad section of the masses for their mutual education. At every stage of revolutionary development, our party has proposed and promoted a mass ideological transformation campaign to meet the requirements of the revolution, to suit the masses' political and ideological preparedness. After liberation, the party carried out the general ideological mobilization movement for nation building to do away with the survivals of Japanese imperialist ideas and feudal ideas, and to arm people with the idea of nation building. In the post-war period of socialist construction, it promoted the Comilla movement and achieved brilliant success in educating and transforming people on socialist lines. Today, when the cause of modeling the whole of society on the Juche idea has come to the fore, our party is developing all members of society into Juche-type communist revolutionaries by conducting the Three Revolution Red Flag movement to accelerate the three revolutions: ideological, technological, and cultural. In our country, the broad masses take an active part in ideological transformation campaign, and everyone educates one another. Cadres, as well as the masses, are influenced by the communist deeds of ordinary workers and peasants. And commanders are also influenced by the heroic deeds of ordinary soldiers. In the future, too, we must continue to promote the mass ideological transformation campaign to meet the requirements of revolutionary development and to suit the masses' preparedness. An important aspect of the mass ideological transformation campaign is to encourage and develop positive examples and spread them widely among the masses. Now, this part's important for you all as well. Positive examples are a silent criticism of the negative, and they arouse strong sympathy in people. In socialist society, where the positive predominates, the main stress must be put on the method of influencing people by positive examples, when educating and transforming the masses. The path of arduous and honorable struggle along which our revolution has advanced has produced many genuine communist revolutionaries and heroes who devoted themselves totally to their party and leader, to the country and people. Our anti-Japanese revolutionary predecessors and the heroes of the Fatherland Liberation War, those who distinguished themselves in socialist construction, and unassuming heroes are brilliant examples of communist revolutionaries. Our party has worked hard to see that all party members and other working people follow the noble ideological and moral qualities of our revolutionary predecessors and heroes, people of merit and labor innovators. The proud situation in which noble communist traits are now being brought into full play among our people clearly shows the vitality of educating people through the influence of positive examples and the mass ideological transformation campaign. We must press ahead with the ideological transformation campaign among the masses to steadily transform people's ideology. We must ensure that the noble quality of working and living in a communist way is displayed to a higher degree throughout society. Ideological education must be carried out through study and participation in organizations, and in close combination with revolutionary practice. Study, participation in organizations, revolutionary practice are important links in the whole chain of ideological education, as well as effective methods of ideological education. By studying, people cultivate themselves ideologically and acquire the ideological and mental sustenance they need for revolution. Only when they study hard can people acquire firm revolutionary outlook on the world and continue to succeed in the revolutionary struggle and in construction. In a socialist society, everyone must make studying part of their daily routine. They must study regularly and diligently. In our country today, a well-regulated system whereby the party, people, and army all study has been set up and is run in a regular way. All members of society regularly take part in study sessions, public lectures, and other collective study sessions, without exception, and study in earnest. Studying has become a daily routine for people and a social attitude of our country. We must strengthen the revolutionary atmosphere of studying throughout the party and society, make sure that everyone studies tirelessly. Life in a revolutionary organization is a crucible of ideological training and a school of revolutionary education. People receive politico-ideological education and are trained in a revolutionary way through life in organizations. The organizational lives of party members and working people are politico-ideological lives to realize the desire for political integrity. The situation where every member of society belongs to and takes part in a political organization is a way of politico-ideological life suited to the inherent nature of socialist society. All working people, young people, students, and school children in our country belong to party organization, working people's organization, youth organization, or children's organization. They lead organizational lives and receive political ideological education, thus glorifying their political lives. Success in education and transforming people through the inculcation of socialist ideology in our country is mainly due to the fact that every member of society is educated through life in political organizations. We must ensure that all party members, working people, young people, students, and school children take part in an organization voluntarily and in good faith with the correct attitude towards their organization. A person's ideology is tempered and consolidated through revolutionary practice. It is verified in practice. So studying's not enough. We have to apply what we study, right? The remnants of outmoded ideas lingering in people's minds find their expression in practice. Hence why I always remind you, comrades, that I think a big reason, of course, with the Pat Sox, why they can go on and think they're so correct is that they have a divorce of practice and theory. They do no practice. Only when ideological education is closely combined with revolutionary practice can we eliminate outmoded ideas from people's minds and successfully arm them with socialist ideology. Our party finds an effective solution to the problem of educating and transforming people through practice and making the process of performing revolutionary tasks a process of ideologically cultivating and training them. We must make sure that party members and working people learn socialist ideology, reinforce it, and train themselves ideologically through their practical struggle for their country's prosperity and development through their worthwhile socialist lives. We must put an end to administrative and formalistic practices and ideological work and do it in an original and effective way. Administrative and formalistic practices are very harmful in that they have nothing in common with how a working class party works. Which we'll get to that quote in just a second, GMO, that is actually really related to this. Really related. Administrative and formalistic practices are very harmful in that they have nothing in common with how a working class party works. They are intolerable in ideological work. A working class party cannot educate and transform people if it forces its ideology on people by using its authority, on the grounds that it has come to power, or if it sticks to a form and style that is devoid of substance in its ideological work.
Oh, really? Yep, big communist, big communist. Oh.
Carrying out ideological work in an administrative and formalistic way is a mistaken work attitude, a wrong tendency to do with an easygoing way without making an effort. Administrative and formalistic practices in ideological work make it impossible to transform people's ideology and may end in the collapse of the ideological bulwark of socialism. Ideological education in socialist society must always be done through explanation and persuasion. I'm going to repeat that. Ideological education in socialist society must always be done through explanation and persuasion, in accordance with the intrinsic requirements of socialism and the characters of the work of ideological transformation. By its very nature, an ideology can neither be forced nor imposed on people by administrative methods. A working class party must enlighten people and educate them patiently through explanation and persuasion, so that they accept socialist ideology as their own ideology and make it their unshakable faith. Yeah, he's also criticizing proceduralism, I would say, even throughout this entire work. Proceduralism as well as stagism. Look, this is why Juche is so good. It is important to carry out various forms of ideological education using varied methods to suit people's specific qualities and their preparedness. Since people's level of ideological consciousness, their intellectual qualifications, characters, and tastes differ from one another, and their life experience and working conditions are not the same, ideological education cannot be successful if it is done using one and the same method. Ideological education must be carried out in a realistic way, in forms and using methods that suit people's specific features and their preparedness, free from outdated formalistic patterns. Truthfulness, scientific accuracy, and kindness should be guaranteed in the preparation of all materials for propaganda and agitation. And short courses, public lectures, and exploratory talks should be held after full preparations. For officials to carry out effective ideological work, they must acquire the habit of mixing closely with the masses, educating them while working with them, and breathing the same air as them. In the early days, our party proposed that the whole party should go among the masses. It ensured that officials went among the masses and carried out ideological education, just like the anti-Japanese guerrillas. All our officials must consider their duty and obligation as being to go among the masses, required by the party's traditional way of working, and to mix regularly with them, and efficiently educate and transform them by means of socialist ideology. Putting the main stress on ideology and giving definite priority to ideological work is a principle our party consistently maintains while leading the revolution and construction. In the future, too, our party will intensify ideological work, thoroughly implement the principle of giving priority to ideological work over all other affairs. It will thus safeguard and brilliantly accomplish Juche socialism. Socialism is the future of mankind, And the socialist movement is a great movement of the popular masses to create a new, independent world. The socialist movement develops and emerges victorious through the conscious struggles of the popular masses. The world's socialist movement will inevitably triumph, thanks to the struggle of the popular masses who are awakened to socialist ideology, the strength of which unites them. Fucking end. So the quote I wanted to bring up, just quickly before we end, which is related to the end of what we were reading there, everything from page 42 on, basically.
Long live the People's Revolution!
So what does it mean, this automotive work method? Well, how does the party work then? Well, let's look at what Stalin wrote in Foundations of Leninism, just when we wrap up this work. The party possesses all the necessary qualifications for this, which is to be the ruling party, that is. Because in the first place, it is the rallying center of the finest elements of the working class, who have direct connections with non-party organizations of the proletariat, and very frequently lead them. Because secondly, the party is a rallying center of the finest members of the working class, the best school for training leaders of the working class, capable of directing every form of organization of their class. Because thirdly, the party, as the best school for training leaders of the working class, is, by reason of experience and prestige, the only organization capable of centralizing the leadership of the struggle of the proletariat, thus transforming each and every non-party organization of the working class into an auxiliary party and transmission belt linking the party with the class. The party is the highest form of class organization.
Oh, really? Yep, big communist, big communist. Oh.
That does not mean, of course, that non-party organizations, trade unions, cooperatives, etc., state organs, should be officially subordinated to the party leadership. It only means that the members of the party who belong to these organizations and are doubtlessly influential in them to do all they can to persuade these non-party organizations to draw nearer to the party of the proletariat in their work and voluntarily accept its political leadership. That is why Lenin says that the party is, quote, the highest form of proletarian class association, unquote, whose political leadership must extend to every other form of organization of the proletariat. I just wanted to read that to you because I wanted you to hear how that relates to what Comrade Kim Jong-il at the end there is saying about how to organize the state, right? Now, yes, exactly, Frank. Now, I did notice we had a little thing come up in chat there. A little thing. And so I'm going to show you I'm going to give you a quote for free. How about that, huh?
I would have been friends with Stalin.
I'll give you a quote without even needing to use labor vouchers. I'm a nice guy. Yeah, noted, no politics here. Clearly not. We just finished reading like a 45-page book straight on politics. But no politics here. Not that I can see. So here's the way I live as a communist, and I hope that you do as well. Because I noticed a little troll came in about the world ending or something. I don't believe that. I believe that people, united efforts of the people, is going to stop any sort of reactionary effort to end the world. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm too optimistic. So sue me. But I agree with Comrade Kim Il-sung here when he said, if we are to live for a long time working for the revolution, we must live optimistically, with confidence in victory. Because I believe that the people's cause will triumph without fail. I do not feel pessimistic in and out of work. I have lived and am still living cheerfully, with a firm conviction that there will be a way out, even if the sky falls in, with an unshakable confidence in victory. So take that. Make of that what you will. Okay, now. For next on our program, we have...
Kichi, Kichi, Kichima. Sipram Konto Alliance. Shoot to kill. Yamaza. Kill the poor. The farmer. Kill the poor. The farmer. Brr, pa. Pa. Brr, pa. Pa. Attention.
Exactly. Okay, and then, oh yeah. So, you know, we do the theory reads that we did today. We do this every Tuesday and Thursday. I'm not ending, so just settle down, everyone. Settle down, class. We're not ending. Oh God, no. We got, for our next read starting on Thursday, is going to be History and Critique of a Black Legend. Are you excited? I'm excited to start reading this. It's going to be a long one. It's going to take many Tuesdays and many Thursdays. But I think it'll be good. And of course, you can get a free PDF of that read right there on our Iskra channel. On our Iskra thing. You can also use your exclamation mark and type Iskra and get a link to Iskra. Not that it's hard to remember. It's iskrabooks.org. But if you ever forget, we're here for you. By the way, you comrades might have noticed I added a new redeem. I did. It's the Korg redeem. This is the newest redeem. So, for some labor vouchers, we'll have a Korg break. Useful if, you know, we need a break from something heavy or whatever going on. If you forget, just remember Iskra means spark in Russian. Oh, nice. Someone redeemed the Korg break. Perfect. Hey Meg, welcome comrade. Welcome to the channel. I'm just looking at what we're gonna watch next while we do a little jam. Wait. Hey, too old for Twitch. Welcome. I like that one. Wait. I love the sounds in this. I need more of these. One more. Pork break. What do we think? Is that a good redeem? I also think that might be whipped out whenever we do a hype train. Whenever I manage to get a hype train, I'm gonna whip that out. You were playing the Stylophos along with me? Nice. Yeah, we got a whole like jam going. Good, good. I'm glad we dig it. I want to do a little Michael Parenti talk here. You know, it's one that I wanted to do the other day, and then I played the wrong one. But it was still a good talk, so it was all good.
The revolution that feeds the children gets my support.
Exactly, exactly. And then after that, I'm gonna play a game of some kind, probably. Yeah, Cat Chat is great. I love Cat Chat. Yeah, I added a whole bunch of more of those TTV emotes to the channel. Okay, I gotta go to my library here. My playlists. A to Z. Oh, by the way, if you haven't already joined our Discord community, I do highly recommend you check us out over here at Red Star Vanguard. Fantastic community Discord here. It's not like other people's streaming Discords, because it's not just my own Discord. It's really just a great community. I'm just a featured streamer within the community, alongside our dear comrade Valkyrie and comrade Vivian Vampire as well as Comrade Z does some streaming. It's also a good place to come and find communists to play games with if you're tired of, playing with randoms and reactionaries online. We also have a little section for people looking for tech support and also study groups and just learning about communism in general. Red Star Vanguard, your Discord today. Just ask when you come in, you answer the 5 questions that come up. You'll see a copy and paste. We ask you to just copy those questions, fill them out, and at the bottom let them know that you're coming from my stream. And then I can add you to my tag whenever I go live. Alright, this is an older Parenti talk I was looking at. Hello, Yugoslavian Cat. Welcome, comrade. I like watching these old ones, because Parenti is all filled with piss and vinegar. So we're going to check this talk out. And then I'm going to play a video game. I'm gonna let you comrades decide what video game you want to see me play, though. So just before we start this Michael Perenni talk, I'm gonna get you to vote on which game you want to see me play. So, which game after politics? BF2? Battlefront 2? Are you talking about the Star Wars one? Battlefront 2? I got that one. I don't got what's the popular MMO that's out now? I don't have that. Wait, you are talking about Battlefront? I play Battlefront 2 sometimes. I'm not very good at it, but I do like to play it. Yeah. That one. So here's my game collection if you haven't seen this already. I would play Plants. Are you on Steam? You'll have to add me to Steam. You have to get my information and add me to Steam. I mean, what the fuck? What's it matter? It's just my name. Either you add me or you don't. I'm right here, Kim Jong-ilist. To me, Kim Jong-ilist. You'll find me pretty easy. Yeah, so this right here is my little game collection. And I've got a few games we could play that I have been playing afterwards when we're done doing the politics.
Long live the People's Revolution!
So we got Last Call BBS. We got Pizza Tower. And I got Halo Infinite. And then I'm still gonna, this is just what I'll start playing. I'm still, if Plants Fandom jumps on Star Wars, I will play that as well with him. Okay, so yeah, Pete, we got Last Call BBS. I got them up now. So there's the three choices there. Where is it? So this is Last Call BBS right here. See if I can play the video. Oh? What do you mean a dick? The Last Call BBS is like a compilation of various puzzle games. If we go to the screenshots, I think. It's got this here where you're trying to build like a restaurant factory thing. You got to use these wires over on the left, and you got to sort of lay out the factory on the right. You got a model builder. You got this cellular thing, which I sort of figured out how to do it yesterday. A puzzle game involving building dungeon walls, and then a circuit building puzzle game. And then some solitaire as well. So that's Last Call BBS. And then Pizza Tower is this one here. I don't know why it's all muted. That's Pizza Tower. I played Shark last time. I will play Shark again, Frank. Don't worry. I'll play it again. So Pizza Tower is a very stylized looking platformer. We've played it a few times on this. I've never played Deep Rock Galactic, but a lot of people in our Discord do play it. Or at least they did quite a bit. And then of course I'm sure you're all familiar with Halo Infinite. So this program here is called Launchbox, Meg. And this part of it, like with all the attract modes and stuff, this is like called Big Box, which you can get. It's basically the premium version, but you can get Launchbox for free, the desktop version. And yeah, of course, I'm sure you all know Halo Infinite is the shooting game. So there's your 3 choices. Vote now in chat. Do you want to see me play Last Call BBS? Do you want to see me play Pizza Tower? Or do you want to see me play Halo Infinite when we're done politics? Vote now. Make your voices heard. Only 3 people have voted. Pizza Tower, Last Call BBS, or that. Yeah, this program is super cool, Meg. When I'm done the politics streaming for the day, I'll show you like. But look, it can organize my collection, like all my DOSBox games are up here. Here's all my DOSBox. It has these cool little videos, which are not playing sound right now for some reason. I'll figure that out when I launch it again. You even got like little playlists for all my favorite series. Gauntlet. Even ones that aren't my favorite series, honestly, I have playlists for here. See, like the Grand Theft Auto series. And when you come in here, I've got all the different games. For whatever platform. I do like the way the like box comes out and then the game comes out to the side like that. Yeah. I'll show this later when we're done politics streaming. Yeah, choose what game you want me to play. Halo Infinite, Pizza Tower, or Last Call BBS, which is the puzzle game. Pizza Tower is the platformer. Really like, you gotta really time out your platforming perfectly in it. But at the same time, you can't really die. Or Halo Infinite, the shooting game. Yeah, this was Pizza Tower. Yeah, that and WarioWare plants. It definitely has a WarioWare feel to it as well. That's Pizza Tower. Okay, cool plants. So yeah, that's Pizza Tower. So I can play that. Or I can play Halo Infinite. This is gonna be the multiplayer? Yes, okay. Oh yeah, Jude, just 1 second, plans. I'm no expert in this, but I do all right in it. I have some rounds that go really well. I really like driving the Warthog. One of my favorite things to do is driving the Warthog. You would buy what? Halo? You don't gotta buy it. It's free to play. The only thing you'd have to buy is cosmetic shit, and you don't need cosmetic shit. I would gladly play some fucking Halo with you, comrade. Yeah, it's free to play. There's no DLC necessary at all.
The perfect vessel. I choose you.
I fucking love this game. The thing I love about Halo is the longer time to kill. Is I think one of my favorite things about Halo. I like that it takes like, you know, several seconds to actually put someone down in it. It leads to these like tense fights. And then of course last call BBS was this. I'm an old-time Halo player, Plants. I go way back to Halo 2.
Boot up your Sawayama Power Lens and dial into Last Call BBS from Zachtronics. Build futuristic factories in 20th century food court. Snap together model kits in Steed Force Hobby Studio. Work the immortal flesh.
Oh, nice plans.
Last Call.
I was there for the midnight
software
release
you never knew you needed.
on Halo 2. So there you go. There's your three choices.
Last Call BBS from Zachtronics.
Oh yeah, I used to play Combat Evolved. Halo 1 is still one of my favorites. One reason I do have the Master Chief Collection, because I do like that original one. Yeah. Make your voice heard. What do you want me to play? It's your last chance to vote. Vote now. Most important election of your lives. Come on, vote, vote, vote. What game do you want me to play after politics? That's vital. That is vital.
Good afternoon. My name is Will Miller from the Philosophy Department. I'm standing in for Brian Perkins to do introductions this afternoon. And I guess I'd like to perform some of my role as local historian. I came here in 1969 as a new member of the faculty.
We voted. There's
Parenti,
always
our
a
speaker
tie on
today,
this
arrived
channel.
In 1970. After
You almost
having
did
been
a three-way
visiting
tie. I'm
member of the
glad it
Political
wasn't
Science
that.
Department at the University of Illinois in Champaign-Urbana. In the spring of 1970, which, to put it in
All right, we'll
historical
start with
context,
Halo
was
Infinite then.
the spring of the Kent State and Jackson State massacres, at the height of the anti-war movement in the United States. Michael Parenti, then on the faculty at the University of Illinois, attempted to stop a garbage truck from being backed over a number of students who were engaged in a sit-in at the university at the time. For his efforts, he was assaulted by a member of the local police force in Champaign-Urbana, who was three, all of whom were wearing riot gear, face masks, shields, helmets. One of them, after laying Michael's head open with a club, accused him of assaulting, Michael, of having assaulted the police in a kind of Orwellian inversion. Having been assaulted by the police, he was then accused of assaulting them. Was tried in a notorious kangaroo court proceedings and found guilty of assaulting an officer in that activity. He already had a contract to teach here, so he came to the University of Vermont in the fall of 1970. Before he arrived, the Burlington Free Press and the local media had picked up the stories from Urbana and had already begun to vilify him and condemn him and judge him on insufficient evidence for his activities in Urbana. So even before he arrived on the campus, he was already a celebrity, though not by circumstances of his own choosing. While he was a member of the campus for the 2 years from 1970 to 1972, he brought to the campus his insight into the imperial character of the war in Vietnam.
Yep,
And
the famous
a
incident.
model of courage to do something about the character of that war. He played a key role in campus-wide teach-ins, in radical student organizing, and he was a model for many of us who were deeply opposed to the war and had not yet moved effectively and in an organized way to counter it. He was at the time one of the most published and best known scholars on the campus, and he was superbly qualified for reappointment at the end of his 2-year contract in 1972. The entire campus community in the review process strongly supported his reappointment, faculty, students, and the administration, up to the office of the president. Traditionally, the UVM Board of Trustees had until that time accepted the recommendations of that review process and essentially rubber stamped them. The trustees played no active role in deciding reappointment and tenure decisions. In Michael's case, however, the precedent was broken. The trustees reached down and overturned the decision of the entire university and decided in a vote of 15-4, a vote taken in this very room, ironically, in December of 1971, to not renew Michael Parenti. The reasons they gave, since he was eminently qualified by all the standing requirements, publications, teaching, community service, the reasons they gave consisted in inventing something new called professional conduct, which no one had ever heard of before and which Michael had not met in the eyes of the trustees. Let me give you an example of what they call professional conduct, unprofessional conduct. Michael was invited to be the guest speaker at the Burlington Rotary Club. The Burlington Rotary Club opens its evening events with a pledge of allegiance to the flag. Michael didn't pledge allegiance to the flag and gave a talk instead on how, as long as the line with liberty and justice for all was not true, he would work very hard to make it true, and when it was true, he would be the first to take the pledge. Until such time, it would be hypocritical to do so. The trustees decided not pledging allegiance was unprofessional conduct. Another reason given was carrying a National Liberation Front flag in a demonstration.
And that's where I disagree vehemently with Parenti.
The National Liberation Front flag, more commonly known in the press as the Viet Cong flag, was the flag that increasingly for many of us had become the flag of the side we should have been on in that war and not the side we should have been making war against.
That flag could never be
Michael was
preached.
carrying a
Could
flag
never
that
be pledged
represented
to. Tell you that right
the
now.
commitments and convictions of a great many of us on and off campus. These and the other reasons they gave were all blatantly unconstitutional. That is, these are cases of politically protected speech and action which they had no basis for firing him for. The trustees gave officially at the time justifications that Michael's anti-business attitudes, anyone with a critique of capitalism is guilty of an anti-business attitude, that Michael's anti-business attitudes were unacceptable
you say? Good.
to the Board of Trustees. And it was said that he was bad
See how
for
much
the
that
image of the
affects him.
university. I take it an image that entails being pro-business, certainly not being critical. The year that Michael was fired, the university handbook was covered with its statement of academic freedom on the front and back covers, as if by publishing that statement they could undo the effects of the firing. The administration, the president, and most of the members of the faculty
we see Patzocks use some of what Michael
agreed that it
Parenti
was a very
says
sad day in the
as
history
their
of the
own ammo,
University of
right?
Vermont when the trustees were able
Unfortunately.
successfully to remove Parenti's analysis and point of view and voice from this campus. Therefore, it gives me great pleasure, since the intent of the board was to silence Michael and see that he would never speak here again, it gives me great pleasure to thwart their intentions and welcome today's speaker, Professor Michael Parenti.
That part's funny though.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that introduction. And I know Will gave you that account with a lot of feeling because he was very involved, Professor Miller was, in the struggle for justice, as a lot of other good people here were. And so they remember it with nostalgia and maybe even with some pain, but also it's good to see that they keep struggling. On the other hand, I wish to hell he hadn't stolen my whole lecture. That's what I was
I mean, I prefer people to start with someone like Gerald Horn, if possible.
But The subject
Yeah, he's good where he's
The
good.
subject I was going to talk on is monopoly culture.
If you can convince
and
people to start with like
university.
Horn or someone, you're on the right page. You're on the right
It's
track.
my view,
and then they can
those
come
of
back
you
to
who heard me
Perenni,
last
right?
night, that,
And then at
it's
least
the
they
view
have
of
that
many of
initial.
us who look at our society, that while we talk about
But he is good on a lot of subjects,
while
especially
we
to
talk
do
about
with American
a
Empire
democratic
itself.
society, a free and autonomous, pluralistic democratic society, the cultural and social institutions of our society are neither free nor independent nor democratic. They are all
And it was for a lot. I
run
recognize
as
that.
corporations, which are ruled by boards of trustees or regents or directors.
Perenni can get settlers on the right path, and then they need the guidance of anti-colonial revolutionaries to continue with that for sure. Yeah, no, I totally agree with you, Plants.
Who are elected
Definitely.
by nobody.
That's
who are
not to
accountable to
decry or
nobody.
denounce anybody who does
With no
get useful
opposition party
information
or
from them,
opposition
of course,
newspaper
like I
within their
said.
institution, with no power of recall by their constituents. They are run as autocracies, in effect. And these various institutions of law, medicine, art, communication, even religion, in many cases, these institutions reflect the class bias of those who own and control them, or who are the trustees, that is, who are the corporate individuals who have the power over them. These corporate trustees or directors or regents, they can be called different things. In corporations, they're called directors almost always. They have the final say. They pick the president. They pick the top officers. They have final and absolute say over all matters of budget. In the university, the Board of Trustees has final say over all matters of curriculum. They could abolish a particular course if they want, and they do that. They may even reach down. Generally, they leave that stuff up to chairmen and up to the deans. They could even abolish a position or a professor if they want, as was just described. Generally, in normal times, they leave those decisions up to their administrators. That's why they hire these administrators. But if something goes wrong, if the administrator turns around and says, there is such a thing as freedom, justice, and academic freedom, blah, 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 then they do rein back in the power that they have lent out to the deans and the presidents and vice presidents and provosts and chairmen of departments. They rein that power back in, and they come down in any way they want, calling upon the corporate power that they have through the state.
You do start with Perenni, it's important you at least progress.
And they have the power of the state to back their decisions. While they are private, independent institutions, they are publicly chartered by law, which means that they can call in the police, that they can call in the courts, that the law is written on their side. And this begins to clear up a mystery. Why in all those years when the students would sit in and say this university is going the wrong way, why was it when the students said the university is violating its charter, the university is playing with the CIA, the university is acting complicitly with the war in Vietnam, the university trustees have conflicts of interests, why is it the students couldn't call in the police to get rid of the trustees, but the trustees could call in the police to get rid of the students? Why was that? Here was a dispute between two private groups in a private institution in our pluralistic society, but state power came in consistently on the side of one of those groups. It was the group that owned the property. It was the protection of a class property interest against a clientele or constituency that might make counterclaims against that class power. It was a class institution, even as it maintained that it was not a class institution, and even as it fired those professors who said it was a class institution and fired them for saying that. It operated like a class institution nevertheless. And if you look at the institutions, the cultural and social institutions of this free, independent, democratic society, you find that pattern again and again. Those trustees decide all matters of curriculum. They decide whether there's going to be a sociology and anthropology department. The trustees that year they fired me voted on whether or not the Department of Sociology and Anthropology should become two separate departments. They voted. And I looked over the roster of state legislators, who themselves are usually real estate speculators and big restaurant owners and such, and private businessmen, some of whom are vice presidents of General Motors, whose job, I understand, is to produce mediocre cars that can't compete with the Japanese. And these men loomed as the experts, the intellectual leaders of our UVM community. And they decided, yes, we'll have a separate Department of Anthropology and Sociology. A decision that must have cost, what, maybe another $20,000 in terms of a secretary, an extra stationery, another office in those days. That had to go to the Board of Trustees to be decided, and they had the power of deciding it. They can decide everything. They can decide the name of your hockey team, if they want to, or the name of your football team. And that happened. I'm not making that up. I mean, they can decide it, and there was an actual case. At the University of Stanford in 1970, the students voted in recognition of the fact that the founder, Leland Stanford, how he made his millions of dollars. They voted to name their football team the Robber Barons. And the trustees hit the ceiling, of course, the Robber Barons. And they, after a referendum and an election, there were a bunch of names. The students voted overwhelming. Their football team would be called the Robber Barons. The trustees said, no, you do not even have the power to name your football team if you pick a name that we don't like. You have the power if you do what you're supposed to do. And so they overruled it, and they named, the trustees named the team the Cardinals. And so if you look at various other of our institutions, you find the same kind of thing. You look at law, and you find that in most law schools, you learn law from the perspective of the corporation, not from the perspective of the consumer. There's no great body of consumer law. There may be a course here or there. But you generally, the hot subjects are corporate law, tax law, investment law, that sort of stuff, torts. You learn the law from the perspective of the landlord and the real estate developers, not from the perspective of the homeowner or the tenants. You learn the law from the perspective of the government agency or city agency, not from the perspective of the welfare mother. When you go into medicine, you also find that medicine has very little to do with healing the sick, with social service. Medicine is...
Remember how this relates to the work we were reading today? But how ideological knowledge is more important than the objective scientific knowledge, because that determines what direction you use that scientific knowledge in.
It's primarily a business, and you learn a whole vocabulary to disguise that business. You have a business, but you call it a practice. You have customers, but you call them patients. And you charge them prices, but you call that fees. And you market a service, but you call it medicine. And what's happened, of course, with medicine is that the plundering got so bad with medical care and public funding that we took public resources and channelized them not into a public nonprofit service with a good and ample salary to the doctor, which he should get, but we instead channelized it right into this private business. We took the public money and gave it to the private business. Therefore, it became in the interest of the private business to sell you as much service as they could. There was a limitation before. The limitation was your pocketbook. But now that you have publicly funded insurance, I will run tests through, $300, $400, $500 worth of tests, even if you may not need it. I'll put you up in a hospital because I'm a shareholder in that hospital, and we'll charge $200 a night for your stay. And you go on like this. And what happened through the 1970s on into the early 80s is that with all the years of recession and all, while corporate profits were going like this, wobbly and all that, and growth was slumped to 1%, 2%, and even a few negative years of growth, 80, 81, 82. The medical industry was going like this in terms of its growth and its profits, to the point where the medical capitalists were cutting into the profits of the non-medical capitalists, so that a corporation like General Electric would complain that one of their biggest single budget items was the insurance costs for their employees. And it was getting so bad that the rest of the capitalist class decided that the doctors were ripping off too much, and they've gotten the laws changed. There's now a move toward what is called cost treatment, I think it is. So now you, instead of before, let's say if you had pneumonia, I'm the doctor, I'll bring you in, you stay for 3 weeks, I'll give you every test imaginable, give you all sorts of medicines, maybe even treatments and things you don't need, but out of that, I clean up $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 out of you, let's say, in those weeks. Not out of you, out of the public insurance program. Now the government says, no, if someone's got pneumonia, that's going to be a limit of $2,000, let's say. Now the profit motive operates the other way, which is I will make as much profit not by piling services onto you, but by giving you as little as possible. If I get $2,000 for a pneumonia patient, it's better that I give you $1,000 worth of service and I make $1,000 profit. So now what you're having is people being sent home who aren't fully recovered, people being sent home without adequate diagnoses and so forth and so on, so that the boys can clean up. So that's how the profit motive works. Whether the money is coming in or the money is tightening up, if it comes in, it's being plundered. If it tightens up, then we get the cost of that. That's because medicine in this country is organized as a business. This is, by the way, not necessarily a reflection on individual doctors. There can be doctors who are very dedicated people who try to do decent by their patients and all that, but who are working in a system that is organized that way and who eventually have to charge those kind of fees, who eventually have to worry about that sort of thing, who have their malpractice insurance, blah, blah, all these other kinds of things. And as private entrepreneurs, they begin to act like private entrepreneurs. You are what you do, as Marx said, regardless of what your intentions might sometimes be. Then take even an area like art. Now, what could be more detached from politics than art? Well, art shouldn't be and isn't really detached from politics. But one of the affectations, one of the ideologies taught in art schools and taught in art magazines, most of which are funded by the very rich, is that art is something above politics. Art is something separate from politics. When I was at the University of Illinois during the Kent State uprisings and the time I got beaten up by the police, it was 3 or 4 police clubbing me. They were...
Again, I have to step outside and smoke this because the kids' room is right here. But, you know, once in a while, I like to get a joint done. Get off early, ran some errands before it gets too damn hot. That's probably a good idea, Lennon. I'm going to still be in chat. I'm going to be watching with you, comrades, but I'm going to light this up. I'm not going to expect you, since you can't sit there and enjoy me coughing my lungs out or something, I will spend my infinite labor vouchers on some. Yeah, probably a good idea to fucking get shit done before it gets too hot, Lennon. Stay cool, comrade. We gotta play TMNT soon.
In there windmilling me. My head was covered with blood, and it was an incredible situation in that it was
You can look at my nice poster while I'm
and
gone.
And they dragged me into this police car and students started stoning the car. It said police on, except I was in it, you know, and they surrounded the campus police jail so they couldn't get me to the hospital. They finally sneaked me out the back door and got me into the hospital. If there are people who want to come in, why don't you just let them in? There's sort of space around here, seats here if you want. there was an artist there, a very prominent artist. Well, he was the son of a very famous American artist, Ben Jong, famous artist during the Depression. Sam remembers him, and some of us artists know his work. It was very, very famous stuff. It was Ben Jong's son, Jonathan Jong, who was an artist. Jonathan Jong was so horrified and moved by what he saw happen to me that he did a woodcut of it. It's a picture of, you know, me lying there in the street like that. I don't know, it was totally inaccurate, but I mean, it was a very moving thing. And then we did prints on the woodcut, and we sold them, and we raised money for the Vietnam anti-war movement and all that stuff. And I saw Jonathan, and I said, that was really wonderful of you to do that. Isn't it great that you could apply your art as a weapon in the struggle here? And he said, oh no, that's not my art. That's propaganda. I mean, I was doing that. So Jonathan had been so brave. His father would have been ashamed of him because his father did not make that distinction. His father's art was very political. He worked with the Writers and Artists Projects, and did things during the Depression and all that. Jonathan saw that art is something that's really quite removed and above politics, you see, and separate from politics, and that when it gets into politics, then it's socialist realism, or it's propaganda, or it's tainted in some way. In fact, the depoliticization of art was itself a very real political movement. And there are a couple of books out on this, and I had the reprints of stuff, and I wanted to cite things, but take my word for it. Norman Goldberg is one guy who's written on this, on how much of art has been, how many of the art schools and artists who did realistic work was simply not shown, how non-objective, abstract art was encouraged by the Rockefellers, the Morgans, and the Mellons. Who do you think owns the art world? Who do you think buys the art? It's the Mellons, the Morgans, the Rockefellers, and the DuPonts, and the Hartfords, and the Lees, and various others. Art is an area of investment for them. The museum you got in New York is called the Huntington Hartford Museum, isn't it? It's not too many. Art is something that the rich buy and then put into the museums they build, for which they get enormous tax write-offs, and which are sources of investment and value appreciation. Someone open another window. I'm just really kind of warm. Are you all warm too, or is it just me with this subject? Artists who are political do not get shown often. I'm talking about the mainstream big East Side galleries, although that can change. Ralph Fasanella painted in the obscurity and in the, he painted in, don't freeze us out completely, but for years, and he worked as a gas station attendant. He couldn't get jobs. He was red-baited out of his labor union, and finally there was a showing of his work, and now his canvases go for $25,000. It's very political because there was a public for it, and he got a breakthrough in New York Magazine, and was shown at one gallery, and to everybody's astonishment, literally tens of thousands of people showed up, and suddenly Fasanella's magnificent canvases of street scenes and demonstrations and political meetings and all this sort of thing. Magnificent things done very crudely. You can see a self-taught artist, but with a real something in it. Now he's a famous artist. But that exception, I think, demonstrates the rule of what generally happens. It doesn't mean that art cannot also be used as a political weapon, which it can be. Take another example of religion. The history of religion as being an instrument of the owning class in this and almost every other society is so well established, so well documented, that one need not dwell on that too much. In almost every country, the religious leaders are aligned with the business leaders. The cardinals, with some few dramatic exceptions, do not sit with the poor, they dine with the rich. They do not live in huts, they live in palaces. And so it is with most of the churches. The Protestant evangelical churches, some of them, not all of them, are being conscientiously used now in places like Honduras and Salvador to preach an anti-communist, right-wing status quo line. to tell you not to struggle in this world, but to wait for the blessings of the next. To agitate against the powers that be is to propagate a godless communism. That's the line. I'm going to say something else about religion, though, and that is that, again, in all these cultural institutions, there's something else that's also going on at the same time. There are lawyers who decide not to work for the corporations, but to work for the poor, who become Ralph Nader-type lawyers or public interest group lawyers or William Kunstlers, who live on less but do more. There are doctors who decide not to serve the rich, but to heal the sick, not to become self-enriching, but to heal the sick. And there are artists who do use their art in whatever limited areas and limited opportunities they can for the purposes of liberation, for the purposes of reaching into real human and social issues. And there are religious people who move and take the word of God to mean not to sup with the rich and powerful, but to actually live with the poor and humble and to become purveyors of a liberation theology, as you know. In fact, the church has become an instrument, a social force in countries like Guatemala, Nicaragua, where the church in Nicaragua was split right down the middle, with the upper clergy siding with the Contras and the Reaganites and the counter-revolution, and the lower clergy siding with the mass of the campesinos and people and workers. In the Philippines, where you've got a great cardinal with a great name, Cardinal Sin, which I think is the best. There's a venial sin and cardinal sin, we always know. And where the church, again, operated as a real instrument for democratic forces, and still operates that way for democratic forces in that society, if not necessarily for revolutionary forces, but certainly democratic forces, including Mrs. Aquino, who comes from a Catholic background, who's also very rich, but who may turn out to have a few surprises before the CIA is through with her. Now, if you look at the university, the history of the university has been a history of purges and suppression of deviancy, but also a struggle for dissidence and a struggle for democratic thought. The universities, for instance, E.A. Ross, an eminent, great American sociologist, was one of the earliest who was purged, kicked out of Stanford University by Mrs. Stanford, who didn't like the nice words he had to say about Eugene Victor Debs, Bernie Sanders' hero, who was a socialist, a great American labor leader and a great American socialist who was running for the presidency at the time. E.A. Ross, despite the fact that he had tenure, was kicked out of Stanford University. Thorstein Veblen, probably the greatest economist and sociologist the United States has ever produced, was kicked out of a number of schools because of his critical class analysis. Scott Nearing, our own Vermonter, was kicked out, I think it was when, about 1920 or so, and never got another university job for the next 70 years of his life. He lived to be 95. In fact, when I was fired here from UVM, and the thing was a big flap in the papers and all that, I went to my office one day and there was a book, mailed to me, and I opened it up, and it was called The Making of a Radical by Scott Nearing, with a personal description from him and all that. And it was very nice, and I read the book, and it's remarkable. Plus ça change, plus la même chose. 50 years later, and it was, a little more than 50 years later, and his story sounded so remarkably similar. The kind of things the trustees were saying, and the kind of rationalizations they were making, and the uproar it caused, and all that sort of thing. There were more political firings on the university campuses of America in the 1970s than there were during the McCarthyite period of the 1950s. And when you always hear about McCarthyism, bum, 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 remember that it still gets practiced. And that was true certainly at this university. I was fired, 2/3 of the philosophy department was fired. Will Miller lost 4 or 5 of his colleagues. And various others. I don't remember half the cases, but every time I'd come back for a visit, we said, we got another one. Alex Novikov, that was much earlier. Wasn't that before me?
It was before you. That was
and then the guy who died of a heart attack later, the English teacher.
Ralph Underhill in sociology.
Ralph Underhill in sociology. Every few years they'd ask me back to talk because there would be another incident. I mean, it was. I'd always loved coming back to UVM, but it was terrible to come back under those circumstances. But there was another case, and UVM was not the exception. At Dartmouth College, back in the early 70s, there was a group of pacifists, anti-war, radical professors that used to meet, I think, once every 2 weeks for lunch, 12 of them. Within 2 years, they were all gone out of the university. At the University of Illinois, when I was there, the four leading radical professors were all fired. Phil Moranto, John Lombardi, the third one, it slips from my mind right now. I was the fourth. When I got there as a visiting professor, they were coming along and saying, would you like to stay? Would you like to stay? Following me around with a contract and a wet pen. Would I want to sign? I said, well, you know, I might, but my son is in the East. I'll be too far away from him. And they said, but yeah, I know. And then when they noticed that I was getting up at these anti-war rallies and talking and doing this and agitating, that was the end of it. There were no more people asking me, do I want to stay? I couldn't get the right time of day after that. So at the end of that year, I was let go. I've been kicked out of some of the best universities in America. In the political science department of the University of Washington in Seattle, every single person who had a dissident viewpoint was fired, with the exception of Moranto because he had tenure. By mistake, they'd given him tenure, and he finally just left. He got so disgusted. The entire criminology school at Berkeley, the entire school of criminology was abolished because they began to study criminology from a class perspective, because they no longer studied it as a problem of law enforcement and control only. They began developing new perspectives which were becoming very uncomfortable for those who see criminology as a weapon of class control. The entire school was abolished, with the exception of the few teachers in that school who took an orthodox view. They were then taken out and they were plugged into traditional departments that existed, like sociology. But all the other people who had tenure and everything else, you can get rid of tenured people, call it budgetary exigency. And you just eliminate the budget, and they were all wiped out. One of my favorite cases was the University of Wisconsin in Milwaukee. Ted Hayes, a political scientist. Ted Hayes wasn't renewed, and the men in his department, the senior members in his department said that we're not renewing you because you're a radical, and therefore you cannot be objective in the classroom. Being a radical, you have outside political attachments which will mar your scholarly approach. 3 of those 4 people on that committee happened to be Republican state committeemen themselves. But that was okay. That does not mar your perspective, you see, as long as you're a Republican or mainstream in that way. Just 4 years ago, the Virginia Commonwealth University, the political science department of Virginia Commonwealth University, invited me down to be interviewed to be chairman of their department. Rather late in the year, the guy they thought they were going to have as chairman turned down the job. And as I got the story, they didn't even want to invite me, and one of the members insisted and said, well, let's just take a look at him. No, this guy's a troublemaker. But they decided to invite me down. Some of them were just curious to see.
Okay, GMO, thanks for stopping in, comrade.
What's he like, you know? So I went down, spent a whole day.
Always a pleasure to see you hanging out.
We had a meeting. We met around the table and all that, and we had a discussion about policies and all that. They said, how would you run the department? I said, I'd run just the way I'm running it now. And they liked that because, you know, I don't like to run anything. I don't like to have power over anybody. The most empowering and energizing thing to me is seeing people act as their own active social agents. And we operate together and we think together. We can have conflicts and all that, but I don't want to sit there like, you know, the capo over some little gang here or something. You do what I say, you know. So the department voted unanimously to have me be the chairman of the Department of Political Sciences at Virginia Commonwealth University. I'm not even sure Will knows this story, but anyway, And the dean voted for it. And then I met with the committee of the chairman of all the different departments. And they voted for me. Said, yeah, he'd be a good chairman. It's great and all that. And then a new dean came in during this process. And she said, and she gathered the political science department together. And being new, she was utterly candid.
Happy build some PC. Nice.
She said, we can't have a radical as
Turn the
chairman
graphics down and
of
join
the
in.
department. And the department was all aghast. She was saying, there is a political test. There is an ideological control. And if you are a certain place in the
100%
spectrum, you
Frank.
cannot work here. And that's it. She said it was all right to have an instructor, as a radical instructor, but not a radical chairman. See, that's
I mean,
stupid.
it happens with the
Say-
media
say,
too.
yeah,
Same
well,
sort of
he's very
effect.
good and all that, but he doesn't have enough administrative experience. You know, you can kind of muffle it up and say he's really not what we had in mind for the development of this and that. So another technique that's often used is saying, well, is he the very best person we can get? My friend Lombardi was denied tenure at University of Illinois because the chairman said he was a chemist, and but very active in the anti-war movement. Said, are you the best spectroscopist in the world, or in America? Spectroscopy is a form of chemistry that uses laser and all that. He happens to be, by the way, one of the very best. The Chinese invite him to Peking University to study laser stuff and all that, and they sit at his feet. The guy is brilliant, utterly brilliant. And Lombardi said, I don't know who would be the best spectroscopist. I don't know how you could define that. And they said, well, we're not certain that you're the very best, so we're going to fire you. And he had a string of, publications. His chairman, who was a right-winger and a hawk on the war, and saw the commies at the gates of University of Illinois every evening, banging at the gates, fired him because of his political views. Bertel Oman was denied his appointment at the University of Maryland under the same guise. The department voted him in as chairman of the University of Maryland.
I don't think
and
Mother
the argument
Nature
that went
can
to
do
President
that.
Toll was, is Oman the very best political theorist we could get
problem
for this
is,
position?
it's-
Because, right, the very
that's
best
not gonna
from
solve
all
the
over
issue.
world,
The
from
problem is the
Sorbonne,
system.
From Cambridge and all, they
The
all
problem
went to
isn't the
University of Maryland,
individuals,
right?
the problem is the system itself. So no amount of attacking individuals themselves is going to do it, right? The thing is we have to attack
Oman
capital
would publish
itself.
about 5 books and whatever else. So.
That's the thing. We're not against.
Well,
it's a very important distinction. Our fight
it is
isn't actually
argued-
against people, so to speak.
As it did in the instance of Ted Hayes, that political advocacy mars your capacity as a teacher. I kept running into that at UVM. I had reporters from the local TV stations, Mickey Gallagher's boys, come over and say, don't you think, though, if you're committed to something that this would mar your objectivity? We
Falcon's
reporters,
got it
for instance,
right up there.
We do not get too involved in political things. They're up to their ears in politics, of course. Their publishers and their producers and their station owners and the managers and all these people, they go and wine and dine. You look at a White House list. I look at one with some visiting dignitary. It was the
the problem is
Duke
still
and Duchess
it's
of
the
Luxembourg
system
came
that
to
we
a
got
White
to
House
take the
dinner,
social
state
order.
dinner. And I
And
looked
we're
down
not
the list, and
attacking
there's usual
the
list
bourgeoisie
of
or-
politicians and
The bourgeoisie are only a part of that attack because they're the agents of capital, right? But really, the attack of socialists is against capital itself, against class power itself.
top cabinet members and celebrities, and then you see Zimmerman, publisher of U.S. News and World Report, Ted Koppel and his wife from Nightline, George Will and his wife from ABC, and you start looking at all these media people who are there dining with power, protecting their objectivity and distance and neutrality at the White House. It's not the absence of involvement. You can be involved. You just got to be involved in the right politics. Henry Kissinger wasn't detached. Henry Kissinger wrote political books and he served political masters. He was Nelson Rockefeller's toady. He wrote for Nelson Rockefeller. And when Henry Kissinger left Harvard to become National Security Advisor for Richard Nixon, Nelson Rockefeller gave him $50,000 as a going-away gift, reminding Henry who he really belonged to. And Nelson Rockefeller, I'm quoting Nelson Rockefeller, he admitted in his Senate confirmation hearings when he was appointed Vice President of the United States after Ford was appointed President after
the
Nixon and Agnew were
beneficiaries.
kicked out.
The beneficiaries are definitely a numerical minority for sure. But the problem is, like, even if you get rid of one bourgeoisie, another bourgeoisie can rise and take its place if we don't reckon with the fact that what we're really attacking is the capitalist system itself.
And Rockefeller was made Vice President of the United States. He said, I gave $50,000 to Henry Kissinger. And the senator said, those senators were really hard on him. They said, whoa, Mr. Rockefeller, why did you do that? And he said, because giving has always been a tradition of the Rockefeller family. And none of those senators fell off their chair laughing or anything like that. And that's the answer. Give and ye shall receive. Give and ye shall make billions, it seems. And Ziggy Brzezinski, what was the political neutrality and detachment and scholarly removed and aloofness of Ziggy Brzezinski, who you can't sit with for half an hour without him hinting how he works for the CIA and how he's talked to Casey and this CIA guy and that CIA guy, and he stands there and machos his CIA, flashes his CIA stuff, who was also National Security Advisor under Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, same for colonialism. Gotta address the contradiction itself. Not just the agents.
Moynihan was a classic case. He did what they always do.
They're going to be defending
you go
that
out
system.
and get yourself a choice university, and you write the kind of things that attract the powers that be, and then you look east. You look east for an appointment to Harvard, Yale, or Princeton. And then when you get there, you head yourself an institute, and you write to the choice establishment things like foreign policy and say how we got to do this and do that. Wouldn't this be great? We got to be tougher here and all that. And then you look south to Washington. And then you get the call to Washington, you see, and you become an ambassador or you become an advisor, you become this and all that, and then you are there into politics. And that's what Daniel Patrick Moynihan did. He served power, he sucked up to power, and he did it all his life. And the careers of Kissinger and Brzezinski and Moynihan were meteoric. They zoomed up. And they were totally, absolutely political, absolutely partisan. So it's not scholarly detachment, it's not political involvement, it's if you're involved in the wrong kind of politics, if you're involved in those kind of politics which demystify the existing social relations of this society, which say, no, we do not have neutral institutions.
Yeah, 100%, Frank. It is the consciousness that needs to be transformed, not the population per se.
Have
100%.
class biases all through them.
I mean, that's why it's important to point out that even someone from an undesirable class can be made to serve the revolution. For a concrete example of that, look at what China did with their last emperor.
Having said all this, I would remind you yet again of the priests in the villages in Guatemala and El Salvador. And I would remind you that along with my firing, there were scores of faculty, thousands of students who fought back. In fact, to such an extent that for the first time I started getting decent media coverage. Do you remember when Robert Strunk was here? He wrote for that rag, what was the Vermont Sunday News. Is that still in existence? No. Oh, good. Oh, I outlived the Vermont Sunday News. And, well, Strunk wrote his first honest news story. It was a right-wing newspaper, which was owned and published by the
We were saying 100% the same thing, Frank.
William Loeb. Nobody knows William Loeb. He died. He died. That's a shame. Mine enemies grow older. And as my colleagues say,
I mean, what you just said just added to my argument. So, yeah, we were saying the exact same thing.
The first honest column
consciousness
he
that needs to be transformed is the most important
was the day
thing.
of the Board of Trustees voted me down because he sat in that room and he heard 35 different people get up, colleagues of mine, students, all sorts of people get up and talk about how my contract should be renewed, that justice dictated it, that academic freedom dictated it, that the students had a right to hear another point of view, that the trustees had no right to be political police. And that suddenly he saw the impact of democratic forces operating, and it actually swayed the kind of story he wrote. And that began to happen. So you see, along with class oppression, there is fight back and class struggle. Along with a pope who sits with power and pompery and pomp and and a Cold War anti-communist pope, you also have these priests doing these things. And so you get, in all these cultural institutions, some contradiction. For that cultural institution, as I said before, to legitimate itself and control, it has to give lip service to certain ideals. For the university to hide the fact that it is a corporation with a class interest that turns out a class product with an ideological control system within it, it also has to say it's an arena of free investigation and analysis. And for many of the professors who never go beyond a certain line, it is always that. For those whose research never hits the parameters of, that might offend these rulers, they do not have a sensation of repression. For those students who never vote for a team without calling it the Tigers or the Bears or the Buffaloes, and who don't ever call it the robber barons, they will never be censored. So there is a feeling of freedom. At the same time,
that's why they get so confident in saying, like, I'm my own person, I'm my own journalist, I do independent journalism and shit.
I lost my train of thought. I interrupted that with something else. The point I wanted to make. When I come next time, I'll probably have it here. At the same time, along with the repression, you do have fight back. Along with the conformity, you do have people who are dissidents. And the legitimating ideology, which says that we are free, then becomes a problem. Because that's the point I wanted to make. Because if you have this legitimating ideology which says we live in a free academic community and people have that sensation of freedom, then they will expect to be free.
You say what you like because they like what you say.
Then they will begin to question and challenge
Your
the
job relies
arbitrary,
on
unaccountable power of a board of trustees. If you say you're free to investigate, the wonderful thing about being an American is to be able to hear different points of view, then people will demand the right to hear different points of view, so that you can sometimes hoist them on their own petard. So that the legitimating cloak, which makes the use of power easier, also is a problem. And so concessions sometimes do have to be made. After getting rid of me and seeing what an uproar that was, and seeing those same forces mobilized behind Will Miller, they gave Will Miller tenure, which was about the last thing they wanted to do. And it was the last thing they ever did for him.
You don't realize there's a leash around your neck if you never strayed from the chair leg,
victories can
from
be
the peg.
won even within those institutions. In other words, there is within that institution a dual element. There is the possibility of fighting back. The legitimating ideology becomes a vulnerability. You can use it and turn it right back on them. That dual ideology, that legitimating ideology in the church is a very clear one. When you have a spectacle of an anti-communist, a Cold War, right-wing pope running all around the globe, pulling his priests away from the struggles of the oppressions of the poor and censoring them and silencing them when they talk about liberation theology, and then himself making pronouncements about the poor and how the poor should be helped and how the rich should not be too greedy and that sort of thing. So that there's a constant need to maintain a certain appearance. To maintain that appearance, there's often a need to make concessions. There have been democratic victories won in this society. There have been democratic victories won in our history. We don't have children working 14 hours a day in factories anymore for $1 a day.
Although that's coming back in.
Even ordinary working people have the vote, even if they don't have property. We do have a thing like Social Security.
The child labor thing is coming back.
We do have a thing like unemployment insurance and disability insurance. All of these things are totally inadequate. The vote is not an adequate instrument of our protection. It's not an adequate weapon against class rule. The Social Security isn't adequate in your old age. The unemployment compensation won't be adequate and all that. But these are real victories. What Reagan has shown us is that none of these democratic victories are secure under capitalism. That at any time, if capitalism wants to shift its austerity down upon the shoulders of ordinary working people and the middle class and the poor, it will do so. At any time when it mobilizes itself, it will fight back and it will cut back and cut into those human services and democratic victories that the people have won. At any time, job securities may be lost. At any time,
the uglier
freedoms
forms of
we've won can be
exploitation were outsourced,
circumscribed.
100%.
The Freedom of Information Act, the exposures that were won there, the calling to accountable, unaccountable power, the reining in of the CIA, all of that were real victories. There were real victories won in the 60s and the 70s. When Ford and Kissinger stood there and wanted to go into Angola with 20 Marine and Army divisions, they couldn't do it. That was because of the years of struggle of the peace movement in this society. Today, the victory in saving the lives of people in Nicaragua. Do you realize that the United States has not invaded Nicaragua? Do you realize what that means? Do you realize that the United States has invaded Nicaragua 11 times in the last 80 or 90 years and has occupied Nicaragua 3 times for periods of as much as 10 years, occupied and controlled it? And that today the destructive forces, the deployment forces, the striking power, the firepower of this country is about 1,000 times heavier and more destructive than it was when Calvin Coolidge sent the Marines down there to kill Sandinista, and that guy in the White House is more determined, more eager, and more hungry to attack Nicaragua than any of the other presidents, more so than Coolidge, more so than Woodrow Wilson, more so than any of them, and yet he doesn't. There's only one thing that's stopping him, and that's the democratic forces of this society, world opinion, the democratic forces around the world, and the determination of the Nicaraguan people. It wouldn't be just a few small bands of Sandino's men. There's a whole society there. And it would mean unacceptable losses to the Americans. They could go in, our forces could go, not our forces, Reagan's forces could go in and could take that country, but they would have unacceptable losses. What makes those losses unacceptable? They're not unacceptable to Ronald Reagan. He lost 261 Marines blown away in one day in Lebanon. That's not why he took that expeditionary force out. He wants U.S. forces in Lebanon. He knows what he was doing. He does not want a revolutionary or reformist or social democratic government in Lebanon. That blocks off yet another area from the multinationals. It's another social revolutionary change. His class doesn't want that. He didn't take the Marines out because he was worried about the dead bodies. He's got plenty more. He's
Working
got
at a younger
right in
age
this room.
doesn't...
He'll have you register for that. He took them out because American public opinion was on his back and said, you get them out of there. And that's why he pulled them out. It was politically too costly. So we have power, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget that. Whatever those institutions, however undemocratic, however controlled they are, however powerful they seem, we have power too. Let me tell you what happened just 4 years ago. 4 years ago, I was invited by a small, ragged band of Filipinos to talk at a demonstration at Lafayette Park in front of the White House. To talk at the White House. We had these amplifier phones. I tell my friends, I'm talking at the White House tonight.
He loves this story.
I've done a lot. I've lived in Washington the last 6 years, and I've done a lot of talking at the White House. Always from across the street at Lafayette Park with these big bullhorns and all that. So I talked at the White House, and I gave the big keynote thing, and there was 200 of our people, about half Filipino and half American, with the placards and all that, and I'm saying the truth about the Philippines, that it's not a poor country, that it's a rich country. It's filled with riches and resources, and enormous wealth is created there. Only the people are poor. The people are poor, but there's a lot of wealth in the Philippines. And you ask Chase Manhattan, and you ask Texaco, and you ask Firestone, you ask all those people, Pillsbury, Procter & Gamble, all the people got down there using the slave labor in the Philippines. You ask them if it's a poor country. They're making big bucks in the Philippines. You ask Ferdinand Marcos, is the Philippines a poor country? And he'll tell you, rich, a lot of money there. And I gave this whole talk, and I'm looking over, and I'm saying, and something in me is doing what happens to all of us, right? Something in me is bleeding. Because what we have is our band of 200 people walking around the park there, and across the street is about 500 police with their riot guns and their clubs and their gear and their cars and their motorcycles and their woo-woo-woo and their lights and all this power and force.
And there we are, walking like a tattered little band. And up comes this great fleet of limousines, because Ferdinand Marcos is arriving at the White House to be hugged and kissed by his massa, Ronald Reagan. And so Ferdinand and Ronnie are hugging on the front porch of the White House, and there are all those limousines, and there's the press corps, and there's all the cameras pointing that way, and none of the cameras are at us, so we can reach the American people with another side of the story. And there we are, and they say, what's going on, you know? I mean, it's so, look at all the power they got. Look how powerless we are. And we have a big display on the gate there in the Lafayette Park, and it's pictures. We have photos of Filipinos who were tortured to death or assassinated. Grisly, ghoulish, horrible photos of people lying on the sides of road, or people with their sides of their face blown up like corpses, blown up like that. And all around the place are Filipino honchos, heavies, Marcos' secret police. The guys are sitting there, and they're checking out the Filipinos. If they recognize anybody, anybody who's a relative of anybody else. And they're looking. And one of them comes walking over, as I come over after I finish talking, and I'm looking at these pictures, and he comes walking over to the pictures, and he looks at the pictures, and he goes, and he starts to smirk and laughing like it was funny. And I never had such a feeling that I wanted to whop somebody upside, you know, just give him one right on the side of his head. But I've outgrown those years, and so I didn't do it. Not to mention the guy was probably carrying a 38 or something, I don't know. But you know, I really had the feeling, but I had this feeling of powerlessness. And yet it's a funny thing, you know, you speak truth to power and you fight back. And 4 years later, where is Marcos now? And where are his tin soldiers? They're scurrying like rats and roaches. And the Tonton Macoute in Haiti that went around arbitrarily stopping sometimes in the place and shooting a waitress. There was an account in the New York Times. The reporter came in and said, where's my favorite waitress? And the guy said, a terrible thing happened, monsieur. She walked outside, some Tonton Macoute came by and said, look at the pretty girl, and they blew her away, and they just shot her dead, laughed, and rode off. The Tonton Macoute are now being hunted like the rats they are, and they're being strung up. It's a very funny thing about power, you know? It's a very funny thing. We must continue to organize and fight back, to speak truth to power, and feel your power grow. You know, in a raucous history, the quiet trickles turn into a tide. Until one day the soldiers look the other way or they melt into the crowd, drawn by the pounding of 1,000,000 footsteps. And we stand there and we speak truth to power. And stand there like 1,000 legions and speak truth to power and see your power grow. Thank you.
Well, we got a good question and answer session after. Excellent.
Any questions? Yes.
Can you tell me how come there aren't any university faculty or administrators on the board?
Why are there no university faculty or administrators on the Board of Trustees? Isn't the president on the Board of Trustees? You have a vote? Is he ex officio? Yeah, just the president is on the Board of Trustees. And there are 2 student trustees, aren't they? And they have a vote. They voted the right way on divestment, I'm told. Yeah, Sam.
A Burlington representative in the House of Representatives this year introduced a bill to reorganize the Board of Trustees of the University of Vermont to get rid of the 9 self-perpetuating trustees and to have them replaced by representatives from the student body, from the faculty, and other constituent groups.
Great. We've been wanting to have that kind of bill for a long time. The answer to your question is my whole lecture. The reason there are no rank and file trustees, or very few, is because the trustees are an instrument of corporate class control. And if you break that power,
You have not, but I have been wanting to see some. You should plan. We'll watch some of that on.
1800s. when the product you turned out were mostly clergymen or divinity students or something like that. When the university started becoming a function of corporate capitalist America, that's when the leaders of business moved in with, as they moved into all other areas, they became senators and they became community and church leaders and all that sort of thing. And so that's why you got that situation. Yeah.
I have to remind you of an amusing irony, and that is...
Could you stand up, Sam? Sam Bogart, an eminent professor who's now, I managed to bring out of retirement to come hear this lecture. I mean, that's good. Yeah.
Alex Novikov, who was professor in the medical school, who was fired because he refused to testify before the House Un-American Affairs Committee.
I gotta save these.
Early 50s. Was brought back to the university 2 years ago.
Listen. Thank you, plants.
So well, since you've been gone, you may live long enough to be brought back for a similar
I'd have to live long enough I'd have to live as long as Scott Nearing did, I think.
my breath while you were waiting.
That's right. Well, I last thing I do is hold my breath. That's why they fired me. I wouldn't hold my breath. This question of democratic
More future
fightback,
watches for the
think should really
stream.
be emphasized.
Appreciate that.
You can see, for instance, how Ronald Reagan has had to make concessions and do things which he has not wanted to do. For instance, when Reagan came into office, he said, "We will not negotiate with the Russians." I mean, he was emphatic. He has been saying that for 20 years. There's no negotiating with them. There's nothing to negotiate. They're evil, they're this, they're that. That was the line he took. That line proved to be politically too costly. Within 2 years, you had this massive nuclear freeze movement all over the country, sweeping the country across the whole political spectrum. And you had peace demonstrations all in Western Europe, whatever else. Then Reagan moved into stage 2, which was, that was about, say, 83, 82, 83. We'll negotiate, but don't expect anything out of it. Nothing's going to come out of it. And he was right. He sent his ministers to Geneva.
Nothing's going to come out of it.
Said, let's negotiate the cruise and Pershing missiles. You are putting missiles in Western Europe, which will have an 8-minute strike force, which is the end of deterrence, which is a first strike capacity. You see, if it takes my missiles a half hour to get to you, to kill you. You have a half hour to detect that my missiles are coming, which you can do what? Set your missiles off against me. My awareness that you can detect my missiles striking you is a deterrence from me attempting a first strike. If, however, I can reduce my strike down to 8 or 7 minutes by putting cruise and Pershing low-flying missiles in West Germany and Holland, wherever they are, in Belgium, Italy, England, and reduce my strike time to 7 minutes, in fact, going under your radar so that you only detect these missiles in the last 2 minutes, you no longer have a retaliatory deterrence. I can no longer threaten you not to use your first strike instrument by firing back. I won't know until I'm hit that you've launched your missiles. And this is why the Soviets were beside themselves about the cruise and Pershing missiles. And they said, if we're going to negotiate in Geneva, let's negotiate these destabilizing missiles. And Gorbachev still wants to negotiate those missiles. And he's willing to get rid of his SS-20s, which are intermediate-range missiles. But the difference is his SS-20s, which are nasty.
Remember, this is related to the talk we're talking about, how they were appeasing the reactionaries in the USSR. Remember that? What Kim Jong-il was saying?
Little weapons cannot reach the United States. They are not strategic. They do not have a first strike capacity. They can hit England or France and such. But the U.S. cruise and Pershings can hit the Soviet Union and can knock out their missiles. So it's part of the whole first strike arsenal, as is the Star Wars. Now the Soviets are coming around and saying, we will dismantle all our SS-20s if you get rid of all your intermediate and all your forward attack missiles. And if you give us 2 other guarantees. One, that the English and French will stop building their missiles and building up. And 2, that you will not transfer any of your existing missiles in Europe to the English and French, which are 2 reasonable guarantees. And the Reagan administration is refusing to negotiate and refusing to recognize those 2 guarantees in its counteroffer. But right there, you see, they have been willing to negotiate. Now, he sat down in '83 in Geneva, and he said, cruise and Pershing is not negotiable. And so the Soviets walked out, and he turned to the American people and said, we tried to negotiate, but they walked out. Then he went to stage 3 because that wasn't really selling too well. And stage 3 was, we fervently hope that we will achieve peace.
They do that with First Nations. They do that with First Nations talks too, by the way. They'll like make these unreasonable demands and stuff, and then when First Nations leaders or First Nations community doesn't want to meet those demands, walks away, they say, oh look, they're unreasonable.
President Reagan is now having his rendezvous with history. He really now believes this is going to happen. Well, they just wimp and kiss him and try to see the positive side and help him along there. And the guy just uses them, you know. And stage 3 is, we are definitely going to meet with a Soviet leader and we're going to try and reach an understanding. And he met in Geneva and nothing was put on the table. And the Soviets said the same thing. We want to negotiate, and Gorbachev will come to the U.S. He said, but is this a charade or is something going to be put on the table? And I'm writing an open letter to Mikhail Gorbachev and say, come to the U.S. Be used by President Reagan. Because in the act of doing that, nevertheless, you diffuse his image of the evil empire, you see? And that's what the Reaganites are caught in. They have to now do what I was talking about, this two-edged sword of legitimation and credibility. To maintain their credibility, they have to show the American people that they're interested in peace. To do that, they have to go through the motions. But once they start going through the motions, there's an expectation of peace. They reveal something about the Soviets which contradicts the image that they have been propagating, which is that Gorbachev is very much interested in a negotiated settlement. That he very much would like to dismantle that nuclear arsenal. That is too expensive and it's too risky.
Oh, I gotta turn off my grow lights.
The Soviets have an enormous backlog of consumer needs that they want to get to. That they have a capital shortage, unlike the U.S. where there's a capital surplus. That they have a labor shortage, unlike the U.S. where there's 20 million people who are unemployed during the course of any 1 year. That they have a building of their economy that they want, and that they have no design for nuclear superiority to control the third world, which is the Reaganite grand design. And once that's revealed, once you see a Gorbachev with his wife who give all the evidence of being normal human beings rather than the demons that is being portrayed, and once you see him get up and say, we'll put it all on the table, all our missiles, 50% cut. Stage 1, the elimination of all intermediate missiles. Stage 2, the elimination of all tactical nuclear weapons. Stage 3, we'll eliminate it all. We'll get rid of them all by the year 2000. If we're bluffing, why don't you call our bluff? That becomes a very uncomfortable thing for Reagan, but he's been pushed into that. And what happens is it's demobilized that whole confrontation, Cold War mentality that he tries to build up so that he can get another $1 trillion from the American people for Star Wars, so they can keep building up those that defense budget, and so that he can keep intervening in this country or that country and keep making the world safe from multinational corporations. So he has that kind of problem of how to deal with the democratic forces in society, how to give the appearance of serving the people while serving the interests of his class, his global imperialist interests. Take the case of South Africa. It's a perfect example again. Ronald Reagan loves Botha. He loves the South African regime. He thinks it's okay. He's never had a harsh word to say about South Africa. He has never uttered a critical word. To the extent that he has uttered a critical word about any political force in South Africa, it was against the African National Congress and Nelson Mandela and Oliver Tambo, and said, well, they may have communists behind them. And no one's ever asked, what is it about a communist that's so bad? What is it about communists in El Salvador? Someone got up once and said, the Salvadorans aren't communists, they're just ordinary poor peasants fighting a revolution for a better deal for their country. The implication was if they were communists, well, then it would be okay to go in there and hammer them into dust. As a matter of fact, there are a number of those people in the FMLN who would not deny the label of communist, who would proudly say, yo soy un comunisto, sí. And they would tell you what they mean by it. They would mean clean drinking water for their people, and land reform, and literacy examinations, and literacy campaigns, and health clinics. That's what they're building, and that's the danger. Well, Reagan in all these years in office, has not had a single harsh word to say about South Africa. But there are the democratic forces all over the world talking about South Africa. And the pressure is building up in Congress for sanctions against South Africa. So he puts up his own sanctions. And by the way, his sanctions were very close to the congressional sanctions. They're very real and very good sanctions. I looked at both accounts. The only joker is that there was no enforcement clause in his, as there was in Congress. That's the only joke. But now he turns to Botha, and Prime Minister Botha is miffed about this whole thing. What are you doing, Ronnie? And Ronnie
Yo
says,
soy un
Botha,
comunisto.
baby.
See, I might have to steal that
sake. You know I love you.
for soundbite.
And Botha says, love, schmov, what are you doing? He said, this is only for appearances. And Botha reminds him, but appearances are an important part of politics. There are times when form is essence, you see. And the fact of the matter is that if the United States gives the appearance of abandoning this regime in South Africa, that pulls the rug out. And you can hear people who come back who say, the Afrikaners say, we got nothing to worry about because the United States is backing us. And as long as we got that kind of power and those funds and those multinationals and those markets and all that stuff, we got nothing to worry about. And when the President of the United States gets up and says sanctions against South Africa, then you know that that's a real problem, because the thing that South Africa wants now is someone to get up and say a good word about them. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm saying is here you have a racist president. Here you have a reactionary president, an imperialist president who has to take sanctions against South Africa. That's power. He's doing something that catches him up here. He doesn't want to do that. He's doing that because we have power. And we work and we percolate in communities all over this country. And that power percolates up. And it registers. And it registers in Congress. And it registers elsewhere. And it registers when cabinet members and assistant secretaries go places and they hear this and they see that and they read this in the paper. And they see shanty towns put up and broken down and whatever else, and students getting arrested all over the place. There's a powerful movement that's been going on, and they have to respond to that. And they remember also the 60s. So you're building on the power of before. The fact that you might not remember the 60s doesn't mean that it isn't still part of what you're doing. And that's why we love you so much. I'm going to stop right there.
But that expropriation of the third world has been going on for 400 years, brings us to another revelation, namely that the third world is not poor. You don't go to poor countries to make money. There are very few poor countries in this world. Most countries are rich. The Philippines are rich. Brazil is rich. Mexico is rich. Chile is rich. Only the people are poor.
I know we heard it a bunch today, but one more time. Just because we had the troll that responded to it.
Kichi, kichi, kichima. Sipram Konto Alliance. Shoot to kill. Yamaza. Kill the poor. The farmer. Kill the poor. The farmer. Brr, pa. Pa. Brr, pa. Pa. Attention.
Boom. All right. Well, that was a pretty good talk. It sort of like had some yellow. It was almost like he was practicing for the Yellow Perenni talk in there, wasn't it? I love that fucking song. Our violence. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I love Mail Mob. We're gonna listen to way more talks to him. Plans fan and just left us some more talks we can watch coming up as well. So tomorrow we're gonna watch some sort of talk like that. Probably one of these ones, Plants Fan and Linked, will be one of them, I would say. So, looking forward to that. Oh yeah, don't forget as well, comrades. Don't forget that our challenge, if you can get me to 100,000 labor vouchers by the end of the month, we're gonna be playing.
We're standing up for our right to be lazy.
By
We'll
sitting
just wait.
down.
And
Goddamn. See, I still failed at getting. I failed at getting that browser I said I was gonna get. I apologize for that. Good evening, Big. How's it going, comrade? Yeah, the community challenge this month is forcing me to play one or maybe two of these terrible games from my favorite game franchise full time. How are you tonight, Big? There's our community challenge. Faces of Evil. Remaster. Very hot where you live? It's unseasonably hot here as well. Alright, comrades voted for me to play. Well, actually, you comrades kind of trolled me with the vote. Yeah, probably not more than Spain, but we did have a heat wave at the beginning of the year that got us to up over 100 Fahrenheit. It was like 42 degrees Celsius at some points. So yeah, it was unseasonably hot at least. I'm gonna play. You comrades kind of trolled me with it. You said Pizza Tower and Halo Infinite. You both voted for. So we're gonna start with, I guess, Halo Infinite. We're gonna start with Halo Infinite. I would have been friends with Stalin. I do encourage you, by the way, if anytime I'm playing a video game, please, I encourage you to still turn the comment section into a political arena, as well as get me ranting about politics still. It's always going to be a politics stream, you know? And then after we play some of this, might do some Pizza Tower. We might join Plants for some. I see Plants is playing Star Wars now, so we could join him for that as well. Exactly. the politics thing, you see how it is. We're totally a politics-free channel. There has never been a political word spoken here, ever. As you can tell. I don't delve into such matters as that. Nope. I'm your informed centrist. Politics. Indeed. Indubitably. Alright, comrades voted for these two, so I'll do Halo Infinite first. Since I tend to rage quit this one after losing. Hopefully we can convince Fannin to eventually start playing this with us too, though. That'd be good. Alright, we'll go multiplayer. Start with a big team to warm up. Politiques, even. The French would say. Holy crap, you're taking all day to load here. Hello? Here you go. Never seen it take that long. Downloading this right now? Hey, sweet. Sweet. I have the character, the samurai character here. Good old samurai armor. I'm a big fan of big team battle because I love, especially for some reason, I love capture the flag. Getting the warthog and like sneaking in to get the flag. If I can stay in the warthog for the whole round of capture the flag and just do loops and capture the flag 3 times in 3 loops, that's the ideal. I'll warn you, I just still get my ass handed to me. Sometimes. Back in my Halo 2 days, though. Whew. That's when I was playing a lot of Halo all the time.
Go. Act fast, Spartan.
Especially with that sword. Remember, comrades will have to let me know if the volume's all good or if the gain needs to come up or down. Just let me know. I don't wear headphones, though. I rely, just like everything else, how I rely on my chat and my community to make my decisions for me. I also rely on them to tell me when the game needs to come up. So far, so good? Okay. Cool. Ooh, you fighting somebody? No grenades left. Still right there, or what? Both of them. The download is slow. God damn you, Gabe. Got that guy. Your laptop is ancient? Yeah, well, like I say, I always mention my internet connection here is not always the best. As comrades have seen. Once a stream, we usually get a near F or an F, usually. Such is the nature of my community. First death. We do have a chat. I think it's if you type "som" and "died" or something, that's one of the emotes that we have. Of course, all the guns are gone. Shit. There you go. We just stole our vehicle. Ghost. Yeah, I see you behind me. Oh, fucker. I did not think that guy would have a hook shot. That was my mistake there. It's one of the only shooter games I still prefer a controller with. I know that leaves me at a disadvantage probably for distances, but up close it still seems fine. It also gives me an advantage if I'm driving the Warthog. Continuous sticks do come in handy for driving. Almost killed each other. Oh, here we go. Where are they? Go. Get over here, buddy. Oh, there's... We'll make another go at him. Ran that guy over. Oh shit. Funny that Space Marines use so much camo when they mostly fight in great futuristic environments. Forest camo, that is. Yeah, yeah, it's true. I'm wearing red, to be fair. Oh yeah, the new shotgun. %. It's something. Fucking ghost. That's when you need your hook shot so you can hook onto the ghost. Oh, warthog coming. I did not see that he had a hammer. Whoops. Oh, here we go. Needler. Get a needle kill in. Funny. I did not notice that guy had a hammer. Oh, shit.
Another victory, Spartan.
Oh, under to 76. I wonder what my kills were. Let's see. I got the nice red Xbox controller. Lance Fannin is planting the seed of Halo Combat It Evolved. 5 deaths. Okay, 5 kills rather. I got more deaths than kills. That's not good, but at least I got 8 assists because I was in that vehicle. So the 8 assists kind of make up for that, right? Right? I do like how in this one it counts any kills that your gunner gets if you're driving a warthog as an assist for you. I think that's a good way to do that. Frank's helping. Thanks, Frank. Appreciate all the help. Frank's always helping, to be fair. I feel extremely helped, actually. No, there's no need for the knot there. I feel more than helped. I feel like we came together and really helped each other. That's what beautiful. So there you go. By the way, is my camera in a good position here? It is, right? You're not missing nothing. Little thumbnail me.
Go. Act fast, Spartan.
Oh, this map. Oh, and it's another team kill. All we gotta do is kill people. I'm hoping for a capture the flag. I really like capture the flag. But we'll kill. Let's do it. Kill. Kill. Feel that? That's the urge to kill in video games. Oh, did you see the way I whipped around like that? That was kind of funny looking. Oh, that guy's got fancy armor. Me, like my worn out, like I got worn ass out looking armor. This guy's all fancy and shiny.
We ride to claim dominion.
Gotta drive the warthog. Shit, there's a fucking another warthog I just noticed. That uniform is on. My uniform is also on fire, I believe. Look. I think the ground catches on fire when I slide. Okay, now we got sticky grenades. Our team is not doing as good this time. No, sir. 3 till 11. 3 till 11, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, and there's a ghost there. Wow, we're getting our asses handed to us here. What the fuck? 21 to 4? Really? What the hell? Something seems fishy about this match. I don't know. What do you think? Or is this is just like a professional team we're up against here? What the fuck is going on? No guns, because we all are dying so fucking much. Vehicle that way, and don't want to get that thing's attention. Oh shit. Fuck that. There's a fucking plane over there.
Ground vehicle requisitioned.
Like in the cave or something? Oh, nice. Oh, I'm not doing as well this round. What the fuck? Hope if I could get a goddamn battle rifle again. Wait. Warthog. Christ. This is a shameful display. Come on, team. Come on. You guys come for all the same guns I am. That didn't even count as my kill. What the actual hell? Alright, taking the plane. Nice. Nice. Fucking lovely. This is the worst round I've had in a long, long time. Kinda nostalgic, really. It's nostalgic in a really humiliating kind of way. Humbling, you might say. Like, honest to God. This fucking Christ. Oh, yes. Give me the tank. Give me the fucking tank, please. Okay, I'll at least gun for you. Okay, you got a gunner. Oh, what's this? Rocket launcher for me? Sure, we'll take a rocket launcher.
Do not waste this chance.
Alright, sounds good, Fannin.
Enemy is about to prevail. Do not allow.
I should still be playing, yeah. Nice. Nice. I didn't even kill that guy. Beautiful. Thank you, Frank. You see, you were helping. Quiet. Too quiet. Very, very quiet. I'm hunting rabbit.
Air vehicle requisitioned.
Those grenades exploding at me? Hello? There. Over there. How does that? Are you fucking kidding me? This match is a joke. We're fucked. We.
Just wasn't enough.
Yeah. Yeah, totally agree, Frank. I think that's, and I think that's mostly sort of what it's speaking to. All right, let's try a round of Fiesta for a change, or Super Fiesta. Super Fiesta. So this is random weapons, but they're all power weapons. Pretty much. Fun. And also chaotic. And also...
To say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work, and it worked for hundreds of millions of people.
Always a good thing to remember. Exactly. Nobody can argue with the results. Those that do are blind to the truth, as we know. Match starting. 3, 2, 1. Shipping off. You can boost a Banshee and fire its weapons at the same time. Cool. So that's useful for something. Silence fills the empty grave.
Fiesta.
Damn. Why did it have to say that right before the round began? Alright, what do we got this time?
My favorite human sport. Kill more to win.
Boo. Boo. What? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Need to warm up here.
Another one down.
Came at me fast, what the fuck? Really, one grenade. Excuse me? You are what you do, as Marx said. As Marx, but more importantly, Guido, the mutant revolutionary leader from Total Recall said. Fuck's sakes. Can't get any kills in here. Demoralized. Look at this guy flying. What the fuck?
That shot got way too many of us.
Excuse me? Ah, almost hit both of them, for fuck's sakes. Wow. Okay, this thing hurts a lot. I get it. I see why I was dying so fast from this. Another person with a single grenade. I don't understand what is doing that or how. That is fucked up. I've never died from single grenades like that. Shit, that was something explosive. Yeah, that beam thing. My god. That just melts ya. Oh my god, across the way. Like, how do I hit him with this? That's fucked.
Lost a teammate.
I relish the death of any Spartan.
Got him from beyond the grave. Oh my god, I'm 8 and 13. Well.
Hope they return.
Team nearing victory. 5 minutes remaining.
At least I got him. Oh, I knew he was behind me too. Did not know it was with a sword. Fuck's sakes, that pistol! But I can't kill anyone with it. Really? I thought hitting him with that green shot and then punching him would have been an instant kill. Odd. Well, let's go for another round of that. I usually do 2 rounds and then I switch out the type. My accuracy was 27%. 10 kills, 17 deaths. Good lord. Yes, 17 deaths. Damn. Okay. I promise we're gonna try to do better this time. Not gonna promise that's actually gonna materialize though, that's a whole nother story. Oh god, I don't know this map. First. That guy's armor kinda. He's still waiting for it to download soon. Oh shit. I got PTSD now. He's not playing yet. Settle down, settle down. I want that tank. Killed each other. Oh, okay, that was almost death on. God damn that beam! Okay, even though I still was on Super Fiesta, it doesn't appear like we have those super weapons or whatever. This. Damn it! Boo! Suck.
Gained the lead.
There's a guy in here. I could just hear the rockets coming towards me. Oh, you fucker.
Any species.
Oh, fuck. Guy with the hammer going here.
Halfway to victory. Respectable firepower.
Sniper. Keep moving towards them. Shit. At you. Probably back this way. Oh my sniper.
Glory to the Jihadi!
Okay. Try for. Almost. He had something. I think he had that quantum thing. I don't know how to use that thing.
Nearing victory.
Hey, where are they?
Turn them all to ash.
Healer.
5 minutes remain.
That counts as a kill because he killed himself. I suck with this fucking thing.
They cannot hide.
Need another fucking gun here. Oh shit, I have no ammo for anything now. Lovely. Down to beating people to death. all I had left was beating people up. I got better kill to death ratio this time.
With no jump pack. Victory.
There we go. That was a slightly better round. Alright, guess we're gonna do Big T next. Yeah, let's go for another couple rounds of Big Team. See if I can get a objective type Big Team with verbal. There we go. 12 kills, 8 deaths. At least I'm in the positive. My accuracy was worse than last time though. Since someone's gonna redeem 420 labor vouchers for me, I guess I'll just have to smoke myself up, won't I? Thank you, Too Old for Twitch. Now I have an excuse.
To say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work, and it worked for hundreds of millions of people.
Seriously. The results are there for us to examine. I find it interesting how often the theme, like today we read the ideological work about ideology being vital to accomplish socialism. I love how that sort of tied in with everything else we watched today. Just coincidentally. It's almost like I pre-planned it that way. I always say it's like I swear, it just came out like that. with Perenni talking about the power in the universities and their role ideology plays and all of that. So it worked out so perfectly. Alright, what do we got? Oh, I like capture the flag. Here we go. Here we go. Now we just need a warthog and somebody who's willing to ride in my warthog. My guy always does that. Does like the strange whip around. Yeah.
Onward to deliver death.
Oh shit, guy right up there. Oh, we need another guy. Oh no, you're gonna try and get the flag? You crazy fucker. If we were that much quicker, we could have fucking done that. That was close. Almost something. That was almost something. Try that again.
Enemy returned their flag.
Something like it, but not as disastrous. Preferably. Like a battle rifle. Usually there's one over here. Oh shit. Ow. Ow. Fuck. No. Heat-seeking missiles. God damn the heat-seeking missile. Waiting for this. Oh, ground delivery vehicle, ground vehicle coming. What we got?
The enemy has your flag.
Fuck's sakes, of course they do.
Enemy flag carrier.
I gotta do everything around here.
An ally returned our flag.
No one get in. Oh my god. Oh fuck, out of the way, buddy! You see him trying to escape? Yeah, we'll give you cover, buddy. You go. Okay, there we go. 4 hogs away. We'll go this way. Going right for the flag, boys.
The enemy has your flag.
Oh my goodness. Just gotta get by this guy. Get out, get out! Jesus Christ.
An ally returned our flag. An ally captured the flag.
One flag captured down. That was hilarious. Oh, I kind of want that. I'll never make it. That was amazing. Killed him with the splash damage. Excuse me, bud. Shit, that thing fucking hurts. Now what is hitting me? Okay, a rocket hog is down. Hold up, boys, hold up. Where are you going with the rocket hog? You fucker.
The enemy has your flag.
Targets down. A simple approach. 5 kills.
An ally returned our flag.
Killing spree. Oh shit, rocket hog. Knocked him right off the edge. Just pushed him off the edge. That was great. I'm a military genius, as you can see.
Ground vehicle requisitioned.
See what this path is. Trouble. Damn, I'm down. Don't get in there, boys. Where are they? Oh man, if I could get like an ATV or something.
Enemy flag carriers. We will lay waste to
Flag returned to base. Enemy returned their flag.
Now normally I hate the gunner seat, but we will do our best. Dude, we had a fucking... We had a helicopter after us, you fucker. Oh my god. That's why I like to drive, you know?
They're mopping us up.
They're mopping us up, are they, buddy? Fuck off. Alright, let's go. Let's see what happens.
5 minutes remaining.
Oh shit. What the fuck? Yep. Dude. You're in the way, sir. You're in the way.
Enemy has your flag.
He parks the car right on top of the flag. Like, yeah, I'm gonna be able to get it like that. That's exactly what's gonna happen. Oh, great. Now our flag is gone.
The enemy carrier has revealed themselves.
Fuck, we're
Enemy
dead.
captured the flag.
Yep, they certainly did.
Enemy sniper cost us a teammate.
Ow, fuck. Oh shit, there's a thing here.
Substitute for hot metal.
You haven't played this in 20 years? Yeah. This is well, before I played this one, I hadn't played since Halo 2, so it was a very long time. Alright, that helicopter is trouble.
The enemy has your flag.
We have eyes on the enemy flag carrier.
Good, they have her flag again. That's nice. This one has some problems, I will say. Mostly, mostly having to do with it becoming a live service type of deal, of course. But it kind of has that core Halo fun to it, you know? So, yeah. I still like it. Let's go. I need to get this flag. And he has a rocket launcher. Story of my life. Yeah, it's like, well, there's the constant online connection. It's it took a long time before there was like any good content for it at all, because of course they were, you know, so busy focused on releasing all these cosmetic things, right? The stuff that people are paying the money for a subscription to be able to get. Alright, let a real driver show you how it's done. Where are you people? Really?
The enemy has your flag.
The enemy carrier has revealed themselves.
Get in the fucking Jeep, you people. What the fuck is going on? Oh god, they have a tank.
We've got sudden death.
Yeah, they were so busy with the skins and shit, they forgot to do game stuff, like, you know, add maps. Like, for the longest time, there was just, like, 4 big team maps total. I mean, there still isn't very many.
In overtime. Make it count, Spartan.
Enemy flag carrier spotted.
You know, the usual live service crap that you get.
The enemy carrier has revealed themselves.
We're gonna make it subscription based.
Our enemy
Whoa, what the fuck just hit me? I killed the tank.
An ally returned our flag. The enemy has your flag.
substitute for hot.
Really?
Flag returned to base.
We must protect our front.
Lost a teammate.
Express. You've taken what's theirs.
Oh, buddy gets in the passenger seat, you fucker. Oh, Plants Fannin is online now.
The enemy has your flag.
Oh my god. Oh great, they're helicoptering over us.
Enemy returned their flag.
Hit traffic? Alright, alright. Your download must be done.
Plasma grenades acquired.
It just said you came online and you're playing Halo Infinite.
Threat sensor acquired.
I have a bad feeling we're not gonna intercept that flag.
Enemy captured the
No.
flag.
It was a well-fought battle, comrades. I will self-crit and reprimand myself for my failure. For that, I say... Okay, we need something sadder. Battle Royale? No. It's like old Halo. It's just it's the live service Halo, you know? So like there's like a subscription model now, but all the subscription model does is like you can get the new skins. I mean, it seems fairly popular. I know it's definitely dropped off a lot, but I still have fun with it just because, well, I like Halo from way back, and it still has that central feel to it. Yeah, if you want the PvE, you have to buy then there is a $70 version you have to buy for the PvE thing. But the multiplayer is free to play. Yeah, it feels it really does feel a lot like the original, to be honest. I do like it. It's a lot faster and has, like, you know, more modernized movement and the way you can power slide, and the movement is so much quicker, but it ultimately just feels like a updated Halo. So I'd say the core is good. It just really had a problem with not having enough maps for a long time, and certain bugs that stayed around for a long time, because of course, again, it's a live service thing. So they spent forever developing the cosmetic stuff and like just drip fed the, you know, necessary updates, basically. As a live service tends to do. Like the battle rifle and everything is really nice. One thing I do like, I kind of like how... like how in this Halo... What do you want, buddy? You guys got like some kind of problem with us. Look. What does this guy want with me? You can't drive like me, bud. Just give up. The driving feels really good also. Jesus Christ. Sentinel beam. The cool thing about the Sentinel beam is you see how I killed him through the vehicle? It goes right through vehicles. Like if you were on the other side of that, you could see the beam coming through the vehicle. Now if we could secure this door for a while. I almost had him. But he saw me running away. Why did he run towards that?
A respectable weapon this is.
Go. This is my favorite gun right here.
Brown vehicle en route.
There's a rocket hog coming.
Onward to deliver death.
Yes, get in the bag. It's a rocket hog. What is your problem, people? Wait, your vehicle's coming this way. I don't want to go in there because I don't want to get blown up. Oh, I see them up there. Oh shit! I tried to go in there to hide. Oh. Failure to hide. Oh, so close to getting that tank with that rock. At least I got the tank. That's what I set out to do. My whole goal was to kill that tank. Feel like I accomplished. Shit. Oh god. That's a tank. Why is there a tank being lowered down? Do we get a tank? Shit, that was quick. Okay, now they have a tank too. See if I can deal with that with this 50 caliber. No scope. Shit. I was trying to save the bullets for the tank, but then I got that no scope and got excited. do you mean you don't want to ride in my vehicle?
5 minutes remaining.
Like... Tank meets Jeep.
Ground vehicle en route.
Can't believe they still have that tank. I thought it would have been dead to be honest. Yes, go run into that tank and kill it. If you ram the tank with that vehicle, you'll probably kill it.
Your team has come out on top.
Whew! That was something. That was a match. Holy shit. How did I do? That's the question. Yeah, seven kills, 6 deaths, and 6 assists. I call that a win in my book. Yeah, we're gonna chalk that up to being a win. Right? Yeah, if you type in, I think it's like this. If you type in some died. Thank you, Frank. Yeah, I think if you type in some died, you also get that one. Me driving the Warthog like this. That's an accurate depiction of me driving the Warthog. I see you like that one, Frank. I see you appreciated this joke. We are getting the best emotes, I'm telling ya. Right. Here we go. What round are we on? What round is this?
Total control. Capture all zones to score.
Capturing all zones. Roger. Roger, roger. Roger, capture all zones, roger. Control all 3 zones at once, or... What's up? What you saying? We'll change our clothes after this. How about that?
Do not delay. Capture all zones. The enemy is capturing a zone.
Oh, let's go get these zones. Look at these zones.
The enemy has seized a zone.
I need to get this guy some health, sir.
Zone lost. The enemy is capturing a zone.
Get to the zone before they get it.
That red in our hood is not the case. The enemy has seized a zone.
Oh no, they sniped him.
Put a shot through their heart. The enemy is capturing a zone. Their challenger approaching.
That's what you call an evacuation. Someone's still like chasing me or something here. What a battle. Where are the rest of my teammates at? You're supposed to get in the zones, you people. Getting all Italian here. Forcing me to get all Italian with it.
Ground vehicle requisitioned.
Smoke that guy. How did I not hit him with any of those? Can anyone answer that for me, please? Also, could somebody please hit the Jeopardy or the Price is Right wrong song or what the what you know. Dun, 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 dun. Please, please, I would like to hear that now.
Your enemy is nearing total control.
Hostiles are capturing a zone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Power weapons inbound.
Oh yeah, all the zones are back here. Right.
One of ours is capturing a zone.
Go to the zones. Go to the zones. I'm like going the opposite way of the zones.
Zone captured. Do not waste this chance.
These fuckers. Get right in the zone. I'll get so far in the zone. Yeah.
The enemy has seized the zone.
Bam 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 out. Wow. Sure, I'll take the warthog. Or wait, this is a ghost. Perfect timing. Just as I called this a warthog. He's stuck in traffic. He said he'll be in soon.
The team is close to total control.
Oh, now they're after C again.
Your team is close to total control.
Is this Destiny 2? Is that what you're asking? No, this is Halo Infinite. This is Halo. Wait, this tank looks like it's just as destroyed as my fucking thing.
Your enemy is nearing total control.
Power weapons incoming. Grab the power weapons. Ours is capturing a zone. Ground vehicle lost. An ally is claiming a zone.
Hey, we almost got all three. We just need a secure C. Nice. Now I don't know where they end up for this next round. Double kill. Now where are they? Oh, behind us again? Oh shit. I knew it was gonna blow up anyway. I just wanted to do as much damage as I could to that tank. Okay. This is Hey Lolo. Take me to the next zone, sir. Got him. Boom! Got their tank just as they were getting in it.
Your team is close to total control.
I sacrificed myself to save the day. True communist that I am.
Power weapons inbound. Send a flyer through their hearts. An ally is claiming a zone. Grab the power weapons. This will do quite nicely. Ground vehicle requisitioned.
Your team is close to total control.
Zone captured. Enemy there. The enemy is capturing a zone.
Windshield wipe.
Wasted on humanity. One of ours is capturing a zone.
Your team is close to total control.
An ally has captured a zone.
Victory.
Tried to run him over. Oh, this guy. Hey, Valkyrie. Yeah, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Mondays and Tuesdays are gonna be long streams. Mondays and Tuesdays are long streams, generally speaking. Can't run Halo? Oh my god. Plans, that is the fucking most tragic thing I've ever heard. What the hell? Look at my kill that time. 15 kills, 4 deaths, 3 assists. Well, that's fucking tragic. Can't run Halo on your ancient graphics card. Microsoft. That is fucked. Like, we'll have to do a round of Battlefront at some point then. Halo, discriminating against your ancient graphics card. Alright. Sucks, it showed that you were in the game twice. I guess it probably just runs funky, or does it just not load graphics at all? Or it's just shitty.
Take down your targets quickly.
Let's just kill.
If the driver fails, take their place.
That could be. Yeah, low poly mode. Enable PlayStation 2 mode, plans. Guy's dead. Taking us down. What is this? You. Or you could just play a better game. Listen to this guy. Valkyrie. What do you have? An Nvidia TNT 32 megabytes of RAM. Do I have to whip out the Windows 98 games? I'll do it. I got them. Yeah, that is an old card. Intel integrated, yeah, that's your perfect gaming graphics card right there. Good old integrated graphics. Got one of them. There was like 4 of them that came after me. AMD integrated is what Steam Deck uses. Steam Deck, yeah. Steam Deck is a pretty impressive little tuned machine. If you ever try like some other pocket PCs, Steam Deck is like a whole another cut above. I've seen my friend's pocket PC that wasn't a Steam Deck, and I have seen the Steam Deck. I didn't buy one because I bought the goddamn Steam controller, and I was like, after that shit. I stopped that guy dead in his tracks. Oh yeah, Switch game on Steam Decks, yeah. The Steam controller was not good. I did not find, no. I did not like the Steam controller at all. It lacked actual thumbsticks. You loved your Steam controller? I mean, I can see the application of it. I'm not gonna deride anyone who likes it. I'm just saying I could never get used to it. I could kind of use it for some of the like mouse and keyboard games, like if it was I don't know, Civilization or something like that. I could use it for stuff like that. But if it was like Fallout or something like this, no. And I recognize that could likely that's likely, you know, to do with my own skill issue. I fully recognize that fact. Let you play System Shock 2 in bed? I mean, that... I've never actually beat System Shock 2, but I do love just... When I was younger, I loved just wandering around in System Shock. One of those kind of things. We do have Pizza Tower here as well that people voted for. We can switch to after. Do we get a vehicle?
This will do quite nicely.
Gonna go this way this time. That other way, you're I saw the other tank out there. Okay, I think he might be coming this way now.
Windshield wipe. Double kill.
I got him off, but not in time. Hollow Knight, nice. Yeah, I think I could do like games that were like gamepad like that, but
Yeah.
any one where you need like
See ya.
the continuous thing in the control stick. Yeah, that was always a problem. Everybody was see ya that time. There's a cricket in here or something.
Ground vehicle delivery confirmed. Unleash the volley!
Yeah, there's definitely a cricket in my house. You love when that happens? There I get to listen to the sweet songs of a cricket. Oh yeah, Steam controller was definitely experimental design. The only thing, like my only complaint was I wish they would have put on one control stick. That's it. That's it. Just one even. Almost got him. Excuse me, where am I? I can't find a battle rifle. I think that's why I'm not doing good this time. Definitely a no battle rifle means no me do good. There we go. Game changer. Here we go. It's all gonna turn around right here. You watch. What do I need to get? 24 kills single-handedly? Alright, coming right up. Yep. Yep. Gonna win that fight. What did he kill me with? The fucking assault rifle. You have a 128 megabytes? Megabytes of VRAM. Really? Damn. You can play Star Wars Battlefront on that thing. Alright, well we'll have to play that sometime soon. Damn it. And we'll have to get you to join in for some TMNT with me and Lennon, possibly. That sucks. I'm so surprised that that can run Battlefront 2, to be honest. Wow. 128 megabytes. Yeah, I just upgraded mine a while ago. Frankenstein. It runs it just fine. That's mind-boggling to me. It just blows me right away. Wow. Okay. Well, we'll have to play some of that sometime soon then, Plants. Also, TMNT. Join in with me and Lennon, and I think Valkyrie says she wants to play as well. Yeah, that's true. Star Wars is an old one. But 120 megabytes, wow.
Fiesta.
Feels like that was so long ago to me. But I didn't have a computer for a very long time. I had like a Wii U for a while. I did have a laptop for a bit, but yeah, it was the same deal. Alright, well, we'll have to play Star Wars Battlefront 2 at some point soon. Also, you'll have to join us for TMNT. I know yours can run that, no problem.
Kill more to win.
AMD 6800, 16 gigabytes of VRAM. Yeah, that's what mine is. Mine's NVIDIA, but it's the same amount of VRAM. Shit. Oh my god, don't tell me 2015 was a decade ago. Plants. That's stuff right there. No, it was not. That's impossible. It's impossible! You take that back. You take it back now. Shit. A decade ago. That's fucking scary. I can't concentrate on the game now. I'm totally fucked. A decade ago. Ugh. When I think a decade ago, I still think like... How did that not kill him? You saw me shoot that the second time, right? How did that not kill him? Yeah, when I hear a decade ago, I still think of like fucking... Well, like Zelda, like Ocarina of Time. That's like a decade ago still in my brain. I like this electric pistol when it's fun. The sound of the missiles coming at me, my lord. It sounded like they fired that directly into my ear. Oh my god. I'm fucking scared to...
They're close. Camo is out. Stay alert. Spartan down. Enemy shields down.
Way to victory.
Shit. Like, who is shooting at me now? That's what I was like, comrades, no lie. Exactly what I was like. I couldn't hit him with a fucking thing. Please stop, whoever's doing that. Well, that was something that happened. Oh, now I like this one. I like this. Okay. My graphics card is a hamster on a wheel. I can dig. I got some games I can run on that. Oh my god, I hate that beam thing. As soon as I start attacking one, a fucking group of them come out. It's almost like they're working as a team or something. Oh, mama.
Nearing victory.
Please give me something other than the same guns you keep giving me. Here we go.
Minutes remaining.
Might.
Whiplash.
Somehow. How did I do? Not that great. Not that great at all. Alright, one more random. Yeah, one more random. And then we'll switch to... I'll do one more round of big team, and then we'll do Pizza Tower until the wife gets home. And plans maybe tonight if you're on. We'll have to try that, what's this called? Or we could try it after this, really. Ten kills, 2 deaths. Or 12 deaths. 2 assists. So sort of kind of like broke even, you could say. Now I just hope that this has those powerful weapons like that one. No, it looks like regular. Well, that's fun too, I guess. Regular Fiesta, yep. You can tell by my plain Jane old needler there.
Their attacks. Dainty, but deadly. Burn bright.
Double kill.
I got 3 of them. Oh, that was close. Just as I was lunging at him for the kill. I don't know how that never works for me, though. Whatever, we won't get into that now. Let it be what it is. Oh my god. Get one good round and then I fucking do terrible. Like really? I was so far away by that point. Fuck off. Makes no sense that I didn't kill him. Looked like I had his shield down and then I hit him.
Double kill.
Even the Blood Stars would respect that.
Fuck off.
Taking cover.
Substitute for hot metal.
Of course, there's another rocket launcher behind me.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Really, buddy, you couldn't help me at all? That's fucked up. That's fucked up. I don't know.
The heat of a fallen empire.
Pop their shields.
Why he keeps giving me these fucking guns, keeps giving them rocket launchers. I felt like I was behind the wall half the time, but alright.
One bounty is ours to wield.
Skewer's mine.
Many humans have fallen to these blades.
Double kill.
Stuck up on both of them. Nice when you can sneak up on someone.
Killing spree. Five minutes remaining.
Enemy spot. They're under.
Boil their armor away. Grapple shot acquired.
At the grapple.
I do enjoy the screams.
Double kill.
Shit. Oh, I was making a comeback there for a second. Killed each other. Womp womp. He had a sword. Oh shit, he had to have that thing. See him, he's over there.
Defeat.
Damn. I almost single-handedly brought us back from the brink there. Alright. Couple more. We'll do like one more, do one more big team and then you get close to when the wife get home, so then I'll switch to Pizza Tower until she gets home. 23 kills, 13 deaths. I don't know about the team, but I did alright that time. Not to be an individualist or anything. Alright, big team battle. Please give us capture the flag. Everybody, I want you to please cross your fingers and hope for capture the flag. And not. Oh, that's not it. Oh yeah, it was. That was it.
Eliminate the targets.
I did it. I thought I didn't do it, but I did it. It's weird the way it appears on OBS. It doesn't show up on OBS when I type it in, but it does like pop up on my screen because of the way my emotes pop up, I guess. Interesting. Team kill.
Kill more to win.
Team kill. Alright. One round of this and then Pizza Tower until the wife gets home. Tells me. Oh, I smoked him with that barrel. I fucking Donkey Konged him. I knew there was someone there. Alright. Take this time. There, that's actually. When I'm playing Halo, I like to have the I like to keep like Twitch of my own Twitch going, and then I see like a few seconds after what I've just done. I get like a little instant replay when I die.
Overshield inbound. Overshield available.
I wanted to go after that ghost. That guy chased me. I want a ghost.
Wheels en route.
Oh. Didn't realize they were right the fuck there. No worries, London, no worries. Oh shit. Well, damn. It's a K raid. Thank you so much, K. How do you say? Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Welcome in, raiders. Hope you all are well today. Of course, we did our politics stream already for the day, so I'm just hanging out playing some video games as we do on Tuesdays and Wednesdays when I have longer to play. Which is like every second Tuesday and Wednesday once school starts, but you know. So yeah, thank you so much, Kay. I appreciate that. I was actually wondering if my wife would get home in time for me to raid you, but wow, you got me the other way around. We got one more round or so of this left, and then I'm gonna do Pizza Tower. I will get you one day, I promise you that. Heed my warnings. One day I will raid you, Kay. You never know how long I can stream for, so possible. Oh, so close to killing that guy. Oh, excuse me. You know, Pizza Tower is interesting, so you enjoy neat-looking platformers that are hand-drawn. You won't want to miss that in a few minutes there. Someone threw this thing in front of me and I want to thank them. Larry will indeed leap. That is what Larry does. Larry leaps. One day I will be leaping into a stream near you. Goodbye. Because I'm going for a little bit of a fly. By the way, I made new channel redemptions. Now we have, and I've got some other ones planned as well. Yeah, that was less of a Larry leap and more like a Larry fall right there. As you can see, sometimes leaping looks like falling. Not my fault, that's how it's perceived sometimes. Trust me, it was a leap. Totally on purpose leap. Goodbye, sir. Or ma'am. You're a better viewer when you're stuck at work? Oh, I see. I see. You got the ADHD like me, Lennon, and you're all distracted. I get it. Falling Larry rebrand. It's funny that my channel, though, is branded Leaping Larry, but my profile picture is our emote. That's understandable, Lennon. See, I'm an introvert myself, so I tend to stay in unless I have political activities that I have to go and take care of. Political duties to do, I guess would be more appropriate. What the hell is that noise? Oh. Hi. Wait, there's a vehicle here. Get out of the way. There we go. This is what we want. Exactly. Politics free channel. You've never heard me utter a word about politics. Not once. I got the winning kill by running that guy over. Nobody has ever heard me discuss politics on this channel, right? Alright, one more big team and then we'll do Pizza Tower. I am a good leaper. Extremely good leaper. Soon, you just give me enough time and I'll be leaping over tall buildings. I promise you that. Look at my accuracy that time though. 30% accuracy. Don't look at my kills and my deaths. Just look at my accuracy. Alright, one more round of this and then Pizza Tower. Then we'll go to the Tower of the Pizza. By the way, due to popular demand, I added some of those TTV emotes to the channel. So everybody get hyped. Yes, that's what hyped looks like, in case you're wondering. That is what hyped looks like.
Capture the flag. Capture enemy flags to score.
Saturday this weekend, by the way, unless some of you in my Discord give me another suggestion for a game you want me to see on crowd control, this Saturday I'm going for another Legend of Zelda Link to the Past randomizer. Looks like something else to you. Can't possibly imagine what that would be. I'm going around stealing everybody's stuff. Want both of these. Haha, I took your shotgun. Wow. I blew up. Hello, violin. There's a violin emote as well. I can't remember what you gotta type to make it appear, but there is one.
Enemy returned their flag.
Another one down.
They were like they were closing in on me like some fucking horror movie or something.
Active camo inbound.
We want this ghost. Yes, we do. Give us the sweet, sweet ghost, please.
Active camo available. Now, forward to victory.
Ow. I couldn't get my health to come back. Everyone's gaming right now? Bunch of gamers, Lennon. What can I tell ya? I'm a nerd. Oh. Wait a second. Wait a second. Fucker. You know that needs a fucking...
Powerful elements inbound.
You're playing Outer Worlds, Frank? Nice. Yeah, everyone is gaming. That's what the cool kids do, Lennon. Well, he drove me right into the, like, center of danger. It was really not considerate of him at all. You people not realize the power of a warthog in a capture the flag match or what? Oh, you want to go like that? Yeah. Oh, I did not mean to betray that guy, I swear. Really? You're all scared now? Come on, yeah, get in the other seat. That's it. Now let's go get the fucking flag. Now we're talking. Shit. That was the closest we've gotten to the flag all game, and you know it. And that's definitely the closest we've gotten to that flag all game. There, that was the furthest we've gotten to getting the flag, right there. See? All it requires is me. I gotta do all the work. I gotta push the team to actually go for the flag, apparently. Alright, let's go let's ATV this thing. That's right, that's right. Come on, Black Magic, let's go. Go get this fucking flag.
Powerful elements inbound. Power items now available.
Hold on, buddy. Shit. Really? That guy just killed like half the team right there. This match is so hard to actually capture the flag and... Oh, lovely. Gonna eat my own words here, and I... No, I'm not. Yeah, the flag is in an awkward spot to try and get it and get out of. Oh, there's a sniper right in front of us. I did not even see that until it was too late. Parked there waiting for her health to come back.
This will do quite nicely.
Someone get on the roller coaster. Here we go. Go get this done, boy. I got a while. I got until the wife gets home. She leaves work around 7, so 7:30 or so. And it probably takes her 45 minutes to get home, and that's if she even leaves on time. And being a veterinary assistant, a lot of times she doesn't, but hard to tell how long now. Yeah, Baldur's Gate though, I'm telling you, I've never played an MMO. But you see, one night, Lennon, what we could do is after she goes to bed is when we could fire up TMNT or whatever. Because you're just getting started streaming pretty much when she goes to bed. Yeah, you played. I could never get into an MMORPG. I don't know what it is. Something about them. But yeah, like I think the best idea, or what will work out best for us for playing Team NT some night, is once the wife goes to bed, like we did the other night. Then we can just start TMNT then. Okay, yeah, take me to the thing. So am I, Lennon, so am I. I'm a Star Wars nerd again, but I could never get in that. But I like I love all the other Star Wars games, and I will be playing Star Wars Battlefront 2 with Plants Fanon in future streams and off stream as well. The plan was for Plants to join me in this, but it didn't work. So yeah, we're gonna do Battlefront 2 a little bit. I fucking love Battlefront 2. Yeah, for whatever reason, I don't know, every single MMORPG I've ever tried, I just can never get into it. No matter what class I am or what I try, it just doesn't, something about them. Gameplay just never speaks to me. It's tragic, I know. I'd much rather play like Battlefront 2, Star Wars Battlefront 2. I'm an outlier, what can I say? I'm antisocial even with gaming, I guess. I need small groups only. The antisocial socialist. How did that grenade not kill him? Did you see it bounce right up there to where he was? Did not kill him somehow. I think I got gypped, I don't know. Fuck, is it ever hard to capture the flag? This match is no joke with the flag capturing. Sudden death. Alright, let's try and get this flag again. Go for another run at it. Oh, god damn it.
Powerful elements
I got it into the fucking building. Oh my god. Where is the whole team at? Nowhere near it, huh? You fuckers. What the fuck is the matter with my team? What? I clicked the button to hit him, but somehow he killed me first. Capture the flag on this map is ridiculous. They need to fucking move the flags closer for the first capture or something. Oh shit. Sniper. Like, seriously, where is my team? I'm constantly alone with the flag? Is no one else going for it on my team? Well, that's the end of that. Tie game. No one gets the flag. Oh wait, why is it in sudden death? Oh, because they're I see, right. Their team's actually going for the flag. My mistake. Alright, we'll switch to Pizza Tower here. Just until the wife gets home. You don't want to see how that last match went. It wasn't good. We'll just say that much. And we can just leave it at that. Right, let's try some Pizza Tower till the wifey gets home. Oh yeah, I gotta change the... Alright. We're back for some more Pizza Tower. We need $200 to do the next boss. Got the elevators up here. Wait, where's the elevator here? Did that boss... Oh, here's the elevator. Right. It's pizza time! That's right. We did that one. We did golf. Oh yeah, I said there was 2 more here. I think there's one up here. Alien type place. Deep Dish 9. Get it? Instead of invaders from Planet 9? Oh yeah. Rockets. Wanted to get those enemies. Nope. I have to get that on the way back or something. That guy. We're blasting up. Nice. Gotta go forward, not backwards. Although I do kind of want that mushroom, that's worth a lot of points. Damn. Something tells me I want that rocket. Oh, I see what for.
Let's go, Smokes. Let's go, Smokes.
Exactly, let's go. 420 labor vouchers. Oh wait, where did I just end up? Oh, I see it back here again. Okay. Okay, that's how you get that. The janitor is another story. Hey DJ Tinman, this is Pizza Tower it's called. It's a wacky hand-drawn platformer. I'm trying to get this guy. Got him! We saved the janitor. And look, there's something up there too. Yes, this is the actual music. Oh, I need it. How would I do that? Burger time on speed? Yeah, that kind of works. Oh, I didn't realize I could get an olive. There we go. That's how you get that. Wait. Oh, I see. Okay. I gotta do it back again, I think. Oh, I just saw the exit. Very interesting. Okay, I think we go down here now. Yeah, it's like a score tactic game. It's really inspired by like WarioWare and stuff, in the sense that, you know, you can't die. And when you get hit with certain stuff, instead of dying, it sometimes gives you like certain power-ups that can be used to your advantage, or sometimes it might hinder you trying to escape, depending on the context. Oh, okay, I gotta watch out for that olive, I see. Oh, I gotta go up. Up, up. There we go. Got it. Next planet. It is wild. I love it though because of that. Yeah, I need the rockets to get these like asteroid things that are in my way. I need the rockets to get them out of my way. Oh wait, I see. I think I gotta go this way. Excuse me? Okay, I get it. So I want to use this rocket. I did the same thing. There it goes. Got it. Now I probably needed to get that guy too. The hamster. Try and get the hamster. Hamster attempt number, well, however many. I gotta go further back. Okay. Almost got him. You just gotta practice, like, the steps. If you play the levels enough, you can imagine how much you can memorize it. You could get some pretty serious scores if you memorize the level enough. There we go, got it. It's pizza time! Now we gotta escape. So close to B, I just want to get I want to get an A. Or I'm so close to A, I mean. Get out of here! Oh yeah, up! I'm like, why aren't you leaving? 1 minute and 15 seconds, chat. What is this, the end? Yeah, but why is this the end? That doesn't make sense. That was the janitor door. Get up there, sir. There we go. We got the sandwich. Come on, come on. We got A. A for very nice. Alright, we got one more level here. What are we at? 60. We're at 190. We only need to earn 10 more dollars. And then we can do the boss. So we just gotta figure out where the last level is. Did that one. Thank you, DJ. We did the mini golf. Must be another one down here some. Oh yeah, here we go. Crust Cove. Looks like it might be pirate themed, maybe. Oh, it's got the Easter Island thing going. Wait a second. I wonder what that other way was then. Oh, weird. What the hell is this room? feel like this is a secret or something. I'm going backwards. Oh, there's a wall. I didn't even see the wall in time. Oh, there's a guy there. Hold on. Okay, if you're not dashing, that's piranha water. Here we go, got the first guy. SS ship. The keys in here, it says. Nice. We're a barrel. Now roll this way. This is hilarious. Go. You gotta rescue these guys. Each one of these little guys that I rescue is worth $10, I think. Technically, we have enough to face the boss if I finish with these guys, but you want as much as you can because I have to actually pay that money, and then in the next world I'll need even more money for that boss. So any extra we get is good. This barrel power up is hilarious. Just missed. Got the key. Hey, there's the janitor up there. Alright, now the janitor is how you get the special item in a level, but now the trick is a lot of times you can't actually get to the janitor door until you're on that final countdown running out of the game. But you can keep an eye out for it before you get there. The problem with keeping an eye out for it, though, is a lot of times the path you're taking to exit is not the same path you're going in on the way out, so it can be a little confusing. Oh crap, piranhas. That's a tricky wall. You gotta jump before you get to that one. Damn it. So close. It's shooting at me. That's very rude. There we go. Oh, I tried to go back up and get that thing I missed, but it fucked it up. And once I hit that water, I was fucked. Nice. The sausage. Okay, I think there's one more guy. I think Pineapple is the last guy you rescue. The more of those enemies you kill, you see I'm on a 6-hit combo. Oh, now we gotta exit. The more enemies I kill on a combo, the better. That increases your score for each kill. Okay, stop rolling for a second. Oh no, wait, I can't jump high enough. There we go. There we go. Oh my god, I always hit the wall. There we go. Stop jumping so high. Ow. Oh damn it. I need that. I need that barrel. Panicking, panicking. There we go. No! Oh, why did I do that? Oh my goodness. Oh, was that pineapple? That was pineapple. Wait. Oh my god. Yes, I will raid. I will raid it as soon as the wife gets home. That's actually who I was thinking, to be honest. That's exactly who I had in mind, actually. If he was still on. My wife should be home anytime pretty well. We're just seeing how far we can get before we get there. But yeah, good suggestion. Alright, here's the boss, comrades. It's a horrifying version of the Noid. Papino versus the Noise. Find this guy easier than the shooting guy. Okay, Mutri. See ya, comrade. Thank you for hanging out today. Oh, shit. Now things get serious.
Yeah. See ya.
Oh no, I need that. Going for the health and then I get hurt. Oh, you fucker. Just missed him there. His brother took him away. Not gonna be a good score because I only had 2 health left, but we beat him. That's the important part. Send his ass packing. Alright, now we have the key for the elevator, which is right here. Pig City. Pig City. That room's suspicious. Go this way. Okay, what do you want with this taxi? Get in? Oh, I see. This is how I get... The pig tried to cuff me. Okay, so those are how I get the guys. Got it. I didn't mean to go back here. Need to go to the next part. For 2. Nice. Found a secret. There we go. Rescued another one. 3 more to go. Oh, I see. Probably have to go up here. For 3. Found him. Oh god, I got in the... Oh yay, I get to be my brother. I love Gustav. He feels just different enough. His attacks look cool too. I don't think you can do that up. No. But he can double jump. Animation reminds you of Duckman? Yes, definitely. I haven't seen that show in a long time, but I do like that show. I think I still have it. I think I have it. Just haven't watched it in a very long time. I love Gustav. That looks like it might be a secret in there. Oh, not much of one. Taxi number 5. I think this is the last one. I think pineapple is the last one. And I think pineapple is number 5. Oh shit. Oh right. I'm not my normal guy. Oh, he's got my hamster. Fucking guy arrests my hamster? Really? ACCAB. All hamster cops are bastards. Hey. That's my hamster. Damn smoking pizzas. Yeah, there's the janitor, but last time I didn't even make it to, I didn't even find the door last time. So again, half the trouble is finding the door once you find the janitor. Oh. Nice. Pineapple. Which way was I going? I think this way, right? I feel like I'm getting stuff that I should have already gotten, so this must be the right way. Almost easier to kill enemies that attack head-on with Gustav. Oh, look. It's pizza time, everyone. All ready for pizza time? Alright, pizza time! The look on that guy's face. Everybody's panicked now. I can't get in there for some reason. There we go. There's the first level of... What are we on? Floor... Wait. Floor 3. We got one more floor left after we complete this one. Let's see how much the boss is. Wherever it is. Down here. There it is. Oh no, that's just the elevator. Where's the boss? Here he is. Oh, just... Okay, we'll need another $200 for the boss. Cool. Hey, what? Found a secret room. Oh, there you go. Ah, there you go. Next time we come back, we'll, or next time we play Pizza Tower, I guess it depends on if you comrades actually vote for it or not. Next time we play that, we'll continue on with that floor. I'm gonna get ready to raid Silver here now. Just remind you, tomorrow we're gonna be watching some political stuff. Probably Michael Parenti or something like that. And then on Thursday, we're gonna be starting our read of Domenico Lusardo's History and Critique of a Black Legend, Stalin. This work right here. I will add that tonight to the reading thing. If you want to get a start on it, there you go right here. You just click the free PDF here. If you want to get a start on it, you can. We'll be starting this on Thursday. Right. Trade Silver. Looks like Silver's playing some World of Warcraft right now. Like Lennon said, everyone is streaming right, or everyone's gaming right now. All right. So yeah, come back tomorrow. Might do... I was thinking we could do My Brothers and Sisters in the North would be a good one. Or there was also a talk that Comrade Plants Fan had mentioned earlier. So we could do either one of those tomorrow. And then Thursday, start our read, Stalin History and Critique of a Black Legend. Friday, we'll wing it again. And then on the weekend, unless somebody suggests otherwise, right now I'm thinking we will be doing Legend of Zelda Crowd Control. Let's do our famous quote to end this one. Only the masses are omniscient and omnipotent and almighty on earth. Therefore, my lifetime motto is, the people are my God. Thank you all so very much for joining me. Thank you, Frank, for the support earlier today. Very much appreciate that. And I hope you all come back tomorrow and hang out again. It'll be a much shorter stream tomorrow, so make sure you come by in the morning. You don't want to miss our morning Squirrel and Hedgehog after all. Thank you all, comrades, so much for your time and your support. Appreciate it. I'll see you all tomorrow. Red salute.